Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. In a world suffering 2 wars and multiple armed conflicts, where does the Quad figure? It's an anti-China group that has evolved in fits and starts, often shy of stating its purpose and being dismissed as a talk shop. But tonight we want to begin the show with the latest Quad summit, because while world leaders try to solve today's problems, they must keep an eye on tomorrow's threat, and that is, beyond doubt, China. So the strategy to counter it must be worked upon, and that's what happened over this weekend. After much back and forth, the Quad summit finally took place. India was supposed to host this one, but it ended up switching turns with the US. Quad leaders met on Saturday in Delaware, which is Joe Biden's hometown, and this was his farewell meeting. Like I said, through the years, the Quad has struggled to define itself and its purpose. It has 4 members, the US, Australia, Japan and India. They came together to contain China, but they don't like to say it openly, especially when they're speaking to the press. Although behind closed doors, it's a different story. China tops the agenda. You don't have to take our word for it. Listen to this.
China continues to behave aggressively, testing us all across the region. And it's true in the South China Sea, the East China Sea, South Asia, and the Taiwan Straits.
As I'm sure you can tell, that was Joe Biden's voice. He was speaking to his Quad counterparts. Biden's statement got leaked. It was a hot mic moment. Journalists at the summit picked up this audio. They were inside the summit hall for the opening remarks, and just as they were about to leave, Joe Biden started talking. He did not realize that the media persons could still hear him. So China was the first item on the summit's agenda, as the US president said it himself. It dominated the joint statement too. As always, the statement doesn't name China, but it clearly targets it. The Quad is addressing Beijing's aggression directly. The joint statement highlights China's acts of aggression, specifically at 2 flashpoints, the East and the South China Sea. The Quad expressed concerns over the militarization of islands and the PLA's intimidation tactics, like the dangerous use of Coast Guard. Chinese ships keep ramming into Philippine vessels, and they keep engaging in dangerous maneuvers. Again, the Quad avoided any direct mention, but the language makes it fairly obvious. It's a condemnation of China's actions.
The security and environment surrounding ourselves has become increasingly severe, and a free international order based on the rule of law is under threat. Under this backdrop, it is ever more important for us, the Quad, to shared values such as freedom and democracy, to continue to demonstrate our firm commitment to our common vision of a free Indo-Pacific to the international community.
We've heard similar statements before, but here is what's different this time. The Quad is rolling out a series of moves aimed at keeping China in check, specifically on the high seas.
We're announcing a series of initiatives to deliver real, positive impact for the Indo-Pacific that includes providing new maritime technologies to our regional partners so they know what's happening in their waters, launching cooperation between coast guards for the first time.
The first focus area is protecting the coast. The Quad will undertake joint operations. All 4 members will be involved in this. These operations will take place in the Indo-Pacific. First, the US would host the Coast Guards from Australia, Japan and India. They'll train together on an American Coast Guard vessel. They'll also monitor the waters in the Indo-Pacific. Subsequently, every member will get to play host. Basically, the Quad is doing more joint operations to improve interoperability and to ensure maritime safety. The Quad is also expanding an existing pact, the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. I know it sounds complicated, but it's quite straightforward, really. This pact is to monitor the waters across the Indo-Pacific, track the region in real time. And the Quad is now expanding this agreement. Member countries will hold workshops, teach their personnel how to monitor and secure the waters, how to enforce rules and deter unlawful behavior. Under this plan, India will host the first Quad workshop next year. And that's not all. The group is looking to counter China in multiple ways, like imposing tariffs on some imports, cracking down on e-commerce shipments, and strengthening checks on the dumping of steel and aluminium. These are some forward-looking ideas There are some forward-looking ideas too, like the Quad Ports of the Future Partnership. Ports of the Future Partnership. Like the name suggests, it will focus on shipping ports. The group wants to mobilize investments towards ports through both government financing and the private sector. The Quad says that it wants to promote, and I'm quoting, sustainable and resilient port infrastructure development. This could directly challenge Chinese investments and China's existing projects in the region, like the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka and the Gwadar port in Pakistan. It's an ambitious goal, but it all hinges on the execution. And on that front, the Quad is yet to spell out its plans. How will they do it? Having said that, this year's summit could be a turning point. It could reshape this alliance because finally, the Quad seems to be shedding its hesitation over China. It is taking bold and ambitious steps to contain Chinese expansionism. And it's trying to prove that it's more than an anti-China grouping. This time, they've announced what they're calling the Quad Cancer Moonshot, a new initiative to fight cancer, where Quad countries will pool their resources to prevent, detect, treat and alleviate cancer. They'll first focus on cervical cancer here, specifically cervical cancer vaccines. And India is making a big contribution towards this.
क्वाड मूनशॉट इनिशिएटिव के तहत $7.5 मिलियन के सैपलिंग किट्स, डिटेक्शन किट्स और वैक्सीन का सहयोग देने की घोषणा करता हूं। रेडियोथेरेपी ट्रीटमेंट और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में भी भारत सहयोग देगा।
The Quad also wants to work together on biotechnology and quantum computing. These are all small steps, but they give the Quad more heft. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says the alliance is evolving.
Unlike some international forums, the Quad it doesn't have a long history. That means it's not defined by tradition, but it also means it's not confined by it. It means that as it develops, it can evolve. And that is, I believe, what is happening.
Joe Biden himself would be pleased with this outcome. It was his last Quad summit, but it wasn't all smooth sailing. Biden made a few goof-ups too. Take a look at this.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
Hello, hello, hello. By the way, that little thing up in the air there, thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Distinguished guests, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
By the way, he's from a small country like ours, with low population, but he's become a good and decent man and a good friend.
Thank you.
Quad, will it survive regardless of the outcome?
भारत माता की।
It's a packed trip for the Prime Minister, diaspora, diplomacy, drones, you name it, he's done it. We just showed you the pictures from New York. That was Prime Minister Modi's diaspora event. Around 15,000 Indian Americans attended it. Some great pictures for sure. But this trip goes beyond images and symbolism, and it comes at a very important time. A, it's election season in America. Joe Biden will be out by early next year. Either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump will replace him. And B, India-US ties are going through a rough patch, mainly because of Khalistan. The US has accused India of plotting to murder a Khalistani separatist. His name is Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, and he lives in the US. Now, India has denied this allegation, but it has certainly left a bad taste. So the Prime Minister has a complicated job in America. Navigate the divided US polity, smooth out the differences and build on the gains of the last 10 years. The question is, has he succeeded? Well, let's look at what he's packed in this trip. First up was a meeting with Joe Biden. Not in Washington, though. The meeting was at Biden's home in Delaware. Modi and Biden discussed a number of issues like space cooperation, semiconductors, the global south, and killer drones. They emphasized on two key issues. One was building a chip plant in Kolkata. The US Space Force will set up this facility, this chip plant in Kolkata. It will be India's first national security chip fabrication plant. What does that mean? It means that the plant will produce chips for the military, both Indian and American. That's one. Secondly, they discussed drones. India is buying 31 Predator drones from the US. Both Biden and Modi reaffirmed their support for this deal. They also promised to expand defense cooperation. Now, this was part of Modi's mission, part one of his mission, in fact, government-to-government cooperation. Part two was the private sector. American investments will be crucial for India's economy, especially when it comes to AI and chips. So Prime Minister Modi met a group of 15 tech CEOs on Sunday. You had Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Nvidia's Jensen Huang, and the CEOs of Adobe, AMD, and IBM. These tech companies are looking to diversify their production lines. So Prime Minister Modi said, "Come to India." He says India will become a credible and reliable player in the chip race.
जिस गति से दुनिया में एक विषय चला उसमें हम लेट हैं, लेकिन हम एक बार शुरू करते हैं तो हमारी गति भी उतनी तेज होती है। अब जैसे 5G में हम लेट थे, लेकिन आज हम नंबर 1 पर है, तो ये भारत की अपनी एक विशेषता भी है। भारत के पास ग्लोबल सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम सप्लाई चेन में एक रिलायबल और क्रेडिबल पार्टनर बनने की पूरी क्षमता है।
That's government-to-government cooperation done and private cooperation done. So finally, Prime Minister Modi turned to the diaspora. Yes, these events are good politics, but they're also good diplomacy. Modi has pitched Indian Americans as a sort of a bridge, a link between India and the US. So he used the New York event to frame this bilateral relationship. He called it a force for global good.
भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप लगातार मजबूत हो रही है। हमारी पार्टनरशिप ग्लोबल गुड के लिए है। दुनिया के लिए एआई का मतलब है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि एआई का मतलब है अमेरिकन इंडियन।
Prime Minister Modi has also stayed away from US politics. Trump said that the Indian Prime Minister would meet him. So far, that meeting has not happened. The Prime Minister hasn't met Trump or Kamala Harris, which is very different from the last time. You may remember in 2019, Modi held a massive event with Trump in Texas, the Howdy Modi event, and that too in the middle of campaigning. There was some pushback against the optics of that event. So this time, Prime Minister Modi has steered clear. It tells you how this relationship has also grown and how mature it has become. The visit also follows Modi's trips to Ukraine and Russia. He met both Zelenskyy and Putin. He also called for peace. That was a clear display of India's strategic autonomy. But autonomy does not mean isolation. India is very much keen on building ties with all countries, all its partners. And in that group, the US is a strategic priority, an area of focus. That's the biggest takeaway from this trip, really. The maturity and resilience of this relationship, which wasn't the case before. There was a lot of trust deficit between the two sides, so even small issues could derail progress. Maybe not anymore. The Khalistan case may remain a thorn, but it's not affecting the wider cooperation. Modi and Biden still discussed national security priorities like semiconductors, defense products, supply chains. The focus is not on a myopic, China-centric partnership. It's on a long-term symbiotic relationship. In the last 10 years, Prime Minister Modi has invested a lot in these ties. This is his 9th US visit as Prime Minister of India, and it doesn't look like his focus will change in the 3rd term. There was one more thing that happened over the weekend. During the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and US President Biden, Biden led Modi through a room full of antiques from India. This was priceless Indian heritage that had been smuggled into the US. Biden was returning them. The US is returning 297 Indian artifacts. 297. They come from all parts of India and they span almost 4,000 years. Some of the oldest ones are from about 2000 BC. These simple copper figures and this harpoon, they're from northern India. Then you have these terracotta figures from between 100 BC to 100 AD. Most of them are from eastern India. Almost 300 artifacts are being returned. You have everything from pottery to statues, metal figures to ivory items, and they come from every part of India. It is quite the haul. Prime Minister Modi was grateful for their return, and he called it a strengthening of the fight against illicit trafficking. These artifacts came from multiple sources in the US. Some of them are from the Met, that's the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. An investigation found that about 77 exhibits at the Met were linked to an antique smuggler, a man named Subhash Kapoor. When the Met was informed about this connection, the museum decided to return some of the artifacts. So that's one source. Another is the New York Attorney General's office. They have confiscated hundreds of smuggled Indian artifacts, again involving the same man, Subhash Kapoor. Kapoor was arrested a few years ago. He is in prison in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, but he is also wanted in the US. American authorities have recovered about 2,500 items linked to his smuggling ring. And they're lying in the New York Attorney General's office. They periodically return some to India. New Delhi and Washington have been working together on this for years to try and stop the smuggling of Indian artifacts. A few months ago, the two countries also signed a pact called the Cultural Property Agreement. It simplifies the process of returning stolen goods, making their return easier. But even before the agreement, the US had been stepping up. They returned 10 artifacts in 2016. 157 in 2021 and 105 last June. And these returns coincided with Prime Minister Modi's visits to the US. This time is no different. Overall, the US has returned 578 Indian artifacts since 2016, by far the most by any country. Over the last decade, India has recovered about 640 artifacts, 640 overall from all across the world. So the US has helped with about 90% of these recoveries. Then you have Australia, which returned about 40 Indian artifacts. And there's also Britain, which returned a whopping 16 artifacts. That's right, 16. On the one hand, you have the US returning close to 600 antiques, and then there's the UK doing everything it can to keep looted heritage. There's, of course, the British Museum, the most well-known hoard of stolen artifacts in the world. But that isn't the only stash of stolen Indian antiques. You also have other massive collections, like the hoard in the Powys Castle in Wales. These are things stolen by Robert Clive, the first British governor in India. So basically another famous antique smuggler. His family looted more than 1,000 artifacts from India. We know this. And we know where they're stashed. You would think that London would hang its head in shame and just give them back. But it's the British. If they start doing that, all their museums will be left empty. For now, perhaps India should just be happy with the return of the latest American batch, and people should go and see these artifacts in museums or wherever they're displayed. If Indians show interest, it will build pressure. And hopefully someday we can get all of our stolen heritage back.
මාගේ උපරිම ශක්ති ප්‍රමාණයෙන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ප්‍රජාතාන්ත්‍රික සමාජවාදී යන රජයේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ දේශය තුළ වෙනම රජයක් පිහිටුවීමට කෙලින්ම හෝ අන්‍යාකාරයෙන් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තුළදී හෝ දේශනා කිරීම කරන බවද ගෞරව බහුමාන්‍ය යුක්තව ප්‍රකාශ කොට තිබෙනවා.
Anurag Kumara Dissanayake. He's the new president of Sri Lanka. But most Sri Lankans don't call him that. For supporters and critics, he is AKD. And he's got many labels: Marxist, left-leaning, ethno-nationalist, anti-India. I could go on and on. But tonight, we're looking at the leader underneath the labels. Who is AKD? What are his policies? How will they affect Sri Lanka? And is his win a setback for India? First, the results. AKD won 42% of the votes in the first round. At second place was Sajith Premadasa, who won 32% of the votes. And third was Ranil Wickremesinghe with 17%. Since no one crossed the 50% mark, a second round of counting was done. For the first time in Sri Lanka's history, they had never had a second round before this one. And this time, the second choice votes were counted. Basically, voters can state their first, second and third preferences. Most don't do it. But this time, those second preference votes were the game changers. That's how AKD won. He was sworn in today in Colombo. He admitted that he cannot magically fix the economy, but he promised to do everything he can.
We are inheriting a nation in a deep crisis. This crisis cannot be overcome by a government, a political party, or an individual alone. I am not a conjurer or a magician. I am a common citizen. I have strengths and limitations, things I know and things I don't. However, my priority is to identify capabilities, acquire the knowledge I lack, and make informed decisions to lead this country.
AKD isn't your typical Sri Lankan leader. He's not a political dynast. His father was not a president or prime minister. He grew up in central rural Sri Lanka. In college, he was introduced to Marxism, and that's when he joined the JVP, the Janata Vimukti Peramuna, a leftist party in Sri Lanka. It split away from the country's Communist Party. Now, the JVP has a violent past. They tried to topple the Sri Lankan government twice, once in 1971 and then again in 1987. Both times there was a bloodbath. It led to the death of nearly 80,000 people. Of course, AKD wasn't around then. He joined a different JVP, one that was transitioning from violence to democracy. He became a member of parliament in the year 2000. He began leading the JVP in 2014. He contested the presidential election for the first time in 2019. The JVP has mostly remained on the fringes, but the 2022 debt crisis boosted them. Sri Lankans rejected the so-called mainstream politicians. They were fed up with corruption, mismanagement and dynastic politics, and that's what AKD tapped into. He pitched himself as a political outsider. He did not use Marxist tropes of class struggles. Instead, he talked about corruption and taxes, things that ordinary people would understand and relate with. And clearly the strategy worked. But his challenge is not over yet. AKD must form a functioning government. He must appoint ministers from the parliament. Just one problem though. His party has just 3 MPs, including him. So how can AKD form a government? Well, he's expected to call for a snap parliamentary election. Until then, he can appoint a caretaker cabinet. So expect back-to-back elections in Sri Lanka. Now we come to the policy. AKD is a 21st century Marxist. He supports foreign trade and investments. In fact, he spoke about it today. He said Sri Lanka cannot live in isolation.
Our country needs international support. Regardless of the power divisions in the world, we intend to work with other nations to benefit our country. We are not a nation that should be isolated, but one that must move forward collectively with others.
Nonetheless, questions remain, especially on the IMF bailout. Sri Lanka negotiated a $2.9 billion deal in 2023. As part of it, some austerity measures have been introduced, like higher taxes and lower subsidies. AKD says that he will renegotiate this deal. As president, he can tweak some parts of it, but that could delay the bailout funds. And a lot of experts are worried about that. If the new president is not careful, he could derail the current progress. Which brings us to the geopolitics. India and China were keenly watching this election. Ideologically, AKD is close to China, plus his party has an anti-India past. They opposed India's peacekeeping deployments in Sri Lanka, even targeted Indian troops and businesses. Does AKD share that animosity? Well, not publicly. After his victory, the Indian High Commissioner met AKD. He was the first foreign diplomat to do so. Prime Minister Modi also congratulated him. He said Sri Lanka has a special place in India's policy. AKD thanked Modi for his wishes. He promised to strengthen India-Sri Lanka ties too. Well, China also congratulated him. President Xi Jinping apparently sent a message to the new president. The question is, should India be worried about him? It's no secret that AKD was not India's favourite. New Delhi would have liked Vikramasinghe back or Premadasa to win, but it was prepared for all scenarios. In February, New Delhi hosted AKD. Both Foreign Minister Jaishankar and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met him, sort of like an icebreaker. NSA Doval also travelled to Colombo last month. Again, he met AKD. So this result isn't a surprise for New Delhi, not like the Maldives or Bangladesh. This time, India was prepared for it. As for the policies, it's a waiting game. No one really knows what AKD's foreign policy will look like. Consider the Chinese spy ship voyages. As a leftist, will he see them as imperialistic moves? Or will he give a fellow leftist country a pass? These are questions only time will answer. Now to West Asia, where tensions are rising. The region is on the brink of a wider war, and this morning things escalated further. Israel struck southern Lebanon with missiles. It attacked 300 Hezbollah targets, killed at least 270 people and injured another 1,000. The death toll is only a preliminary count, so it is likely to rise. It is the deadliest day of Israeli strikes in Lebanon since the year 2006. People in Lebanon are fleeing the south. Schools have been closed and the locals do not know what to expect. Meanwhile, Beirut is calling this a genocide.
The continuing Israeli aggression on Lebanon is a war of extermination in every sense of the word, and a destructive plan aimed at destroying Lebanese villages and towns and eliminating green areas.
This morning, most Lebanese citizens received a text. It was from Israel asking them to evacuate. This is the first time Israel has sent a message like this, so it took people aback, including the country's information minister. His office too received this message, but he's dismissed it since. Lebanon is calling it psychological warfare.
For those who have not yet understood, I want to clarify Israel's policy. We do not wait for a threat. We anticipate it, anywhere, in any arena, at any time. We eliminate senior officials, we eliminate terrorists, we eliminate missiles, and there's more to come. Whoever tries to hurt us, we hurt them even more. I promised that we would change the security balance, the balance of power in the north. That is exactly what we are doing.
You heard the Israeli Prime Minister. He wants to change the balance of power in the north, and this is how Israel is doing it. Their first goal was to reduce the threat from Hezbollah, and Israel did it with the pager explosions followed by the missile strikes. Then comes the second goal, pushing Hezbollah back. Israel wants the group out of the border area. And the final goal is to destroy their infrastructure, especially what they've been able to build near the border, the Hezbollah infrastructure. So the message is loud and clear. Israel wants to destroy Hezbollah, and nothing seems to be deterring them, not even the United States. Washington has been calling for de-escalation, urging for a diplomatic solution.
Mr. President, are you worried about rising tensions in the Middle East?
Yes, I am, but we're going to do everything we can to keep a wider war from breaking out. And we're still pushing hard. Thank you.
The US doesn't want a wider war, but at this point, it's not really up to them to decide. Israel is going to do what it wants to do. What about the Hezbollah? What are they doing? The past week was a deadly one for this group. Their communication network was destroyed, their elite leadership was decimated, but their ability to strike back has not been crushed yet. On Sunday, Hezbollah fired more than 115 rockets into Israel. Most of them were intercepted, but the Israeli defense system missed a few. These rockets landed near Haifa, a city in northern Israel.
We heard siren, we ran to the bomb shelter, and then we heard a huge noise, and we thought in the beginning that it hit our house.
I feel more afraid, and I don't know what happened tomorrow, after tomorrow, this life.
So Israel is striking Lebanon. Hezbollah is trying to hit back. The world wants them to de-escalate, and residents fear that a war could break out any minute. None of this is new. Since October 7th, Israel and Hezbollah have traded fire almost daily. They've been pushed to the brink multiple times, but they seem to have an unwritten rule: avoid a full-blown conflict. That doesn't appear to be the case this time. All bets are off. This isn't just another escalation. This looks like war. And the Hezbollah leader agrees. That's Hassan Nasrallah. He calls it, and I'm quoting, a new phase of the war. We don't know where this ends. Meanwhile, in Gaza, it's a different story. For months, diplomatic efforts have been underway to broker a ceasefire, but that could be in jeopardy. Reports suggest that Israel doesn't want a ceasefire. In fact, Prime Minister Netanyahu has another grand plan. He wants to force all Palestinians out of northern Gaza. Why? To starve the Hamas and force the release of Israeli hostages. This weekend, Israel also raided Al Jazeera's office in the West Bank. It's been closed for now. Remember, Al Jazeera is a state-owned Qatari media outlet. Israel says it supported terrorist activities. The network has rejected this. So this is another front that Israel is fighting on, and it has its hands full. We're just days away from the first anniversary of the Gaza war. The world was hoping for a breather, a ceasefire deal that could bring peace. Instead, it's looking worse. Our next story is from Pakistan. There was an attack on a diplomatic convoy yesterday. It took place in the Swat Valley in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. Diplomats from 12 countries were touring the area. They had been invited by the local administration to showcase Swat's industries and to promote the region as a tourist destination. But terror has been rife in the Swat Valley. Reports say that information about the diplomatic visit was leaked and terrorists attacked the convoy as it was leaving a ski resort in the area. One police officer was killed, 4 others were injured. Here's our report.
On Sunday, another terror attack took place in Pakistan. The attack targeted a diplomatic convoy. Ambassadors from 12 countries were touring the Swat Valley. The ambassadors were from Russia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Portugal, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Indonesia and Vietnam. They've been invited by the Swat Chamber of Commerce and Industries. The body wanted to promote some of Swat's specialties, like handicrafts and gemstones, and tourism. The Swat Valley is home to a hill station and a ski resort called Malam Jabba. The diplomats were taken there, but on their way back, they were attacked. An improvised explosive device, or IED, was placed on the road. It exploded as the first vehicle in the convoy was passing by. It was a police escort vehicle. The passengers were injured, 4 police officers and the driver. They were rushed to a nearby hospital, but one officer succumbed to his injuries. The diplomats managed to escape unharmed. They were later escorted back to Pakistan's capital, Islamabad. An investigation is underway. Pakistan is trying to determine whether a security breach led to the attack, because the convoy's route was not public knowledge. But meanwhile, the politics over the incident has begun. Pakistan's Prime Minister and President have condemned the attack and sent their condolences. The governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is blaming the provincial administration. It's the usual response: politics over practical solutions. The fact of the matter is, no one seems to be working towards fixing things. The Swat Valley is a terror hotbed. It has constantly been targeted by various groups, like the Gul Bahadur Group, Lashkar-e-Islam, Islamic State, Khorasan, and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. That's the Pakistani Taliban, or TTP. The TTP has reportedly denied any involvement in the convoy bombing, and no other group has taken responsibility for the attack yet either. But terror is a constant menace in the region, both in the Swat Valley and the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province overall. Over 100 police officers and about the same number of civilians have been killed in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa since the beginning of this year. This includes 5 Chinese nationals who were killed in a suicide bombing in March. But before addressing this deep-rooted problem, the Swat officials want to try and promote the region, bring in more foreigners, tourists from at least 12 countries. That is why the diplomats were invited, to help promote Swat as a tourist hotspot. Yesterday's attack probably wasn't the publicity they were looking for, but it's a grim reminder of reality in Pakistan.
A new type of politics is playing out in India. Prasad politics. I'm sure you've read about it or heard about it. It's unfolding at one of India's most famous temples, Tirupati in Andhra Pradesh. The temple has a special sweet offering, or prasad. It's a type of laddu. It is first offered to the deity and then it's distributed to the devotees. So it's a very important part of the Tirupati pilgrimage. But the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister says the laddu has been defiled. How? Well, the temple uses ghee to make laddus, and the Chief Minister says this ghee was adulterated, that it had traces of animal fat. And he is blaming this on the previous Chief Minister, that's Jagan Mohan Reddy. The current Chief Minister is Chandrababu Naidu. He is a coalition partner of Prime Minister Modi at the centre. Naidu says that Jagan's government defiled the Tirupati laddu, and his party has shown a lab test as proof. And since then, it's become a major controversy. Well, you can see why. Tirupati is a very important temple in India, also one of the richest in the world. Reports say the temple is worth 3 lakh crore rupees. 3 lakh crore rupees. That's around 36 billion US dollars. And the laddus? Around 300,000 are distributed every single day. They make around 500 crores in sales. That's $60 million daily. But forget the money and sales. This issue is about religious beliefs. Did the previous Andhra government violate them? Well, Jagan Reddy says no. He's written a letter to Prime Minister Modi. He says Chandrababu Naidu is lying. I know you must have read a lot of theories about this story. I know many of you must be angry too. So tonight we are bringing you the facts. First of all, was animal fat used to make laddus in Tirupati? The answer is no, and we are not the ones saying it. The temple authorities themselves are. The ghee in question was delivered by a Tamil Nadu dairy. They shipped 10 containers to Tirupati. Four of these containers were rejected by the temple. Why? Because they failed the quality test. Afterwards, these failed samples were sent to a lab, and that lab report is now going viral. So let me repeat, the adulterated ghee was not used to make the laddus. It was rejected by the temple. Which brings us to the second question. Was Jagan Mohan Reddy involved? Well, only a proper investigation can confirm that. But we will say this. Things are not as simple as they seem. Jagan's government did give out a contract to this supplier. But these ghee samples, these ghee shipments were delivered in the month of July when Jagan Reddy was not Chief Minister. Chandrababu Naidu had taken over. So it's too early to start assigning blame. Which brings us to the final question. Is there a political angle to this? Again, we cannot be sure. Chandrababu Naidu has used religion in the past to attack Jagan Reddy. You see, Jagan Mohan Reddy is a Christian. Naidu has accused him of targeting Hindus in Andhra, even promoting forceful conversions. In 2021, he called Jagan a Christian CM. Could this laddu claim be an extension of that politics? I know there's no point speculating about it. So let's look at the path forward. The Andhra government has set up a special probe team. Hopefully, they can offer some closure. Meanwhile, the Tirupati temple has been sanitized. A 4-hour purification ritual was done this morning. The temple says it will ward off the ill effects. Now, if you think about it, this controversy is about one thing, and that is trust. Can devotees trust governments to uphold their beliefs? That's the bedrock of Indian secularism. We do not separate the state from temples or churches like in the West. Here, the state plays an active role in religion, and that role is based on trust. So it's important that politicians preserve that, whether it's by upholding beliefs or ensuring the purity of rituals. The same also applies to misleading or weaponizing devotees. It's a tactic that erodes public trust. Let's see who broke that trust in Andhra Pradesh. Nobody said it would be easy. Nobody said it would be this hard. These Coldplay lyrics have never rung more true. Yesterday was D-Day for Coldplay fans in India. The band is performing in Mumbai next year and the tickets went on sale. 13 million people logged in to buy the tickets, 13 million. But most were just stuck in the queue. Those who did not get a ticket then turned to resellers, and guess what they found? A markup of 60 to 100 times. Tickets worth 3,500 rupees, 3,500 rupees were selling for more than 3 lakh rupees. Yes, we don't need somebody with superhuman gifts. We just need somebody with Coldplay tickets. Our next report tells you why concerts are getting more and more expensive and why buying tickets is so difficult.
It wasn't a typical Sunday for Coldplay fans here in India. armed with multiple devices, fingers poised over keyboards, credit cards clutched like golden tickets, WhatsApp groups buzzing with updates, and a constant chorus of, "Is it live yet?" Fans prepared for an adventure of a lifetime. After all, Coldplay was finally returning to India. It was the stuff of dreams, except it soon turned into a nightmare for millions. The sale was supposed to go live at 12 p.m., but the moment the clock hit 12, thousands were logged out. They couldn't access the Book My Show app. When they finally could, they were added to a long queue, a queue of millions. 13 million people logged in to buy tickets. Only a handful of them managed to snag them. The tickets were sold out in the blink of an eye. But soon came some divine intervention, another extra show. Coldplay are performing in Mumbai on the 18th and 19th of January. They added another concert on the 21st, so fans had hope again. But even this act of mercy brought fresh agony. People complained of inconsistencies. They were assigned random numbers in the queue. Soon, those tickets ran out too. So what did the fans do? They turned to the black market, to ticket resellers, but nothing could fix their despair. A ticket originally priced at Rs 3,500 is selling at Rs 350,000. That's a 100-time markup. And this isn't just the story of Coldplay, it's the story of concerts across the globe. They are getting more and more expensive. Ticket prices across the globe are up by 23% this year. In some countries, it's as expensive as taking a vacation. And there are many reasons for this. First, the cost to hold a concert after the pandemic has gone up. There's rising transport costs. Freight costs are high. Stage equipment is more expensive. And with more and more concerts, most of that equipment is booked, which further hikes the prices. Then there's those who travel for concerts. The cost of flight tickets are rising, and so is the accommodation cost. Hotel prices have doubled in the last 5 years. So all in all, it's an expensive endeavor. But imagine you're ready to shell out money for all of this. Then comes the real dilemma. The price of acquiring the tickets. You see, concert tickets for any venue are limited. For bigger bands and stars, they're sold out within minutes. Most loyal fans don't get their hands on them. This is where second-party platforms come into play. These ticket resellers sell the tickets for a much higher price. The more the demand, the higher the cost. Be it Taylor Swift, Beyoncé, Coldplay, or even Oasis, high prices are the new normal for concerts. And it's a lesson for fans. No matter how much you plan, no matter how many devices you use, or how many people you recruit to help you in your cause, when it comes to buying tickets, you're at the mercy of the virtual queue gods. So you can try and try, but you may not succeed.
Prices dropped, mega shopping bonanza, super ultimate sale extravaganza. The worrier the better. If you're out shopping, you can't miss the signs. They're everywhere in big, bold, and most likely red. They're online as well, flooding your inbox, attacking you with Instagram ads. You see, retailers are desperate to attract customers, so they offer huge discounts. But these markdowns are more a trick than a treat. And today, Australia knows this best. Their consumer watchdog has sued two companies, Coles and Woolworths. These are supermarket chains, the country's two biggest chains in fact. Together, they ring up 2/3 of Australia's grocery sales. For years, they have promoted products with deals, apparently selling them at discounted prices. But according to the watchdog, the discounts were illusory.
We allege that Woolworths and Coles offered the products at regular long-term prices for 6 months or more, then increased the price for a short period before placing the products on the Woolworths Prices Dropped promotion or the Coles Down promotion at prices higher than or the same as the prior regular price.
There is a term for this. It is called deceptive pricing. Here's how it works. A product is priced at 80 rupees. The company jacks up the price to 100, then starts selling it again at 80, and it tells you that it's a 20% discount when in fact it's not. Let me give you an example. This is an Oreo family pack sold on the Woolworths shelves. For months it was priced at $3.5. That was the regular price, $3.5. Then suddenly, for a few days, they increased the price to $5. Then they decreased it to $4.5. But this time, the $4.5 was promoted as a sale price. Shoppers were told that this was a discount. Well, technically it was, but only from the hiked $5 price. It was actually 29% higher than the regular price of $3.5. Deceptive pricing is a successful tactic. Consumers find it exciting to land a good deal, and retailers take advantage of this by tricking them into believing that they are getting a better price and making profits off them. Coles and Woolworths allegedly did this with millions of products.
We're seeking a significant penalty. This is serious conduct that is of great concern to us, that affected many consumers with millions of products sold subject to this practice.
If this is found to be true, it's completely unacceptable. This is not the Australian spirit. Customers don't deserve to be treated as fools by the supermarkets. They deserve much, much better than that.
Customers do deserve better, and not just in Australia, everywhere. Because let me state the obvious, deceptive pricing is not only morally and ethically wrong, it is also illegal in most countries, yet it is everywhere. And research proves this. In the UK, only 1 in 20 Black Friday discounts are genuine, 1 in 20. In the US, more than half the products sold by major retailers are offered at false discounts. The world over, 51% consumers say that they face phony discounts regularly, 51%, most commonly in the UK, followed by Mexico, Sweden, Spain, the US and India. It is daylight robbery. So what can we do about it? Well, there is a legal route, but it's not an easy one. While many countries have laws against fake discounts, consumers have to build their own case and prove harm. This is both difficult and inconvenient. So governments, if you are listening, we need better guardrails. We need preventive measures. Speaking of which, here's the second tip. Tracking and comparing prices. Some websites have item price history, so you can track fluctuations over a period of time, and others have price matching tools where you can compare the pricing. So this is the gist of the matter. It's not hard to find deals these days. The real challenge is knowing if they are real. So the next time you shop, do remember that you can't count on the discount. India has arrived as a chess nation. Our chess masters have created history. They have clinched a double gold at the Chess Olympiad in Budapest. This is a worldwide chess event and India has won in both men's and women's categories. In addition, the team also walked away with 4 individual gold medals. This is an unbelievable feat. And it wouldn't have been possible without India's golden generation, the young crop that is taking over at the top of world chess. Our next report tells you more.
Come on! 3, India! 2, 1, India!
Now that's how you celebrate a historic win. India has won a double gold at the 45th International Chess Federation or the FIDE Chess Olympiad in Hungary's Budapest. Of the 188 teams, India won both the men's and women's competitions in addition to winning the team championships. India also walked away with 4 individual gold medals, with D. Gukesh, Arjun Erigesi, Divya Deshmukh and Vantika Agarwal claiming individual honours. The men's team was formidable, winning all their rounds. Meanwhile, the women's team managed to cross the line, sealing the gold in the last round. This happened despite the absence of Koneru Hampi. She's India's top-ranked women's player. She chose to sit out the Olympiad, and despite this, the team still won gold. For both the teams, this was one of the most dominant performances in the history of chess. This is the first time that India won the men's and women's draws at the Olympiads. This is the third time that a country has bagged the double gold at the same tournament. The previous two being China and the Soviet Union, who have long been considered chess powerhouses. But the history scripting does not end here. For the first time ever, two Indians are in the top 5 chess live ratings, 18-year-old D. Gukesh and 21-year-old Arjun Erigesi. Gukesh is aiming to win the world crown in November this year. While success there is not guaranteed, right now people everywhere are celebrating India's win. Former women's world champion, the legendary Susan Polgar, says, "This team will stay on top for years to come, and India is now officially the best chess nation in the world." Others share her sentiment, like Hungarian Grandmaster Peter Leko. He says, "India is way too strong. They are very young, very determined, brilliantly prepared, and also have fantastic chemistry. So it's a very tough team for anyone to beat." India's chess superiority is like that of the legendary USSR teams back in the 1950s and 60s, when the teams were sprouting one world champion after another, and they rarely lost a game. Gukesh and Erigesi could be the Karpov and Kasparov of the 2020s. After all, India is now a chess superpower, all thanks to the golden generation that's showcasing India's prowess. This has been the greatest chess year for the country. Apart from making history at the Olympiad, in April, 3 Indians made the cut for the Elite Candidates Tournament for the first time, besides 2 women competing in the Women's Candidates competition. Among these 5 players, Gukesh became the youngest ever to win the event. In June, apart from this, R. Praganananda took down world number 1 Magnus Carlsen for the first time in the classical format at the Norway Chess Tournament. Now, Gukesh could cap it off by becoming the youngest world champion in history. The world will be watching. But no matter the outcome, one thing is clear for all to see. India's chess reign has begun.
Everyone has a different coping mechanism. Some people like to exercise, some people write, and a lot of people joke. They try to see the funny side of a setback. Many Coldplay fans are doing that. We told you what happened over the weekend. Coldplay concert tickets sold out within minutes. Many fans had their laptops, phones and tablets out simultaneously. Rumor is they are still staring at the rejection page. And frankly, I'm impressed. I thought millennials couldn't pay attention to anything other than 1-minute reels. But here, they waited in queue despite being at number 400,000. That's full marks for dedication. Either way, some brave fans have moved on. Since they couldn't buy the tickets, they're joking about it. Take a look.
I mean, Coldplay is love.
I'm a big Coldplay fan. Name any 2 members from Coldplay.
Chris Brown. Yeah, Chris Brown. That's all I know.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. A Russian Soyuz capsule landed in Kazakhstan, bringing 2 Russians and 1 American back to Earth. Residents paddled through flooded towns as Hungary deals with record floods. And the world's largest beer festival, the Oktoberfest, kicks off in Munich. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1846, the planet Neptune was discovered. A German astronomer spotted it first. After observing its movements for 24 hours, it was confirmed that it was indeed a planet. The blue gas giant was named after the Roman god for sea. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Eric Ham in Washington, D.C. It's another Manic Monday with stories from the United States and around the world. But before that, here's a look at the latest headlines. Vice President Kamala Harris agrees to participate in a second presidential debate, but Donald Trump declines, saying it's too late as early voting gets underway. Mexico says the United Nations Security Council does not represent the global South and demands the elimination of the Council's veto power. The Security Council has 5 permanent members that include the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Russia, and China. A Russian missile strike on a residential building in Ukraine's Zaporizhia kills at least 1 and wounds 23 others. The attack comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy visits the United States. India launches an investigation into the business practices of streaming giant Netflix. New Delhi accuses the company of visa violations, racial discrimination, and tax evasion. And Kenyan President William Ruto pledges 600 additional troops for the international peacekeeping mission in Haiti. This after he visited the gang-ravaged country over the weekend and met the 400-strong Kenyan contingent in Port-au-Prince. We begin in the United States. Former President Donald Trump has ruled out the possibility of running for the White House in 2028 if he loses this year's election. During an interview, Donald Trump said that if he loses to Kamala Harris, this would be the end of his presidential ambitions forever. The 78-year-old has been a candidate for office in 3 consecutive elections. Even if he wins this time, Donald Trump is not expected to run in the next election as the law limits presidents from serving more than 2 terms. Now, this is the second time in a week that Donald Trump has mentioned the very real possibility of losing. In fact, last Thursday, he addressed the Israeli-American Council and suggested that Jewish voters would partly be responsible for his defeat.
You have a big protector in me. You don't have a protector on the other side. And I've said long and loud, anybody, and especially over the last few years, anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves Israel is a fool if they vote for a Democrat. But beyond that, if they love Israel, anybody that votes for a Democrat, or Kamala especially, because this is the worst ever. This is the worst you've ever had. This one makes Barack Hussein Obama look like he loved Israel by comparison. But you should have your head examined.
Meanwhile, during a rally in North Carolina on Saturday, the former president made a direct appeal to women voters. The man many believe responsible for gutting women's reproductive rights said he would be a better champion for women than Vice President Kamala Harris and would fix all of their problems.
So let's talk about our great women, all right? Because women have gone through a lot. They've gone through a lot. Women are poorer than they were 4 years ago, are less healthy than they were 4 years ago, are less safe on the streets than they were 4 years ago, are paying much higher prices for groceries and everything else than they were 4 years ago, are more stressed and depressed and unhappy than they were 4 years ago, and are less optimistic and confident in the future than they were just 4 years ago. I will fix all of that, women. I will fix all of that, and I will fix it fast.
On his social media platform, Truth Social, the former president shared that women would no longer think about abortion under his second term. In fact, multiple opinion polls show that female voters overwhelmingly prefer Kamala Harris over Donald Trump when it comes to reproductive rights. A new poll by NBC News shows the Democratic nominee holds a 5-point lead over her Republican rival. And a separate CBS News poll showed Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump by 4 percentage points among likely voters. Now, with D-Day just 41 days away, early in-person voting has begun in the states of Minnesota, South Dakota, and Virginia. And about a dozen more states will follow suit by mid-October. And staying in the United States, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is set to present his plan for victory in Washington this week. The Ukrainian president is scheduled to meet President Joe Biden, members of Congress, and even presidential candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
All the details of the peace plan I will discuss first of all with the President of the United States. Most of the decisions from the plan depend specifically on him. On other allies too, but there are certain points which depend on the goodwill and support of the United States. I hope he supports this plan.
Now, President Zelenskyy said the top priority remains securing more military aid and persuading the United States and its allies to allow Ukraine to use long-range missiles to strike deep into Russian territory.
The entire plan is predicated upon quick decisions from our partners. The plan is predicated upon decisions which should take place from October to December and not delaying these processes. We really want to see this, and we would then consider that the plan has worked.
Meanwhile, Russia's Vladimir Putin has warned that such missile strikes would be considered a direct involvement by NATO, which could escalate the war even further. However, the Kremlin has said that if there is official information on the Ukrainian president's victory plan, then they too would like to study it. President Zelenskyy visited an ammunition factory in Pennsylvania where he thanked the workers producing munitions for his country.
You said that 400 people work here, but I wanted very much to come here and to thank you. 400 people saved millions of Ukrainians. Because of the result of your work, I'm very thankful, just from ordinary Ukrainians to you. And what can I say? Thank you so much. You helped us to survive against Putin invasion.
Now, after his meetings in Washington, President Zelenskyy will travel to New York, where he'll attend the United Nations Security Council meeting and deliver a speech at the General Assembly. He views this autumn as a turning point in the war and is working to ensure Ukraine has the support it needs to secure victory and rebuild the country. The stakes are high as President Zelenskyy pushes for deeper U.S. involvement, as the future of the country still very much hangs in the balance. And now the latest from the Middle East, where Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to do everything necessary to diminish the threat posed by Lebanon's Hezbollah. In a video statement, Netanyahu said he was determined to return the displaced Israelis in the country's north that borders Lebanon.
On October 8th, another Iranian terrorist proxy, Hezbollah, attacked Israel completely unprovoked. They fired missiles and rockets into our cities. They made 60,000 Israelis leave their homes along the Lebanon border, becoming refugees in their own land. In the subsequent months, they haven't stopped for a single day attacking us. No country can accept the wanton rocketing of its cities. We can't accept it either. We will take whatever action is necessary to restore security and to bring our people safe back to their homes.
The Israeli Prime Minister's remarks came after Hezbollah warned the conflict between the two sides was entering a new stage of open-ended battle.
We don't need to make threats, and we won't specify how we will respond to aggression. We've entered a new phase, open-ended battle of reckoning, where we monitor the support and confrontation front, while every now and then we kill them and fight them from where they expect and beyond.
Tensions between the two escalated last week after the Iran-backed group was hit by two waves of pager and walkie-talkie explosions that killed nearly 40 people and injured thousands. Since then, the warring factions have engaged in multiple cross-border firing incidents that could spiral into a full-blown war. In the latest, Israel launched airstrikes in southern Lebanon, killing almost 200 and wounding more than 700. The Israeli military also asked locals in southern Lebanon to move away from their homes immediately.
The IDF will engage in extensive precise strikes against terror targets which have been embedded widely throughout Lebanon. We ask residents of Lebanese villages to pay attention to the message and warning published by the IDF and heed them. This is an advance warning for your own safety and the safety of your family. We advise civilians from Lebanese villages located in and next to buildings and areas used by Hezbollah for military purpose, such as those used to store weapons, to immediately move out of harm's way for their own safety.
Hezbollah fired over 100 rockets across northern Israel on Sunday, with some landing near the port city of Haifa. The barrage of rockets targeted Israel after Israeli warplanes in Beirut reduced an apartment building to rubble, killing at least 45 people, including Hezbollah's top commander and 16 of its members. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden says he is pushing hard to prevent a wider war in the Middle East.
Are you worried about rising tensions in the Middle East?
Yes, I am, but we're going to do everything we can to keep a wider war from breaking out. And we're still pushing hard. Thank you.
Washington continues to stress the need for a diplomatic solution to bring stability to the war-torn region. However, neither side is backing down as their 11th-month fighting raises concern for the region and the international community. And returning to the United States, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi captivated thousands of Indian Americans at a grand event in New York. The excitement was palpable as he spoke of India's rapid advancement in technology and its growing influence on the global stage. The Prime Minister also signed agreements with President Joe Biden on manufacturing semiconductors, strengthening regional security and ties between the two nations. Here's our story with more.
We're so excited to see that how Modi ji has really brought up the whole country and the global imprint on the world.
We were waiting a long time for this event. We were very excited to come, and this is he's our leader. He's a global leader.
Minister of India is in the house. Let's give a huge New York welcome to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi stepped onto the stage at the Nassau Coliseum in Long Island to a thunderous applause, met by a sea of excited Indian Americans chanting his name. The energy was palpable as thousands waited eagerly to hear the leader they so deeply admire. And without disappointing them, Prime Minister Modi opened on a powerful note.
Bharat Mata Ki.
The Indian leader began by acknowledging something as simple as the traditional Indian Namaste.
Namaste, US.
Which he noted had long journeyed from being a local gesture to now a global greeting. And who does he credit for this transformation? The Indian diaspora.
भारतीय डायस्पोरा के सामर्थ्य को समझता रहा हूं। जब मेरे पास कोई सरकारी पद नहीं था, तब भी समझता था और आज भी समझता हूं। आप सब मेरे लिए हमेशा से भारत के सबसे मजबूत ब्रांड एम्बेसडर रहे हैं। ये सम्मान
Addressing the diaspora as India's ambassador to the world, Prime Minister Modi thanked them for respect and cited the power of the Indian Americans ahead of the November 5th US presidential election. But the Indian Prime Minister did not just stop at cultural pride. He quickly transitioned to India's growing technological prowess, particularly in the realm of manufacturing and semiconductors.
वो दिन दूर नहीं जब आप मेड इन इंडिया चिप यहां अमेरिका में भी देखेंगे। ये छोटी सी चिप विकसित भारत की उड़ान को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाएगी।
His message was clear. India is not slowing down. Yet despite the surge towards becoming a global tech powerhouse, the Prime Minister assured the audience that India does not seek dominance but harmony.
2024 का ये साल पूरी दुनिया के लिए बहुत अहम है। एक तरफ दुनिया के कई देशों के बीच संघर्ष है, तनाव है, तो दूसरी तरफ कई देशों में डेमोक्रेसी का जश्न चल रहा है। भारत और अमेरिका डेमोक्रेसी के जश्न में भी एक साथ है।
After addressing the diaspora, the Indian Prime Minister also met CEOs of America's top tech and business firms. Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Nvidia's founder and CEO Jensen Huang, and Adobe CEO Shantanu Narayan were some of the big names that met the Indian leader. But when it comes to America's domestic politics, speculation remains about whether Prime Minister Modi will meet either of the two presidential candidates. While campaigning in Michigan last Tuesday, former President and Republican nominee Donald Trump said he would meet Prime Minister Modi at the end of this week in New York. However, India's Ministry of External Affairs informed that even though many meetings are being fixed and the process is ongoing, at this moment we cannot confirm any specific meet.
देखिए, जैसा मैंने पहले ही कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ कई सारी मीटिंग्स इस समय हैं जिनको हम फिक्स करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जितना समय उपलब्ध है हमारे पास मीटिंग्स के लिए, तो अभी मैं किसी स्पेसिफिक मीटिंग के बारे में आपको नहीं बता पाऊंगा कि मीटिंग्स फिक्स हुई हैं या नहीं। हम सभी दृष्टिकोणों से देख रहे हैं कि कितना समय हमारे पास है और किस किस से मीटिंग हो सकती है। तो जैसे भी जो भी लीडर्स के साथ मीटिंग फिक्स होती है तो उसके बारे में मैं समय पे आपको अपडेट करता रहूंगा।
आप सभी का बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद।
So as the night drew to a close, Modi Modi chants still echoed in Long Island.
भारत माता की,
a reminder of the unbreakable bond between India and its people, no matter where they are in the world.
And finally, fans are frustrated as the cost of attending a concert has now reached astronomical levels. Dynamic pricing, inflation, and rising touring costs all play a role in skyrocketing ticket prices. In fact, in some cases, tickets are costing almost $14,000, which begs the question, how much is too much for a night of live music? Our final report goes into detail.
The world may be divided on many issues. But one thing that's managed to both unite and split us all in equal measure are concerts. Be it Beyoncé, Coldplay or Taylor Swift, while some are happily crossing continents to attend, others are suffering the ultimate indignity. Waiting in virtual lines so long, they might as well wrap around the planet. However, one thing we can all agree on is the absurd ticket prices. In the golden age of concerts, a ticket to see the British rock band Oasis in 2009 was around $60. One could catch multiple shows a year without having to mortgage their house. Fast forward to the here and now, and Oasis is charging close to $200 for their reunion show. Queen of Pop Madonna has clearly not gotten the memo that people need to eat and pay rent. She's out here charging a staggering $1,700 for VIP passes. And if you have $3,000 lying around, congratulations, you can join Beyoncé on stage, because why not be part of the performance? And let's not even start on Taylor Swift, whose tickets have allegedly sold for $14,000. So what exactly is happening? Why are we shelling out vacation-level cash to hear the same songs we could stream for free? According to reports, ticket prices jumped 23% recently. The average cost of the ticket of the top 100 tours worldwide is now $134, up from $109 last year. Of course, it's not just the artist inflating these prices. We've got the venue size, fan base, country-specific inflation, and the artist's own popularity adding zeros to your bill. Let's not forget the pandemic, a crisis that apparently broke not only the supply chain, but also the concert industry's moral compass. Ticket prices surged by 19% post-COVID, and touring is now an extortion racket disguised as an art form. With fuel costs up 20%, shipping costs up 30% and rental gear increasing by 15 to 20%, the crew's accommodation costs have also spiked. So it's a team effort in price inflation. Artists aren't doing this for the love of music alone, they've got pockets to fill. In a world where an artist's career barely outlasts a TikTok trend, who can blame them for milking the cash cow? Streaming royalties are laughable, about 5%, and no one's buying CDs anymore. So while your bank account sobs, artists are stockpiling for the next streaming drought. And the madness doesn't end there. Dynamic pricing is another culprit. The algorithmic beast that ensures that by the time you refresh your ticketing page, prices have skyrocketed into the stratosphere. Add to this the lovely bunch of black market sellers and resellers who scoop up tickets in bulk only to sell them back to desperate fans at 5 times the price. At its core, the concert ticket pricing game is all about basic economics. Where there's demand, there's supply. And the biggest buyers? Gen Z and those cursed with the fear of missing out. One will find people who couldn't name 5 Coldplay songs still snagging tickets, while others are hyped up for a Diljit Dosanjh concert and might not even know he started his career singing at religious venues. So until the day we all stop collectively giving in to the concert craze, prices will continue to soar. And the struggle to snag tickets will rage on. After all, in the battle of music lovers versus ticket sellers, the sellers always seem to have the upper hand. Armed with algorithms, dynamic pricing, and a little help from our insatiable need to prove we were there.
That's the program for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from the United Nations, where South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has reiterated calls for reforms at the UN Security Council. During his address at the ongoing United Nations General Assembly session, he said the UNSC is no longer fit to address the emerging global challenges. The South African president added that placing the fate of the world's security in the hands of a select few, when a vast majority bears the brunt of growing threats, is unjust, unfair, and unsustainable.
That Pact for the Future is a great opportunity to change and also to reinvigorate the multilateral system so that it is fit for purpose to address the challenges that the world faces. It is an opportunity also to make good on the promises to reform the global governance architecture, including the international finance institutions and the United Nations Security Council. placing the fate of the world's security in the hands of a select few when it is the vast majority of the peoples of the world who bear the brunt of the various threats is unjust, unfair, and unsustainable.
Ramaphosa's remarks came during the high-level UNGA summit of the future on Sunday. He welcomed Washington's support for 2 permanent seats for the African nations on the UN Security Council. The United States last week said that it supported creating 2 permanent seats for Africa, but added that they should not hold a veto power, unlike the current permanent members, Britain, China, France, Russia, and the United States. South African president expressed his disappointment with such a condition. He said refusing African nations the same rights as the other permanent members means they become second-class citizens once again.
We cannot have second-class participation as Africa on the UN Security Council. How would Africa go about choosing those 2? In the end, it's got to be an AU, African Union decision.
African nations already have 3 non-permanent seats on the Security Council, which are allocated on a rotating basis for 2-year terms. So a permanent UNSC seat with no veto power would essentially make no difference. Though a UNSC reform has been long called for, it has particularly gained momentum due to the ongoing wars in Ukraine and Gaza, and the ineffectiveness of the Council to solve the crises. However, reforms have so far not materialized due to differences among its permanent members. Any change in membership would first require adoption and ratification by 2/3 of the 193 member states. A permanent seat at the Council is also demanded by countries like India, Japan, and Germany. Ramaphosa, in his address, said that the Security Council fails to consider diverse viewpoints on various challenges from wars to climate change. He also urged support for Africa's developmental agenda as he expressed his support for the Pact for the Future adopted by the General Assembly on Sunday. The pact, long pushed by the UN chief, has been hailed as a step towards more effective, inclusive, networked multilateralism. It covers themes including peace and security, global governance, sustainable development, climate change, and digital cooperation. The 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly is taking place at the UN headquarters in New York until the 27th of September. This year, a huge focus is on Africa, with African leadership playing a pivotal role in shaping the agenda. The former Prime Minister of Cameroon, Philemon Yang, is serving as president of the current session, and discussions will be around some key themes in which African priorities are at the forefront. Now, these include peace and security, sustainable development and financing, youth and future generations, as well as digital cooperation. Now, for more on this, we have with us Kani Magubane, political analyst, who is joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for being with us, Kani.
A very good afternoon to you and your viewers.
What are the main reasons behind President Ramaphosa's push for the United Nations Security Council reform? And how does he envision these changes benefiting Africa and the Global South?
I think that the reforms that President Ramaphosa is calling for are long overdue. We know that the UN Security Council for the longest time has been accused of becoming irrelevant in terms of its ability to effectively resolve global governance issues of the crisis and the wars that we face. I mean, just to have Britain, China, France, and the US as permanent members and assuming that that is sufficient to solve the world's problems is myopic at best. And the reforms that the president has called for in his address, I think are very strong and I think stand a lot of ground, given the fact that in 2024, the UN Security Council does not have a permanent seat for Africa to sit on there and to have a powerful and equal role as the other permanent countries. And as such, we have to ask ourselves, what progress are we really making as Africans to be taken seriously as equals in the global governance sphere? And one of the important things that we need to understand is that Africa is a big player. As much as financially we may have international institutions like the World Bank and the IMF still very much funding many African countries paying off that debt. But in terms of the mineral resources, the oil resources, and the many economic resources that the West comes into the continent to extract, that should show you the power that Africa has. And I think that what the president has done is shake things up at the General Assembly, because he's calling for reforms that will have a better ability to deal with issues that the world is facing. It's clear that the permanent members have failed, for instance, to deal with issues of Gaza, to deal with issues of Ukraine and Russia, to deal with issues of the Congo, and many other genocides and wars that continue to perpetuate themselves today.
Right. And Kani, how has the international community, particularly the permanent members of the Security Council, responded to President Ramaphosa's calls for reform? Are there any signs of support or resistance?
Well, we know that Washington has put its hand up to support 2 permanent seats for Africa. And I would be very interested to see how the other permanent members on that Security Council, like Britain and China and France, respond to South Africa's call. South Africa, of course, is a major player in the global South, but not just the global South. We are a part of BRICS, and we also were very bold and brave in our move to take Israel to the ICJ, which is the International Court of Justice, because of the genocide in Gaza. And such moves are moves that I think are entrenching our place as South Africa as global players. And as such, it makes sense that it be South Africa that makes this call, that South Africa as a whole refuses to play second fiddle, refuses to be second-hand citizens to the West. They can no longer think that it's acceptable to bring Western solution to African problems. We don't need Western solutions to Middle Eastern problems. We need regional leaders to be part of those UN Security Council meetings and decision-making platforms, so that we are also able to take ownership and authority of what is happening around the world in terms of the many global wars and conflicts and climate change issues that are currently affecting us.
And Kani, in what ways could the inclusion of African nations as permanent members of the Security Council impact global decision-making and international peace and security?
I think, first of all, it will factor in the African perspective on things. Right now, the African currently occupy the non-permanent seats on the UN Security Council. They don't have a veto. They don't have voting rights. They are just there ceremonially. I don't think that, well, I'm not really saying that their role there doesn't have an impact, but it doesn't have lasting impact because they can't make voting decisions. Our inclusion as permanent members will give us the ability to actually put forward our perspective, to influence ultimate decisions that are being made, and to swing the vote, you know, in favor of Africa, in favor of underdeveloped countries. And I think that South Africa should continue with this call, because I don't think that it's automatically going to change because the president has made this call at the UN General Assembly, but it is indeed a start. The president, even when he was speaking to the media beforehand, has made it clear that Africa will no longer accept a second-rate citizen place in the UN Security Council. It is long overdue. The UN should be ashamed of itself that in 2024, Africa still doesn't have a permanent seat in the UN Security Council.
Connie, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa. As always, great to speak with you.
Thank you very much.
Shifting focus now, Egypt has urged all of its nationals to leave Somalia's breakaway region of Somaliland, citing security concerns. In a statement issued by the Egyptian embassy to Somalia, Egyptians were urged to leave as soon as possible via Somaliland's airport in the capital of Hargeisa. Now, the embassy emphasized that the current security situation in the region restricts its ability to provide consular assistance to Egyptians. It also called for its nationals not to travel to Somaliland, given the impact of the unstable security situation on their safety. Now, this move by Egypt follows Somaliland's recent decision to shut the Egyptian Cultural Center in its capital. Somaliland also ordered the staff at the center to leave the region. The decision, it said, came in the wake of a security threat the government of Egypt posed to the territory. Last month, Egypt sent military aid to Somalia amidst tensions with Somaliland and Ethiopia over a port deal. Under the deal signed in January, landlocked Ethiopia would gain access to Somaliland's port. It would also lease a part of its coast to build a naval base. In exchange, it agreed to become the first nation to officially recognize Somaliland. Somaliland, which declared independence in 1991, is not recognized as a separate nation. It is self-governing, but the central government is unable to assert control over the region. But Somaliland has maintained unofficial diplomatic relations with various nations and hosts their representative offices in its capital. However, Somalia asserts its control over the territory. Its deal with Ethiopia triggered a strong reaction from Mogadishu, which expelled Ethiopian ambassador in response. Now, Egypt, which has its own conflict with Ethiopia, has backed Somalia's claim over Somaliland. Egypt and Ethiopia are at odds over a giant dam on the River Nile. Cairo has also offered to deploy its troops in Somalia to help fight Islamist insurgents. The current African Union mission, including Ethiopian troops in Somalia, is set to expire by the end of the year. Now, Mogadishu earlier said it will not allow Addis Ababa's participation in the renewed mission until its deal with Somaliland is cancelled. Meanwhile, efforts are also ongoing to mediate tensions between Ethiopia and Somalia. Turkey has hosted 2 rounds of indirect talks with the 2 neighbours and is planning to host one-on-one talks ahead of a 3rd round. Now, one of the proposals to end the conflict is that Ethiopia gain sea access through Somalia instead of Somaliland. Other Horn of African nations, like Djibouti, have also offered Ethiopia its port in order to diffuse tensions. However, these efforts put a roadblock on Somaliland's quest to gain independence. Now, over the past 3 decades, Somaliland has maintained stability for a strong case of independence. So much so that it is seen as an oasis of stability in the turbulent Horn of Africa region. The Somaliland government asserts that it meets most of the requirements of a sovereign democratic state, like free and fair elections, having its own currency and security forces, and issuing its own passports. However, so far, Somalia's diplomatic edge has overshadowed these efforts. And moving on to Tunisia, ahead of Tunisia's presidential election on the 6th of October, scores of protesters took to the streets of the capital Tunis against incumbent President Kais Saied. Hundreds of protesters marched along Tunis's main avenue that was a global landmark of democracy during the 2011 Arab Spring Revolution. The protesters chanted slogans against President Kais Saied and called for the end of his rule. The latest protest was triggered by a legislative initiative to transfer the authority for overseeing elections from the administrative court to the appeals court. Opposition parties say that this initiative would discredit the 6th of October election and would pave the way for President Sayed to secure a second term in power.
The legislative initiative presented by a group of deputies reflects the fear that Kais Saied and his supporters feel regarding the upcoming election date, even though the conditions were set by Kais Saied himself. This initiative, along with the entire current situation, leaves the country in a state of imminent danger.
The president is arresting and imprisoning lawyers, political activists, and bloggers, in addition to arbitrarily transferring judges. We came out today to say no to attacks on rights and freedoms.
Political turbulence in Tunisia has increased since an electoral commission selected by President Sayed disqualified 3 prominent candidates from the presidential race. By doing so, the commission had defied a ruling by Tunisia's highest judicial body in election-related disputes, casting further doubts on presidential elections' credibility. Only 2 candidates have been allowed to run against Sayed. But one of these candidates, 43-year-old Ayachi Zammal, was handed a 20-month prison term on charges related to forging voter endorsements. Now, Zammal is the head of the opposition Azimun party and is also being seen as a serious challenger to President Sayed. Opposition leader Zammal has vowed that even in prison, he will not give up the fight for the sake of his country's future.
I will continue my campaign with full self-confidence, with all courage and determination. I will continue my campaign among Tunisians and with Tunisians, and I am prepared for all possibilities for the sake of Tunisia, for the sake of my country. Even if they decide to imprison me and I enter prison, I will not give up. I have trust in Tunisians. I have confidence in them to carry out the campaign and participate heavily in the elections.
Apart from Zammal and his Azimun party, Tunisia's largest opposition party, Ennahda, said that more than 90 of its members have been arrested in violation of Tunisian law. Other opposition leaders say that President Sayed is using the Election Commission and judiciary to secure victory in the October elections. The president has denied these accusations.
A year and a half ago, I said that Kais Saied would not accept elections where he couldn't guarantee a win. Today, if any president in power had confidence that the people still believed in him and wanted him to remain at the head of the executive authority, he wouldn't commit all these violations. He would trust that he could win at the polls. It's now clear that even Kais Saied himself has become aware that he has lost all popularity.
Sayed was democratically elected in 2019 in the country's second presidential election since the 2011 uprising that toppled the long-term autocrat Zine Abidine Ben Ali. Sayed's rise to Tunisian presidency was preceded by failure of some 9 cabinets between 2011 and 2019 to tackle the country's economic problems. The president had promised a better future to the country's youth, but instead he is accused of turning to authoritarian ways. Since taking power, he has been accused of stifling opposition and reversing Tunisia's democratic gains from the Arab Spring. In 2021, he sacked the prime minister and suspended the parliament and pushed through a new constitution to cement his one-person rule. The new constitution replaced the one which was drafted soon after the Arab Spring and gave the president full executive control and supreme command of the army. Sayed has justified these actions by saying that he needed new powers to break a cycle of economic decay in the country. Under President Sayed's country's unemployment rate has risen by 39%, with nearly half of Tunisia's youth wanting to leave the country. The latest comprehensive survey by a research network in August stated that about 46% of Tunisians would leave the country if given a chance. But can growing public anger force President Sayed to give up his authoritarian ways? And for our last story, we move to Sudan. The 17-month-long brutal civil war in the North African nation is under the spotlight. At the high-level United Nations General Assembly debate that begins on Tuesday, world leaders are expected to look at humanitarian support for Sudan. But as deliberations get underway, human rights groups and the people of Sudan want the world to focus on not just one, but multiple catastrophes that they have been hit with. Climate hazards and diseases have worsened the devastation caused by the civil war. Currently, the North African nation is battling a cholera outbreak after facing one of the worst seasonal floods. Our last report gives you all the details.
Sudan, a North African country devastated by civil war. The 17-month-long conflict in the country has resulted in deaths, displacement and destruction, plunging the country into one of the worst humanitarian crises. The United Nations says at least 20,000 people have been killed and a staggering 13 million of around 50 million population have been displaced. But recent devastating floods have exacerbated the crisis, worsening the plight of the Sudanese people. As per Sudan's health minister, at least 205 people have been killed due to the floods this year. Critical infrastructure in at least 12 of the country's 18 provinces has been washed away. In the northeastern town of Tokar, flash floods destroyed the main highway to Port Sudan. The city was cut off after the incident and people had to resort to measures like climbing ropes to reach safety.
The trucks are stuck and there isn't a way to cross, and people are going up and down using ropes. People are affected because of the property they lost and their belongings that were washed away by the flood. They are tired and have nothing.
Last month, a crucial dam also collapsed near Port Sudan due to heavy rainfall. The flooding destroyed 20 villages and cost dozens of lives.
We lost everything and we could barely rescue our families. The water washed away our farms, vehicles, livestock and crops. It's the worst water flows I've seen in my life. We need the government to rescue people who are still stuck behind the mountain. We need them to dig wells so we can have clean water at least.
The floods have also compounded the world's largest displacement crisis. Over 118,000 people have been forced to flee their homes due to this year's floods in Sudan. Damage to agricultural fields has increased the threat of hunger for millions of people.
People have no food, they sit on high places, and they have nothing, no food or water. There are people who died and have not been buried yet. There are people who are missing, there are collapsed houses and others were swept away by the flood.
Deadly diseases following the floods have made matters worse. Cholera cases have surged amid heavy rains. As per the World Health Organization, the bacterial disease has killed more than 300 people in the region. Sudan's health ministry said around 268 new cholera cases have been recorded last week. The authorities declared cholera an epidemic in the country last month.
Disasters including flooding leading to dams bursting, disease outbreaks including cholera, malaria, dengue, and measles with the risk of mpox, multiple reported incidents of conflict-related sexual violence, and the near collapse of much of the country's health system, an estimated 70 to 80% of the health facilities not fully functioning across the country.
As the country reels from multiple crises, the World Health Organization is urging the world to wake up and help Sudan. It says additional resources are required to meet their needs. Last month, US-led peace talks in Geneva didn't result in a ceasefire. In fact, hopes for a truce have further dimmed after the army chief ruled out participation in any talks. This until the RSF upholds the previous agreements and withdraws from civilian areas. Though the talks in Switzerland reached some consensus to improve access to humanitarian aid, mediators say a lot more needs to be done for the Sudanese population. As tragedies continue to pile up for the people of Sudan, they are only left with the hopes of peace returning to their country one day.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
هاي تحت البيت عنا، هاي تحت البيت عنا يا جماعة.
The IDF has warned you to get out of harm's way.
I've been briefed on the latest developments in Israel and Lebanon.
There's more escalation in West Asia. Israel and Hezbollah are exchanging fire. We are talking hundreds of rockets, dozens of missiles, and hundreds of casualties. It's the most dangerous flare-up in nearly 20 years. Israel is doing most of the damage. They're pounding Lebanon with missiles and rockets. Some 1,600 Hezbollah sites have been hit. And casualties? 558 deaths so far. That includes 50 children and 94 women. Among the rest, it's not clear how many were Hezbollah fighters, so chances are Israel killed a lot of civilians. It's the highest death toll since Lebanon's civil war.
هاي تحت البيت عنا، هاي تحت البيت عنا يا جماعة.
هاي هلا.
And it's not over yet. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has released a statement. He's asking Lebanese people to get out of harm's way. The plan is to keep striking Hezbollah targets, to take out their launch sites.
To defend our people against Hezbollah strikes, we must take out those weapons. Now, starting this morning, the IDF has warned you to get out of harm's way. I urge you, take this warning seriously. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones. Don't let Hezbollah endanger Lebanon. Please, get out of harm's way now.
Netanyahu says, get out of harm's way. And go where? Hezbollah is embedded into Lebanese society. They're literally everywhere, in cities, in villages, in remote hills, everywhere. So where does Netanyahu want these people to go? He says the plan is to deter Hezbollah, to remain ahead of the threat. But frankly, Netanyahu is the bigger threat at the moment. He is single-handedly plunging the region into a wider war because Hezbollah is not sitting around. They're striking back. They have fired around 200 rockets at Israel. Most of them were intercepted by the Iron Dome system. And casualties? Just 2 injured in Israel. Hezbollah is the rogue group here, but they have shown surprising restraint. In fact, there is little appetite for war in Lebanon. Then why is Netanyahu poking them? Well, maybe for politics. These attacks have increased his popularity. After the Hamas attack last year, most Israelis wanted Netanyahu out, but now his Likud party is leading national polls. The longer the fighting continues, the stronger he becomes. And what is the world doing about it? Israel's allies have called for restraint. So have China and the United Nations, but none of them seem to have an effect on Netanyahu, not even the United States of America.
The conflict along the blue line has gone on for way too long, far too long, and it needs to get to a resolution quickly. And so we're going to continue to do that, continue to have those diplomatic conversations.
China opposes any violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and security and opposes and condemns any action that harms innocent civilians.
The message to the parties that are firing at each other across the blue line, to all the parties involved in this conflict, is step back from the brink. Stop the escalation.
The UN General Assembly has convened in the backdrop of these tensions, not just in West Asia, but also Ukraine. So war is the talk of the town. Prime Minister Modi was also in New York yesterday, and he met two key players of these wars. First was Mahmoud Abbas, the seemingly forever president of Palestine, and then Volodymyr Zelenskyy, the president of Ukraine. Both were significant meetings. Yes, Putin and Netanyahu are not attending the United Nations, so it's impossible to meet them in New York. Yet, it sends a political message, these meetings, they send a political message. Modi met Abbas amid the escalation in West Asia. He called for a ceasefire in Gaza. He also reiterated India's demand for a two-state solution. Same with Zelenskyy. This was Modi's third meeting with him in the last 4 months. He called for a peaceful resolution of the war. Now remember, both Israel and Russia are key partners of India, two of the biggest arms suppliers as well. Yet Prime Minister Modi met their chief rivals. What does that tell you? A, the continued death and destruction has made India recalibrate its policy. As an aspiring world leader, you cannot remain silent. And B, India is keeping its options open. And a big reason for that is China. Beijing has deepened its cooperation with Moscow. They're also lobbying for their peace plan. It's a broad and vague proposal, but Putin has agreed to support it, China's proposal. So since Russia is cozying up to China, India is engaging the other side, sort of like covering all bases. It's the same thinking in Gaza. China has become a leading critic of Israel's actions. As a result, they have garnered goodwill in West Asia, whether it's in Iran or Saudi Arabia or the UAE. China even managed to strike a truce between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, something that was considered impossible. So India had to act. New Delhi has not taken sides in these wars. But global perception is different, and you can thank Western media for that. They made it seem like India was tacitly backing Russia and Israel. But with these meetings, Prime Minister Modi has made one thing clear: India is not supporting anyone's war, nor should anyone take India for granted, even if it's a long-time partner or friend. Now let's talk about China. Beijing is finally taking steps to fix its economy. Today it made a series of big announcements, all aimed at one goal: getting growth back on track. Economists say China has unleashed a quote-unquote stimulus blitz. The country's central bank is leading the charge here. It is pumping more money into the economy. Loans are being made cheaper. One big area of focus is mortgage, the EMIs that homeowners pay on their home loans. Interest rates on these loans are being slashed.
The minimum down payment for mortgages for first and second homes will be unified, making the down payment for second home loans at the national level even lower than the current 25%, downgraded to 15%.
So lower down payments and a cut in interest rates for existing loans. Basically, China wants to make home ownership more appealing, more affordable. These steps are aimed at the property sector. It used to be a major driver of growth for the country. It accounts for 20 to 25% of China's GDP, the property sector. But right now, it is like a jammed gun. one that refuses to fire. And Beijing is trying to fix that by cutting interest rates and making home loans cheaper. It is also trying to reboot the stock market. Two big announcements on that front were made today. First, Beijing is setting up a new fund. It will provide funding to brokers, funds and insurance companies. What for? To buy stocks and to make bets in the market. Around $71 billion will be set aside for this fund, 71 billion. There was one more announcement. China is incentivizing share buybacks. What does that mean? What's a share buyback? It is when a publicly listed company buys its own shares from the stock market. You're buying them back. Share buyback can be an effective tool. It can help in raising stock prices. It can boost market activity because when a company buys back its own shares, it reduces the number of shares in circulation in the market. There are fewer shares available for that company in the open market then. And this makes the stock more valuable. Beijing wants to encourage these buybacks, and for that, it will give out cheaper loans to companies so they can get these loans from commercial banks and use that money for share buybacks. Around $40 billion will be made available for this. Of course, investors have welcomed these announcements. Chinese markets saw a big jump. Mainland China stocks saw their biggest spike in 4 years today. So finally, there is some relief for investors. In fact, experts have been pushing Beijing for months. They've been raising demands for a stimulus package, but China kept ignoring these calls. Today, though, it seems to have finally given in. The question is this going to be enough? Or is this intervention too little, too late? You see, Chinese policymakers were forced to make these announcements today. They had no other choice, really. This year's growth target was slipping away. China's economy was slowing down at a much faster pace than expected, and the numbers were not looking good. Output from China's factories had slowed. Sales in retail stores were sluggish. Youth unemployment remained high. The latest numbers came out in the month of July this year. 17% of China's urban youth is without a job. 17%. Economists saw this data as well, and they arrived at one conclusion. They said China will grow at less than 5% this year, and that is below their growth target. They were aiming for 5% growth, but now experts say that there will be a lower growth rate, less than 5%, somewhere around 4%. That's their estimate. So now China is trying to reverse this decline, and that is why it announced the stimulus today. It may not be enough, though, because this economy faces external risks too. Around the world, growth remains sluggish. The demand for Chinese products is falling. In April this year, China's exports shrank by over 7%. And to make matters worse, Western nations are putting trade barriers on Chinese products. From electric cars to steel, the West is looking to curb all kinds of Chinese imports. And this is also a problem for Beijing because exports make up almost 20% of China's GDP. It's a major growth driver again. It's what made China an economic powerhouse, the exports. If exports do not recover, this stimulus is not going to be enough. Yes, it may bring some relief in the short term, but in the long term, China will keep experiencing more economic pain. So that's the current state of the Chinese economy. Its recovery is still a long shot. India, on the other hand, is a sharp contrast. It is the world's fastest growing major economy, and the bull run in the Indian market seems unstoppable. Indian stocks are witnessing a record rally. Both the Sensex and the Nifty have touched new highs, and this rally may not end anytime soon. Foreign investors are buying into Indian companies. They're making bets worth billions of dollars. Now, this could be an outcome of a decision made by the American Central Bank last week. We're talking about the US Federal Reserve, better known as the US Fed. The Fed slashed interest rates. And this was their first rate cut since 2020, the first in 4 years. And what happens when a rate cut is announced? When a central bank cuts interest rates, it increases the flow of money into the economy, so loans become cheaper. And that makes investing in debt less attractive. Think of the loans taken out by governments or the borrowing by the private sector. They issue bonds to raise money. When interest rates are high, investors make more money by buying these bonds because the interest rate is high. But when the rates fall, it makes bonds less appealing. The return on investment from these bonds drops, and no investor likes that, so they start moving their money. Some turn to the stock market. They invest in stocks for better returns. This could explain the influx of foreign money into the Indian markets. Foreign investors have more cash in hand. The bonds are looking less attractive, so they're buying shares of Indian companies. And it makes sense. Indian markets continue to make gains. They're delivering better returns than their global peers. Take the Nifty, for example. This is an index of India's top 50 companies. Nifty's one-year returns stand at 25%. Which means if you put 100 rupees into the Nifty, your investment will grow to 125 rupees. That's a profit of 25 rupees. Now compare this to the American markets like the S&P 500. It's the index of America's top 500 companies. And what's the one-year return of S&P 500? 22%. So 25% versus 22%. Clearly, Indian markets are giving superior returns. And that is why the world is turning to Indian stocks. But that's just one side of the story. Not everyone is making money in this market. A large segment of investors is losing millions, if not billions of rupees. We're talking about the retail investors in India. Those who invest in complex instruments like futures and options. They're called derivatives. India's market regulator has done a study about these derivatives. The regulator is SEBI, the Securities and Exchange Board of India. It's the market watchdog. It looked into investments made by 11 million retail traders. These are individual traders, people like you and me, those who invest directly in the stock market. 11 million. These traders bought derivatives and suffered big losses. In the last 3 years, they have lost over 1.8 lakh crore rupees. That's over $20 billion in losses in the last 3 years. $20 billion. There are more staggering findings from this study. Most traders suffer a loss in these trades. 93 out of 100 retail traders made a loss. 93 out of 100. On average, each lost more than 1 lakh rupees. That's more than $1,000. And what is the profile of these traders? Who are these people? 76% of them earn less than 5 lakh rupees in a year. That's over $5,000. Nearly half of them are below 30 years of age, and more than 70% of them come from small towns of India. What does this data tell you? Young investors with limited incomes and small savings are betting in the market, and they're suffering heavy losses. Any expert would tell you that these are not sound investments. Trading in derivatives is different from buying stock. These investments have a high risk. When you buy a stock, you're purchasing shares at its current market price. The number you can see on your trading screen. Derivative trading is like making a prediction. You predict the future value of a share and then you make a bet. Clearly, most of these investors are making the wrong bets. And this is not investment really, this is gambling. More and more Indians are falling prey to this. They're attracted to the markets by the current rally, but they end up suffering losses. SEBI is now trying to protect these investors. It plans to introduce strict rules for trading in the derivatives market, and we say it is the need of the hour. When Sheikh Hasina was ousted, one thing was clear. India would have it tough in Dhaka. Just how tough, though? We're realizing it now. There's a new flashpoint between India and Bangladesh, and at the center of it is India's Home Minister, Amit Shah. Last week, he was campaigning in the state of Jharkhand. Elections are expected there in November this year, so Amit Shah was holding a rally. Listen to what he said.
मुझे बताओ, ये भूमि हमारे आदिवासियों की है या रोहिंग्या बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों की है? जोर से बोलो। मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं, आप यहां कमल फूल की सरकार बनाओ, एक घुसपैठियों को हम उल्टा लटका कर सीधा करने का काम हम करेंगे.
He said the BJP will hang Bangladeshi infiltrators upside down Naturally, Dhaka is not happy about this. They summoned India's Deputy High Commissioner in Bangladesh. They also handed over a protest note. Listen to what it says. I'm quoting. The ministry conveyed its serious reservation, deep sense of hurt and extreme displeasure and called upon the government of India to advise the political leaders to refrain from making such objectionable and unacceptable remarks. Now, just to be clear, this has happened before. In 2018, Amit Shah called Bangladeshi migrants termites. Sheikh Hasina was in power then. Her ministers did criticize these comments, but no official protest was lodged. In 2019, there was a repeat. Amit Shah called Bangladeshi citizens infiltrators. That too ahead of Hasina's visit to New Delhi, but again, no official protest. So what has changed this time? The regime in Dhaka, that's what has changed. Sheikh Hasina in New Delhi had a comfortable equation. They knew where to draw the line. They knew how to respect each other and how to handle things privately. Basically, to not make a spectacle out of differences. But Mohammed Yunus thinks differently. He's keen on public clashes. We saw that with the recent floods. His ministers openly blamed India without any evidence. Also at the border, Dhaka accused India of trying to illegally build a fence. India later said it was a cattle fence, nothing devious or shady. And now you have this official diplomatic protest. It's clearly a change in Dhaka's approach. The question is, how long will it last? Well, Yunus is not going anywhere. Bangladesh's army chief has promised to back him, and I'm quoting, "Come what may." That's what the army chief has said. He says Yunus will implement key reforms. What about elections? The army thinks elections could be held within 18 months. And a lot could change in that time. The Jamaat-e-Islami could regroup. Yunus could float his own party. But whatever happens, one thing looks clear. The anti-India sentiment is unlikely to go away. Yunus is actually in the United States right now. He's scheduled to address the United Nations General Assembly. But more important are his bilateral meetings. Yunus met US President Joe Biden today. It was the first US-Bangladesh bilateral in many years. And for Biden, it's a policy change. He kept Sheikh Hasina at an arm's length. He even sanctioned some Bangladeshi officials. But with Mohammed Yunus, he wants a reset. This will surely ignite more speculation about Yunus in Washington. Many already see him as America's guy in Dhaka. But even otherwise, there's a lot at stake. The US is Bangladesh's top export destination. Yunus also needs the US to help secure some funding from the IMF. Hence this outreach. And Mohammed Yunus is also meeting China's foreign minister in New York, plus the leaders of Italy and Kuwait. But guess who he did not meet? Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Dhaka says Yunus had reached New York late, so the meeting could not happen. But Foreign Minister Jaishankar did meet Dhaka's caretaker foreign minister. Later, he posted this short message on X. No mention of issues, no promises to expand cooperation. Jaishankar simply said, conversation focused on bilateral ties. Maybe it's vague by design. The fact is, both sides need to make an effort here. India is making an effort, but Bangladesh is not. A new security crisis has erupted there in the Chittagong Hill Tracts. Now, this is a sensitive area bordering India's northeast. It used to be dominated by Buddhist and Hindu communities. But in the 1980s, Dhaka began settling Bengalis there. And since then, it's been pretty tense. Last week, a Bengali man was lynched in this region. In response, there were attacks on the indigenous minorities, especially the Buddhists. Some of them have asked Prime Minister Modi to intervene to ensure their safety. And this sums up the problem here. Dhaka is indifferent to India's concerns and interests. Prime Minister Modi has been asking Yunus to protect minorities, but Yunus says the attacks are exaggerated. This is not how you build a relationship. You must engage in good faith. You must be willing to put the past behind. But is Mohammed Yunus ready to do that? Or has he given in to anti-India politics? The answers so far are pretty clear. And staying with the region, let's look at another Indian neighbor, Myanmar. The country is in the middle of a civil war right now. The ruling junta is on one side, an ethnic rebel alliance is on the other side. Now, India has always demanded a return to democracy, but it's never condemned the junta, not like Western countries have, which is why a new development has raised questions. Look at this report. It says rebel groups have been invited to a seminar in New Delhi. It's being organized by the ICWA, that's the Indian Council of World Affairs. It's a government-funded council. Even Foreign Minister Jaishankar is part of it. And who got the invite? The National Unity Government, which is a parallel regime, the Chin National Front, the Arakan Army, and the Kachin Independence Army. These are armed ethnic militias. They are fighting to topple the military regime. Their goals remain a bit unclear, but the broad agreement is to re-establish democracy in Myanmar. So if India invites these groups, it's a big move. It would mean that New Delhi is keeping its options open. But frankly, it's not a surprise. Minister Jaishankar had met the junta's foreign minister in July. Look at his statement afterwards. And I'm quoting, India supports the return of democracy in Myanmar and engages all stakeholders in that regard. Let me underline, all stakeholders. And why not? The junta is not as strong as it used to be. The rebels now control around 50% of the country. At first, the fighting was limited to border regions, but now they're targeting the heartland. Military bases have been attacked. Even the junta chief's house was targeted. These rebels also have powerful supporters. Reports say Western volunteers have joined their fight. We're talking about ex-soldiers from the US and Britain. They're training and fighting with the rebels. Officially, their governments may criticize it, but surely they are in the know. Reports also say that the rebels are armed and funded by the West. What about the other side? Well, the junta is mainly backed by Russia and China, but China is also playing both sides. They support the rebels and the junta. In this backdrop, you can see what India is trying to do. Almost everyone is meddling in Myanmar. So you must be prepared for anything. You can't operate in darkness. Plus, India has a lot at stake here. We share a 1,600-kilometer long border with Myanmar. Many communities on both sides share familial ties. Some armed groups also operate near the border. They cross over, they launch attacks, and then cross back. It's a big headache for India. That is why the government is planning to fence the border to increase security. New Delhi also has important investments in Myanmar, like the $400 million Kaladan port and a $250 million road project. These initiatives require local support. The junta sitting in the capital cannot offer that. You must engage the local ethnic armies. And all of this makes one thing quite clear. It is in India's interest to engage with the rebels. The only question is, what is the end goal? Is it only about protecting investments? Is it about bringing back democracy? Is it about sending a message to the junta? Or is it about keeping the likes of China and the West in check? Possibly it's a mix of all of these. The last few years have certainly made Indian diplomacy more flexible. No one is off limits anymore. Not the Taliban in Afghanistan, not the Islamists in Dhaka, the Marxists in Sri Lanka, and not the rebels in Myanmar. It's a policy rooted in ground realities and pragmatism. In the Pacific, another conflict is building up. A Russian airplane violated Japan's airspace. It was a first since 2019. Tokyo issued multiple warnings. The Russian plane paid no heed. So Japan did the unprecedented. It fired warning flares at the military plane from Russia. This is the first time Japan's Air Force has fired flares since 1958, the first since 1958. So this was an extreme step for them. But it also shows you that Tokyo has had enough. In the last 1 year, Japan has scrambled jets 669 times. In the last 1 month, there have been repeated drills and incursions by Chinese and Russian militaries, all of which has left Japan alarmed. So why are Moscow and Beijing testing Tokyo's limits? Our next report tells you.
It was around 1 p.m. local time. A Russian Il-38 patrol plane entered the Japanese airspace above Raeburn Islands. Tokyo immediately scrambled its jets. It warned the Russian plane. The plane ignored Japan's warnings. It violated Japan's airspace 3 times. On the 3rd time, Japan used flares, a first since 1958. Tokyo has since defended its action, calling it a legitimate response. The defense minister says Japan issued warnings to the Russian plane, but it didn't respond. It was only after multiple warnings that Tokyo used flares. Japan has lodged an extremely stern protest with Moscow.
The airspace violation is extremely regrettable, and today, we strongly protested to the Russian government through diplomatic channels. and urged them to prevent recurrence of such an incident.
Russia is yet to respond. This is the first incursion by a Russian aircraft since 2019. Earlier this month, a Russian aircraft did fly around the area. Back then as well, Japan scrambled its jets. But the Tu-142 plane did not enter Japanese airspace. Instead, it flew over these islands. Japan calls them the Northern Territories. Russia calls them the Kurils. These are a string of volcanic islands, and they're disputed. Soviet troops invaded them in the final days of World War II. Moscow considers them a part of its territory. Tokyo says it's illegally occupied by Russia. The islands are at the heart of a long feud between the two countries ever since the end of World War II. In fact, it prevented them from signing a World War II peace treaty formally. But this incursion isn't just about these islands, it has to do with another neighbor, China. Recently, Russia and China held joint drills in the Sea of Japan. It was the largest of its kind in 3 decades. Just a day ahead of the incursion, Chinese and Russian warships sailed around the Japanese northern coast. Japan says it has scrambled its jets 669 times between April 2023 and March 2024. 70% was against Chinese military aircraft, but it did not include incursions, and there have been a few of them. In August, a Chinese military aircraft entered Japan's airspace. Tokyo called it a serious violation of its sovereignty. And now there's another incursion, this time by Russia. The timing is significant. On Saturday, the Quad met in Delaware. The statement didn't mention China by name, but the US president was caught in a hot mic moment. He said Beijing was testing the group in the region. Then on Monday, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida met Ukrainian President Zelenskyy. Japan has long supported Kyiv in the war. This meeting was to further extend cooperation. So the sheer increase in the number of incursions and drills isn't just a coincidence. It's a message to Japan. Both Moscow and Beijing may have different reasons, but their goal is similar, to deter Tokyo in the region. But their actions could have the opposite effect. For decades, Japan has been a pacifist nation. It's enshrined in their constitution. But Tokyo seems to be leaving that behind. The government is on its biggest military spending spree in decades. Tokyo wants to expand its armed forces. And these incursions are likely to push Japan further in that direction.
Now let's turn our attention to the UK. The country got a new government in July. Britain's Labour Party returned to power after 14 long years. They were propelled to power thanks to their predecessors, the UK Conservative Party, also known as the Tories. The Tories gave Britain 5 prime ministers in 14 years. They brought about Brexit and effectively tanked the British economy under the country's shortest-serving Prime Minister, Liz Truss. You would remember this. Truss was Prime Minister for 49 days. Her shelf life was famously shorter than that of a lettuce. But now, after a few months of Labour rule, Truss is looking quite fresh. She has crawled out of the woodwork and says that things in Britain would have been better had she been in charge. Can you imagine? The Prime Minister who crushed the economy, who brought the pound to an all-time low, thinks that she would be doing a better job than the people in charge right now. That is the state of British politics and the dismay surrounding the new Labour government. It starts at the top with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Starmer was not really a charismatic leader to start with, but he won the last election thanks to his opponents. Their mistakes propelled him to power because the British people were fed up with the Tories. But winning the election was just the opening act. The real job is actually governing. And in just about 80 days in charge, Keir Starmer has already disappointed and angered the public. Look at this opinion poll. It says Starmer is already less popular than his predecessor, Rishi Sunak. Sunak has a minus 25% approval rating. Not making this up. Minus 25% for Rishi Sunak. Most British people think he's terrible. But Keir Starmer's rating is minus 26, a point worse off than even Sunak. How did this happen just 80 odd days after Starmer trounced Sunak in the election? Well, two major factors are to blame. The first is a ridiculous scandal involving clothing donations. Keir Starmer was given clothing worth £16,200. His wife was also given about £5,000 worth of clothing. That's over $28,000 worth of clothes for the Starmers. You have to wonder, where do you draw the line between political donations and lavish, luxurious gifts? And remember, the Labour Party had promised to be responsible, that they wouldn't have parties and get into scandals like the Tories. So after all that preaching, the clothing donations were in poor taste. Keir Starmer is being pulled up for accepting the clothes and then failing to disclose them. Not exactly a good look. And it wasn't just Starmer. His Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, and his Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, did this too. They both took thousands of pounds worth of free clothing from donors, and this has led to outrage in Britain. It has dampened the sentiment around the annual Labour Party conference. The conference is taking place in Liverpool. It was supposed to be a celebration, but this is how it started.
Welcome back to Liverpool. Welcome to conference, our biggest conference ever, and the first one in 15 years with Labour in government. And change has started. And today we're going to set out, and over the next coming days, how we're fixing the foundations and rebuilding our country. So enjoy conference. Very, very good to be here.
Should you have taken those freebies, Prime Minister?
So much for the celebrations. Over the last few days, the Labour Party has been trying to limit the damage. Keir Starmer has promised to stop accepting clothing donations. And the rest of the party has been trying to get the focus back on their message. But that is also a problem, because their message is also unpopular. Starmer wants to fix things, but he says things will get worse before they get better. He says rebuilding Britain will mean making tough choices, and one of those choices is apparently letting pensioners freeze. The UK has been suffering from a cost of living crisis for years, but there was some small relief for pensioners. They would be given a winter fuel payment by the government, a small allowance to spend on extra heating costs in the winter. But now the Labour government has decided to restrict this allowance. It will only go to pensioners who can prove that they need the money. The move is expected to save the government about £1.4 billion annually by stopping payments to about 10 million pensioners. The plan has led to an outcry, and it's one of the reasons for Starmer's dwindling popularity. This, together with the clothing donation scandal, has tanked his ratings, leaving him more unpopular than Rishi Sunak and the Tories. The Labour Party's honeymoon period is already over. They will need to win public confidence back, because sooner or later, public anger will make itself felt, as Sunak, Truss and all the others know all too well. Now let's look at Albania. It's a country in southeastern Europe, in the region known as the Balkans. Albania is home to less than 3 million people of various religions and faiths. The country is often cited as a good example of religious tolerance. But now their Prime Minister wants to go a step further. He has proposed the creation of a new country within Albania's capital, Tirana. He's proposed a religious micro-state, like the Vatican City in Rome. The one in Albania is to be the sovereign territory of an Islamic Sufi sect known as the Bektashi order. Our next report has the details.
A soaring rate of crime, a male-to-female ratio of about 6:1, and the highest per capita wine consumption in the world. We aren't talking about some pirate haven here. These are some figures from the world's smallest country, Vatican City. Vatican City is a microstate, located entirely within Rome. The absurd stats you heard are a byproduct of this unique situation. The Vatican is a religious microstate, populated almost entirely by male members of the Catholic clergy. The Vatican is also a tourist and therefore pickpocketing hotspot. This has given rise to all those strange figures. Now, Albania is planning to come up with its own microstate, one that'll be even smaller, about a quarter of the size of the Vatican, and entirely located within Albania's capital, Tirana. It'll be called the Sovereign State of the Bektashi Order. This plan was announced by Albania's Prime Minister, Edi Rama, at the ongoing United Nations General Assembly session in New York. And yesterday, he put up this post on social media, extolling the virtues of the Bektashi Order. It's an Islamic Sufi mystic sect which originated in the 13th century. It was founded in what is today Turkey. The sect is known for its tolerance, mysticism, and devotion to dervishes. The order grew in prominence over the years and expanded to the outer reaches of the Ottoman Empire, the Balkans, especially modern-day Albania, Kosovo, and North Macedonia. The order was headquartered in Turkey until 1925, when it was expelled by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. After that, its headquarters shifted to Tirana in Albania, where it has been based since. The order's current head is Edmund Brahimaj, better known as Baba Mundi. He hopes to lead the new Vatican-style microstate and says it'll allow alcohol, let women wear what they want, and impose no lifestyle rules. The Albanian Prime Minister, Edi Rama, says that the Bektashi state will be a new center of moderation, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence. The new microstate won't come up immediately. It'll take Albania time to work out the details, but some things have been proposed. The territorial limit has been fixed as the order's current domain, approximately 10 hectares of land. The new state will grant citizenship only to religious leaders and administrators, operating like the Vatican does. Other details are still being worked out, but the plan is already facing pushback. Leaders of the Muslim community in Albania say they weren't consulted. Muslims make up about half of Albania's population. The Bektashis make up about 5%, so the move is being seen as positive discrimination for a minority community. But the community itself is divided. There are still Bektashis living in Turkey, and they have rejected the idea of a Bektashi state in Albania. Then there's the political criticism about how Prime Minister Rama sprung the news at an international forum before announcing the plan in Albania. His critics say it's a gimmick to get good international press and ignore domestic issues. So there are a number of issues with the proposal, and it won't amount to much if the new state isn't recognized, which means it's far from certain that the new microstate will actually come into existence. So the Vatican can rest easy, because its reputation as the world's smallest country is safe, for now.
For our next story, let me tell you about Archana Kamath, a 33-year-old lecturer and the mother of a 4-year-old child living in India's Karnataka. Earlier this month, Kamath underwent surgery, a liver donation surgery. She was donating the organ to a relative. According to social media, the recipient was a sister of Kamath's mother-in-law. She is 63 years old. Her liver was 60% damaged, and apparently she'd been searching for a donor for 1.5 years, so Kamath volunteered to help. She offered to donate a part of her liver. The procedure itself went smoothly, but later Kamath developed some complications and she died last Sunday. While the reasons why Kamath donated a part of her organ to a distant relative are hard to verify, one thing is clear: she made the ultimate sacrifice. She gave a part of herself to help someone else. But tonight our story is not just about Kamath, it's about women everywhere who give and keep giving, but rarely receive. We'll explain, but first, the basics. What is organ transplantation? It's a medical procedure where an organ is removed from one body and placed in another. The donation can be made in 2 ways. The first is a deceased donation, where organs are given at the time of the donor's death, immediately after death. The second is living organ donation, where a living person can donate their organs. Now, this process of transplantation comes with risks, physical risks, of course. There is about 17% risk of physical complications like infections, bleeding, and clots. Plus, the surgery can have a lasting effect on the donor. In some cases, it can even lead to death. But in almost all cases, donating an organ comes with emotional concerns. Donors experience grief, guilt, disappointment, distress, and anxiety. Many have to live with a lower quality of life, and this does not come as a surprise. Giving someone a part of yourself is indeed a great deed, but it can also be a burden. And you know who shoulders most of this burden? Women. Let's stay with India. Between 1995 and 2021, 80% of the living donors were women. 80% of the donors were women. Most of them were wives and mothers, basically married women. Meanwhile, do you know how many women were organ recipients? Only about 20%. Let me repeat that. 80% of the donors are women, but 80% of the recipients are men. This after women face more health security than men. It's a glaring gender disparity. And like most things sexist, it is rarely limited by borders. Let's look at global data. Every year, about 2/3 of all organ donations are kidney transplants. And 60% of all kidney donors are women the world over, while 65% of the recipients are men. And this is not just about kidneys. The disparity applies to most organ transplants: livers, hearts, lungs, even pancreas. Men are the priority. The question is why? I'll answer this with an example. Let's look at the Philippines. This Asian country is an outlier. They follow a matriarchal system where women have a higher social status. Do you know the result? They have the lowest proportion of female donors in the continent, 50%. So coming back to the question, why do more women donate their organs the world over? Because of the social order. Women have a low social status. They are conditioned to be caregivers, nurturers. They have an assumed duty to sacrifice for the family. The extent of that sacrifice apparently is limitless. Have you heard of Oktoberfest? It's the world's biggest beer festival. It started in Munich in 1810 and it's still going. But this year, the festival has a new addition to the menu: non-alcoholic beer. Sounds a little absurd, right? Why would the world's biggest beer festival sell non-alcoholic beer? Well, it has to do with the rising popularity of non-alcoholic beverages. It used to be a niche, but now it's a rapidly growing market. A lot of this has to do with the changing social norms around drinking. Our next report tells you why non-alcoholic beverages are the new cool thing.
It's cold, it's foaming, it's poured straight from the pump. But it won't leave you with a hangover tomorrow. So what is this miracle drink? Well, it's beer, but the non-alcoholic kind. And this year it's on the menu at the Oktoberfest, the world's biggest beer festival.
For people who don't like to drink alcohol and want to enjoy the Oktoberfest as well, I think it's a good option. But sometimes people feel like they have more fun with alcohol, which is not a good thing, because you can also have fun without alcohol. So if you like to drink alcohol-free beer, I think that's definitely an option for you.
The German beer industry started making non-alcoholic beverages in the 1990s. But the demand remained stagnant. It was around 2% of the market share. But in the last 3 years, it has seen a surge. It's gone up to 10% now, which means more and more people are drinking them.
I really like non-alcoholic beer because I like more beer, of course, but you can't drink it the whole day if you have to work, if you have to drive, everything else. And you can't drink beer every day, unfortunately.
In 2020, the global non-alcoholic beverages market was worth $923 million. In 2028, it could be worth more than $1.7 trillion. And contributing to this growth is a societal and cultural shift. Social gatherings have long been associated with alcohol. You socialize, you drink, and you spend the rest of the next day recovering. Well, not anymore. More and more people are prioritizing health over temporary indulgence. From reducing calorie intake to avoiding the dreaded hangover, choosing a non-alcoholic drink is rooted in a desire for a healthier lifestyle. Then there's Gen Z. They're not drinking as much. Gen Zers drink 20% less than millennials on an average. Many Gen Zers are abstaining from booze altogether, and it has to do with heightened awareness. Which brings us to the industry. Creating a non-alcoholic beer is a complex process. It's not just about not adding alcohol, it's about maintaining the same flavor profile. And there are more options than ever. It's not just non-alcoholic beer, there's non-alcoholic wine, dry spirits, botanicals, and pre-mixed mocktails.
Brewers know that if you reduce the alcohol or if you have no alcohol in the beer, you have a lack of aroma quality. And we produce or we breed special hop varieties that you can fill this lack of aroma in a beer, that the non-alcoholic beers have a fully taste as good as a alcohol beer.
So the future of drinking is changing. Non-alcoholic beverages are no longer a trend. It's a redefinition of what it means to drink. A drink doesn't need to contain alcohol to be celebratory, and social connection doesn't require a buzz. To drink or not to drink, well, the choice is yours.
Have you heard of Tupperware? It's an American utensil brand. They make durable and reliable kitchen containers. It's a household name in most countries, including here in India. But now Tupperware has filed for bankruptcy. The company just couldn't keep up with the times. They made plastic in Greta Thunberg's world. So the company went broke. Here in India, it's triggered a meme fest. Social media users say Indian moms had a special affection for Tupperware, and the reactions are hilarious. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Protesters hurl firecrackers at a government building in Mexico. An art installation in Qatar's capital, Doha, showcases 15,000 teddy bears, each representing a child killed in Gaza. And a rare diamond necklace from 18th century France heads to auction. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1932, B.R. Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhi agreed upon the Pune Pact. They had sparred over the allocation of separate electorates for Dalits. Ambedkar was in favor of it, but Gandhi thought it would divide the society. So the two leaders reached an agreement. The Pune Pact scrapped the idea of separate electorates for Dalits, but it increased the number of reserved seats for them. This further shaped India's electoral system in the years to come. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Eric Ham, live in Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. But before that, here's a look at the latest headlines. The United States is deploying more troops to the Middle East amid rising tensions. This after Israeli strikes on Lebanon killed nearly 500 people yesterday, making it one of the bloodiest days in the country in decades. Ukraine accuses China of allowing foreign technology to enter Russia. Kyiv also claims drone and missile technology originating from the United States and the West is also making its way into Russia. More than 400 economists endorsed Kamala Harris and her vision for the U.S. economy. This just one day before the Democratic presidential candidate is expected to roll out her economic policies in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. The United States will donate 1 million Mpox vaccines and $500 million to African countries as Mpox cases exceed 30,000 on the continent. And airplane maker Boeing makes a final offer of a 30% wage hike to its employees. More than 30,000 Boeing workers have already been on strike for nearly a month after rejecting a 25% pay increase. We start off in the United States and the race for the White House. Former President Donald Trump is doing slightly better than Vice President Kamala Harris in 3 key battleground Sunbelt states. The Sunbelt is a region in the United States that stretches across the southeast to the southwest. It roughly consists of 16 states, including the swing states of Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. According to the latest New York Times Siena College poll, Donald Trump is now 5 points ahead of Kamala Harris in Arizona. The Republican presidential candidate also holds a lead of 4 points in Georgia and just 2 points ahead of the his Democratic opponent in North Carolina. President Joe Biden won Arizona and Georgia in 2020. And Democrats haven't won North Carolina since 2008 during Barack Obama's historic run to the White House. However, this time, Donald Trump's slight lead suggests that this election could be one of the tightest in American history. The New York Times Siena poll found that for many undecided voters, Donald Trump's character, personality, and behavior are pressing concerns. Some of these voters even said that the former president could be a potential threat to American democracy. Meanwhile, far fewer undecided voters expressed worries about the vice president's behavior. However, they were doubtful about her judgment, honesty, and most importantly, her capability of handling the economy.
I mean, just from the atmosphere around here, I feel like it's kind of surprising that it's a swing state to me. I feel like most supporters around here are for Trump. You see more Trump signs and banners and flags here than anything anywhere else.
I don't think anything could affect it. If you were going to vote for him, you're always going to vote for him. Because the people that are always going to vote for him are not voting for him because it's Trump. They're voting for the policies, they're voting for the resume, they're voting for what he already did, and they're voting for the life that we had 4 years ago.
Now, if Donald Trump manages to win these 3 Sunbelt states, he would only need one of the crucial swing states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to win the election in November. However, Kamala Harris could still win the White House even if she loses Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. Buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride now through November. And with less than 45 days to go before voters in the United States head to the polls, Donald Trump's running mate J.D. Vance blamed Kamala Harris for skyrocketing egg prices, claiming they had risen to $4 per dozen while standing in a supermarket in Pennsylvania. But there was one glaring issue. The price tags behind him showed eggs at $2.99 per dozen. What was meant to be a political statement quickly turned into a viral moment as social media lit up with jokes about the senator's scrambled facts. It was another foot-in-mouth moment for the vice presidential hopeful, something that's becoming more commonplace for the novice politician. Here's more from the campaign trail.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Very nice to meet you.
It was a sunny Saturday in Reading, Pennsylvania. And J.D. Vance was making his rounds at a local grocery store, trying to drive home his message about inflation. With two of his kids tagging along, Vance headed straight for the egg section, determined to highlight what he saw as the disastrous effects of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's policies.
Look, yes, buddy. You want some eggs? Yeah. Let's talk about eggs, because these guys actually eat about 14 eggs every single morning. Is that right? Yeah. Whoa. We'll be careful about this. Eggs, when Kamala Harris took office, were short of $1.50 a dozen. Now a dozen eggs will cost you around $4 thanks to Kamala Harris's inflationary policies.
It was a moment that was supposed to perfectly encapsulate Vance's message about the struggles of everyday Americans. But as the camera zoomed in on him, something in the background caught the attention of sharp-eyed viewers. Right there on the shelves behind Vance were cartons of eggs priced at $2.99. And then came a social media storm. Within minutes, clips of the scene were circulating online. One user on social media platform X wrote, "I know math isn't your strong suit, but that's 2 dozen." Another chimed in, "Stop lying to your party to get votes." The internet pounced, turning Vance's grocery store trip into a viral meme. While the irony was hard to ignore, there was a bit of truth to Vance's claims. According to some reports, the average price of eggs in Pennsylvania had climbed to around $4.52. But standing in front of $2.99 cartons made the whole thing a bit awkward, to say the least. Now, eggs weren't the only item on Vance's inflation list. He claimed ground beef used to be just $4 a pound, but now it's closer to $6. He then pivoted to the broader economy, criticizing high interest rates and claiming that they were making it impossible for people to afford homes.
These people have been suffering for months or even years. In Springfield, Ohio, people are getting evicted from their apartments and from their homes to make way for people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. That is a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
But while his egg prices may have missed the mark, Donald Trump's running mate wasn't done. Later that weekend, he sat down for a big event in Hershey, Pennsylvania, with political commentator Tucker Carlson. The two conservatives traded jokes about their careers and took aim at polls, claiming they were skewed in favor of liberals. Vance even reminded the crowd of the 2016 election, where Trump defied poll predictions in Wisconsin and hinted that history might, in fact, repeat itself. As Vance and Carlson wrapped up their chat, the audience seemed energized. But online, the egg saga wasn't going away anytime soon. Social media was relentless, and the $2.99 price tags were now forever tied to Vance's message about inflation.
And staying in the United States, the U.S. government is planning to ban certain technology that is made in China and Russia used in automobiles. These imports allow smart cars to use Bluetooth and the internet to connect with the outside world and driverless systems. The software is specifically used to communicate in cases of emergencies. However, Washington says using Chinese and Russian-made technology on American roads poses a national security risk. Embedding such software and hardware in American vehicles could lead to the possibility of remote sabotage. The Biden administration is concerned that China and Russia could hack American vehicles, make them collide, and collect the personal data of drivers.
Cars today have cameras, microphones, GPS tracking, and other technologies connected to the internet. It doesn't take much imagination to understand how a foreign adversary with access to this information could pose a serious risk to both our national security and the privacy of U.S. citizens. To address these national security concerns, the Commerce Department is taking targeted, proactive steps to keep PRC and Russian-manufactured technologies off American roads.
The proposal would ban the sale of import of vehicles with the technology installed by China and Russia, and it could be extended to other U.S. adversaries as well. The software ban will go into effect in 2027, and the hardware ban will take effect in 2030. Chinese automakers will also be prevented from testing self-driving cars on U.S. roads. However, the restrictions would not apply to cars that have Chinese software installed already being used in the United States.
While connected vehicles yield many benefits, the data security and cybersecurity risks posed by software and hardware components sourced from the People's Republic of China and other countries of concern are equally clear, and we will continue to take necessary steps to mitigate these risks and get out ahead of the problem.
The U.S. Department of Commerce has given the public 30 days to comment on the proposed ban, which will be finalized by January 20th of next year. The Biden administration's latest move escalates the U.S. restrictions on Chinese technology even further, and Washington has already locked in a trade war with Beijing that began last year. This includes tariffs on batteries and minerals, and a 100% import duty on electric vehicles, and a ban on exporting semiconductors to China. And now to South America, where tensions between Argentina and Venezuela have reached a boiling point. In a dramatic escalation, both countries have now issued arrest warrants for each other's presidents. In fact, Venezuela was the first to act, targeting Argentina's President Javier Milei for the alleged theft of a Venezuelan cargo plane. President Milei has been accused of ordering the dismantling of a seized Boeing 747 aircraft, which Argentina confiscated in 2022, suspecting it of having links to international terror groups.
This Attorney's Office of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela announces the assignment of the attorneys who are carrying out the pertinent diligence of the case and are processing the arrest warrant against the citizens Javier Milei, President of the Republic of Argentina.
The Venezuelan Attorney General has also issued arrest warrants for Argentina's Security Minister and President Milei's sister.
He is a neo-Nazi fascist and a thief who steals airplanes that belong to the Venezuelan people and the Venezuelan nation. One day, he wakes up and pretends to be a human beast. Another day, he appears with a wig and says he does not know his sexual identity.
Now in retaliation, an Argentine court has ordered the arrest of Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro and several top aides. The Argentine court accused Venezuela of crimes against humanity, including the kidnapping and torture of Venezuelan citizens. The court has also requested Interpol to issue a red notice for Maduro's arrest, marking a significant escalation in diplomatic hostilities. The feud between the two South American nations has been intensifying since President Milei, an outspoken critic of Maduro's socialist regime, took office in December. And Argentina is among the several countries that have refused to recognize Maduro's highly contentious re-election victory in July. So as the standoff continues, it underscores the growing ideological divide between Argentine President Milei's anarcho-capitalist approach and Venezuelan President Maduro's socialist stronghold. And finally, the United Kingdom is facing unprecedented flash floods after parts of England and Wales received a month's worth of rain in just 24 hours. The deluge brought chaos, which turned roads into rivers, causing travel delays and property damage. Emergency services were stretched thin as the London Fire Brigade scrambled to respond to over 300 flood-related emergencies. Here's more on the unprecedented flooding.
The UK is no stranger to sudden downpours, where the weather can switch from a pleasant afternoon to a soggy mess in the blink of an eye. Yesterday, however, parts of England and Wales witnessed a deluge so intense that a whole month's worth of rainfall fell within just 24 hours. This relentless rainfall brought flash floods, wreaking havoc on transport systems and leaving a trail of damaged properties in its wake. In London, roads turned into canals, and some train lines were forced to shut down. Meanwhile, hundreds of residents found themselves stranded in their own homes as the water levels rose.
I'm not angry, I'm stupefied at the way, the inability to actually look at cost-effective solutions. We're not saying do an expensive job, do a job which is worth doing.
Clearly last night there was a hell of a rainfall and the river started rising. When I got up this morning, the back garden was partially flooded. Now it's completely flooded. And it must be under about 8 or 9 inches of water. It's never been this bad since we've lived here in 2013.
Over in England's Leighton Buzzard, Oxfordshire and Bedfordshire, the streets morphed into roaring rivers, with locals remarking that they hadn't seen such severe flooding in over a decade. In places like Luton, Dunstable and Woburn, thunderstorms piled on the misery. Authorities did not waste any time issuing more than 20 flood warnings for areas like Leighton Buzzard, Luton and parts of London. In addition, over 80 flood alerts were dispatched, suggesting that the downpour might just be a preview of what's to come. These warnings steadily increased throughout the day as conditions worsened. The London Fire Brigade was overwhelmed with over 300 flood-related emergency calls. The teams sprang to action, rescuing those trapped in submerged cars and homes. Their efforts extended underground too, as commuters stuck in tube stations desperately needed assistance. Schools and businesses in Bedfordshire and Oxfordshire also closed their doors. Some had to bring back their remote learning setups, much like the pandemic days, to continue their work. But the floods weren't the only thing making headlines. AFC Wimbledon's Carabao Cup clash with Newcastle United was called off after a giant sinkhole appeared on the pitch, leaving the stadium out of action and the match's future date undecided. A yellow warning remains in effect across England and southeast Wales, cautioning that heavy rainfall could bring more floods, power cuts and travel chaos. The Met Office has forecasted continued downpours in southern and central parts of the country this week. By Wednesday, another spell of prolonged rain is predicted to drench England and Wales, followed by an icy blast from the Arctic, which would lower temperatures across the UK by the end of the week, as Britons grapple with the rapid realities of climate change and its impact.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks everyone again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the simmering tensions in the Horn of Africa, where an already widening rift between Somalia and Ethiopia has worsened, with Egypt picking sides. In the latest, Cairo has delivered more weapons to Somalia, a move that is further likely to worsen the conflict with Ethiopia. An Egyptian ship delivered a significant consignment of military equipment to Somalia on Monday. As per reports, the weapons include anti-aircraft guns and artillery. Somali Defence Minister thanked Egypt in a social media post. The minister was himself present at the port during the delivery and was overseeing the offloading of arms. He said Somalia has passed the stage where they were dictated to, and now they will choose their enemies and allies themselves. Egyptian Foreign Ministry said the shipment reaffirms the country's ongoing central role in supporting the Somali military. Meanwhile, Somalia's breakaway region, Somaliland, has been alarmed by Egypt's military aid to Somalia. Its foreign ministry, in a statement, said that it is concerned that the weapons could land in the wrong hands, including those of terrorists. Now, this is the second such delivery from Egypt to Somalia, as ties deteriorate with their mutual rival Ethiopia. Tensions erupted after Ethiopia signed a deal with Somaliland to gain access to its port and coastline to build a naval base. In exchange, it agreed to become the first nation to officially recognize Somaliland. But Somalia called this deal an attack on its sovereignty. Egypt, which is at odds with Ethiopia over a dam on the Nile River, has forged close ties with Somalia amidst the mutual mistrust. Cairo has also offered to deploy its troops in Somalia that can potentially replace the Ethiopian troops that are stationed in the country fighting al-Shabaab terrorists. In further signs of strains, Egypt on Sunday asked all of its nationals in Somaliland to leave the region urgently, citing security concerns. Now, this followed a decision by Somaliland to shut an Egyptian cultural center in its capital last week. It also asked all of its staff to leave the territory. The Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed earlier warned the rivals against invasion, which he said will trigger strong retaliation. Somalia's close ally, Turkey, has been mediating talks between the neighbors Ethiopia and Somalia. So far, they have not resulted in a breakthrough. Will Cairo's military aid to Mogadishu complicate the peace efforts? Now, for more on this, we have with us Shadwa Zaher, a global affairs analyst who is joining us live from Cairo, Egypt. Thank you for being with us.
Hello, Alison. Thank you for having me. And thank you for this report. It's very comprehensive.
Great to have you on the show. Now, what are the strategic motivations behind Egypt's decision to send arms to Somalia, and how does this align with the broader regional interests?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually, because Somalia and Egypt has always had this long-term strategic relationship. And when Somalia requested more military support over its borders, Egypt sought to help. This is for two reasons. The first reason would be basically to ensure securing the maritime routes through the Red Sea, and the existence of these shipments or troops along the southern flank is a normal thing. It's basically of the geopolitical extension of the Egyptian existence in this area. And it's also securing the international trade within, especially because this is considered to be a southern gate to the Suez cannot. So sending troops, assisting Somalia, because it's a strategic relationship and a strategic partner in Africa region, is part of ensuring that the development and the economic and the trade process is working in its normal path. So I don't think Egypt is seeking to heighten or trying to heighten any tensions in the region, and not replying to the request of Somalia would have been weird, to be honest.
And how might this arms shipment impact the balance of power in the Horn of Africa region, particularly in relation to Ethiopia and the ongoing tensions over the Nile River?
Yeah, I think this is actually making sure that the balance of power is still in its place, because Egypt's national security is simply part of the African security, and vice versa, including the Ethiopian security. So the intrusion of the Egyptian-Ethiopian relationship in this relation with Somalia basically is adding a layer of strategic competition that is not really relevant in this case. So the matter here is basically about maintaining national security along the maritime route and the Red Sea international trade. This is in favor of everyone, in favor of Egypt, in favor of Ethiopia, in favor of Somalia, and in favor of the international community as well. Anyone who's interested in the African, dealing with Africa in terms of trade, in terms of development, especially with all the national plans, the developmental national plans that all the African countries are seeking nowadays, from Europe, from the US, even as you said in your report. So coexisting together and maintaining the national security by sending troops to avoid any potential threats is basically making sure that the balance of power is in place.
Yes. And I just want to touch on another factor there. What are the potential risks and benefits for Somalia in receiving this military aid, especially considering the presence of the extremist groups like Al-Shabaab, for example?
Yeah, bringing Al-Shabaab in the scenario is really very, very important, because Egypt has long history of dealing with such kind of groups that are Islamic groups with Islamic backgrounds. So Egypt understands where do they come from. So having Egyptian military support along the borders of Somalia will make sure that Al-Shabaab are in their places, and maybe will actually tighten the gap between the Somalis and Al-Shabaab, and maybe things will work to their favor. So this could be one of the benefits that maybe Somalia thought of when it asked for the military support by the Egyptian troops. One other benefit, as I've said, is basically maintaining international security along the African region and protecting international trade.
And Shadwa, how do you foresee the international community, including the African Union and the neighboring countries, responding to Egypt's military support for Somalia?
I think this move actually, in my opinion, aligns very well with the strategic goals of the African Union. Because the African Union mission in Somalia has always been seeking peacemaking. Okay, so sending or supporting each other military is part of the strategic relationship that has always been there between most of the African countries. So the role of the international community should see this as one good move in strengthening relationship between countries in Africa, but also making sure that peacemaking process is still working to the favor of everyone.
Shadwa, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for your valued analysis and insights on the latest coming out of Africa.
Thank you so much, Alison. Thank you for having me.
And shifting focus now to West Africa, Burkina Faso's military government says it has foiled a fresh coup attempt led by a former army official. The junta says that several people have been arrested in connection with the plot trying to destabilize the country. The junta has blamed a former high-ranking military official, Paul-Henri Sandaogo Damiba, for leading the plot. Now, Damiba has taken charge as Burkina Faso's interim president after ousting the democratically elected leader in a coup in 2022. But in less than a year, he was himself overthrown in another coup, which was led by the current military chief, Ibrahim Traoré. Now, Traoré said that he ousted Damiba due to his inability to deal with a worsening armed insurgency in the country. After taking charge, Traoré dissolved the transitional government and suspended the constitution. But Traoré has faced coup attempts in the past as well. He has reportedly survived multiple assassination attempts, and his rival, Damiba, has been linked to those attacks. As per reports, there is also a growing discontent among Traoré's troops, as many of them are losing lives in the continued battle against insurgents. Even though Traoré took charge with a promise to curb the insurgency, analysts say that extremism has grown under his rule. Burkina Faso, along with junta neighbors Mali and Niger, are struggling to contain the rebel groups and terrorists with links to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. They have strengthened their ties by forming an alliance and withdrawing from the regional bloc ECOWAS. Under Traoré's military rule, the landlocked West African country has turned its back on former colonial power France and other Western allies. Instead, he has forged ties with Russia and countries like Iran and Turkey. He, along with his regional partners, have kicked out the Western troops, countering the terrorism in the region, while Russian instructors are now training and fighting along with their armies in an attempt to root out extremism. Experts have raised doubts and expressed concerns over Russia's ability to counter insurgency in the region. This is due to the rising attacks by Islamist terrorists, including Al-Qaeda. Just last month, Russia's Wagner troops faced their biggest loss yet in West Africa. As per reports, the number of violent events involving jihadist groups in the region had almost doubled since 2021. And Burkina Faso is worst affected of all, with fatalities rising by 68% this year. Will Traoré be able to fulfill his promise of curbing violence with the help of his partners, or is another coup waiting Burkina Faso? Moving on to East Africa now, where police in Tanzania arrested opposition leaders and their supporters to thwart a mass protest against President Samia Suluhu Hassan's government. The arrest of top opposition leaders, who were later released, is being seen as the latest crackdown on dissent in the East African nation. Tanzania's main opposition, Chadema party, had planned anti-government protests against alleged disappearances and killings of its members and government critics. The party had declared September the 23rd as a day of mourning for individuals who were abducted, tortured, harmed, disappeared or killed in Tanzania in recent years. Despite an official ban, the opposition Chadema party had vowed to go ahead with the rally. Riot police were stationed across the city with water cannons. As soon as the opposition party leaders began to gather, the Tanzanian police launched a crackdown. The Chadema party's chairman, Freeman Mbowe, was detained on the street while his deputy, Tundu Lissu, was taken to a police facility from his home. Even journalists covering the crackdown were arrested by the police. Now, shortly before his detention, Lissu took to social media and said that officers in riot gear were outside his residence to take him to a regional crimes office. Lissu was later released on bail overnight, and Chadema party chairperson Freeman Mbowe was also released on bail from the Dar es Salaam Oyster Bay police station. Other members of the Chadema party were detained by the police and they were also released. But upon release, they posed with clenched fists to express their defiance toward President Samia Suluhu Hassan's government. But as opposition leaders were being detained in Dar es Salaam, Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu Hassan posted a video of herself. In the video, she was seen playing a traditional Mancala game with the sports minister Damas Ndumbar. The president's indifference to the opposition protest against alleged abductions was widely slammed on social media, with people describing her as a dictator mother and worst president in the country's history. According to Tanzania's Bar Association, between 2016 and 2024, 83 people went missing or were kidnapped in the country. Most recently, on the 7th of September, Ali Mohammed Kibao, a senior official of the Chadema party, was abducted and killed in Dar es Salaam. The post-mortem report found that Ali Kibao was severely beaten and had acid poured on his face before being killed. This is not the first time President Hassan has been accused of cracking down on opposition. Just last month, police arrested top Chadema party leaders, including party deputy chairman Tundu Lissu, along with hundreds of supporters. Lissu is a former presidential candidate and has survived an assassination attempt in 2016. He is also seen as harboring ambitions of contesting next year's presidential elections. Critics accuse President Hassan's government of targeting opponents ahead of the local elections in December and a national vote in 2025. President Hassan's government has previously denied these claims. Hassan took over Tanzania's presidency in 2021 after the sudden death of her predecessor John Magufuli, whose rule was characterized by censorship, repression, and oppressive laws. Her presidency gave a new hope for politics in Tanzania. President Hassan even reversed some of Magufuli's policies, including lifting a ban on opposition rallies and media. But the recent wave of arrests and a consistent clampdown on dissent have dimmed these hopes. Is President Hassan's rule taking Tanzania back to authoritarianism? And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. A year ago, Libya was hit by a very powerful storm. Over 5,000 were killed in the North African country, while tens of thousands were displaced. Many are still missing. Most of the casualties were in the small port city of Derna. Thousands of people lost their families and homes. But a year on, the locals have united to rebuild the city. Our next story gets you the details.
A year ago, the Mediterranean region was struck by its strongest ever cyclone. Cyclone Daniel brought with it very strong winds and sudden heavy rainfall, which triggered massive flooding. And it left behind devastation and death. Cyclone Daniel turned out to be the deadliest Mediterranean storm ever and the deadliest single flood event to hit Africa in recorded history. The catastrophe was most severe in Libya, where over 5,000 people were killed, around 40,000 people were displaced, and a year on, at least 9,000 people are still missing. Heavy rains and floods damaged critical infrastructure. Essential services like healthcare, electricity and telecommunications were disrupted. Most of the impact was felt around the eastern port city of Derna. The storm collapsed 2 dams near the city, destroying as much as its quarter. The dam failure unleashed floodwater as high as 7 meters. The flash floods swept entire neighborhoods out to sea.
Then we heard that the dam had burst and the water had flooded the area. People were asleep and no one was ready. But this is what happens. What can we do? For me, my house is next to the valley, opposite the Al-Sahaba Mosque. The whole family lives next to each other. We are all neighbors. We lost 30 people so far, 30 members of the same family. We haven't found anyone.
Apart from the floods, the poor maintenance and political instability added to people's misery. A year on, the challenges persist, but the city of Derna has changed a lot. It is now slowly beginning to recover from the flood disaster. International aid and local efforts are helping Derna rebuild after the catastrophic storm. Several Libyans from neighboring cities have also volunteered in the relief effort.
I see that my experience was important on two fronts after the disaster. On the one hand, for myself. My continuation in humanitarian work after the disaster helped me overcome part of the trauma I experienced during the flood.
The rebuilding focuses on restoring critical infrastructure and providing support to the displaced. In recent months, at least 155 building projects have been launched, ranging from the renovation of the university to the construction of new dams.
We received a good deal of assistance from the first hours, and most of the aid was humanitarian assistance from the United Nations, international organizations, and local organizations. Currently, after almost 11 months since the Daniel events, we have moved to recovery.
The floods shattered Derna resident Hassan Kasar's entire life. The 69-year-old lost his 4 children along with his granddaughter. His house has now been rebuilt with the help of the Derna Reconstruction Fund. Hassan says he's finding some solace in his newly rebuilt home while living in the memory of his children.
We spent nearly 7 days cleaning the place. Then the reconstruction process began. I was told that my house would be maintained. However, Saad Elsway informed me that the house couldn't be repaired. It had to be demolished and rebuilt from scratch. I agreed, but I asked not to be left homeless. He promised that the house would be rebuilt, and he kept his promise. Thanks to God, I am now living comfortably, although the furniture is insufficient. I received this sofa as a gift from a friend, and otherwise, I sit on the floor. That's how it is.
Hassan's is just one among several such stories. The casualties are assumed to be much higher than the official toll. The ongoing political divisions between Libya's East and West government have also hampered the relief work. But the restoration efforts have brought some optimism to Derna. The people of Derna have seen the worst. It has been hard for some of them to overcome the trauma, but they are still committed to its recovery. Their efforts will ensure the city soon rises from the debris.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. West Asia remains on the edge. It sounds like a cliche given how many times we've said this over the past few months, but that doesn't take away from the severity of the situation. A major escalation appears more likely now than it did in the past 1 year. Today, Hezbollah tried to target the Mossad. That's Israel's intelligence agency. Hezbollah fired a ballistic missile towards Tel Aviv. Sirens rang across the city. Take a look at this. The missile was intercepted before it could cause any harm, but it wasn't the only one that was fired. There's been a series of attacks in the north too, near the Israel-Lebanon border. Cross-border attacks are intensifying there. Israel has launched a major bombing operation with large-scale aerial attacks inside Lebanon. Israel dispatched 250 jets. They dropped at least 2,000 munitions on 1,600 targets in Lebanon. 1,600 targets. These attacks were carried out in 4 waves. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says they've struck Hezbollah infrastructure, including targets in the Lebanese capital Beirut. South Beirut to be precise, which is a Hezbollah stronghold. One of its commanders was killed in the strikes. Hezbollah confirmed the death today of one of their commanders. Israel claims that they've eliminated 2 more Hezbollah commanders. All in all, more than 500 people have died and over 1,800 are injured. Many of these are believed to be civilians. In fact, they seem to have suffered the maximum damage in these attacks. Look at these pictures. These were residential areas. These attacks from Israel have triggered a mass exodus in Lebanon. One report says more than 100,000 people have been displaced so far. Again, these are civilians, mostly those who had homes near the Israeli border.
Before this time, there were no strikes taking place in our hometown. We used to hear sounds of strikes in our surroundings. The day before yesterday, strikes started getting closer and Israeli planes were in the sky. For sure, we were scared bit by bit. It reached the fields outside the village and inside it. Of course, we could not stay. Everyone is scared. We carried ourselves, packed our clothes, and we left.
A new phase of war has begun. Israel's defense minister made this statement last week. In fact, Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah used the same words, a new phase of war. And that's what it is, really. Though it's not clear how far Israel plans to take it. Will Netanyahu launch a ground offensive in Lebanon? Israeli media says the IDF is preparing for one. The IDF is the Israeli Defense Force. Reports say that they had a meeting attended by Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and a team of soldiers. Apparently, these are the soldiers who are preparing for the ground offensive. Now, Israel has not confirmed this report, but more importantly, they haven't denied it. So a ground offensive is not off the table. And that makes the situation even more serious. On the other side, Hezbollah is launching retaliatory attacks. It continues to fire missiles into Israel.
During the past few hours, Safed and its periphery a heavy barrage of tens of items. Unfortunately, we had a direct hit to one of the homes in one of the neighborhoods of the city of Safed. Luckily, the family is currently staying out of the country, so this event caused no casualties. Over the past 24 hours, we have seen hits in houses where the residents stayed in safe areas, especially safe rooms, and were spared.
The global community is ringing alarm bells. Several world leaders are in New York to attend the United Nations General Assembly. Antonio Guterres has issued a strong statement. He is the Secretary General of the UN. He said tensions in West Asia have become, and I'm quoting, a non-stop nightmare, which could take the entire region down, and Lebanon could become another Gaza.
Look no further than Lebanon. We should all be alarmed by the escalation. Lebanon is at the brink. The people of Lebanon, the people of Israel, and the people of the world cannot afford Lebanon to become another Gaza.
That was a powerful statement, but the repeated appeals also expose his limitations. The United Nations has no teeth. It cannot enforce a ceasefire in West Asia or anywhere else for that matter. So all Guterres can do is make appeals for de-escalation. The need of the hour is to break this cycle of violence, because if Israel attacks Lebanon on the ground, it will force the hand of the other side, including players like Iran. Iran, as you would know, is the key sponsor of Hezbollah. It funds this organization. It trains its fighters. For the moment, Iran is calling for a ceasefire. But if Israel launches a ground offensive, it will leave Iran with no choice, really. Tehran will have to respond in kind.
Naturally blind Israeli state terrorism over the past few days in Lebanon, followed by a massive aggression with thousands of victims, cannot go unanswered. The responsibility for all consequences will be borne by those governments who have thwarted all global efforts to end this horrific catastrophe and have the audacity to call themselves champions of human rights.
Iran could be gearing up for an escalation. Reports say it has sought help from Russia. The two sides held secret talks. Iran wants cruise missiles from Russia. It wants to ship these missiles to the Houthis in Yemen. The Houthis are another proxy group of Tehran. So if Israel escalates, Iran could ask the Houthis to mobilize, possibly in the Red Sea. Whichever way you look at it, the picture looks alarming. West Asia is on the edge of a precipice.
We're still hoping the United States is the only country that can really make a difference in the Middle East and with regard to Lebanon.
There's no point expecting Netanyahu to de-escalate. He's clearly gone rogue. The only solution is to arm twist him, to force him to end this war. And who can do that? The obvious candidate is the United States of America. Even Lebanon knows this. They're staring at a full-scale war with Israel. In public, the Hezbollah may act brave, but the ground reality is quite different. Lebanon's economy cannot bankroll a long war, which is why their government is hoping for a diplomatic solution, and they want the United States to help them.
We're still hoping the United States is the only country that can really make a difference in the Middle East and with regard to Lebanon. The more we think about it, is the United States is the key to our, I would say, salvation, if I can use this word.
No offense here. If the US is your salvation, you're already doomed. But we get why Lebanon is saying this, because Washington is supposed to have leverage over Israel. Around 69% of their weapons come from the US, 69% of Israeli weapons. We're talking missiles, bullets, jets, all kinds of strategic weapons. Even the Iron Dome is replenished by US funding. Same with aid. The US gives Israel around $3.8 billion every year. This is mostly used to buy weapons. And don't forget the diplomatic support. Israel has killed more than 40,000 civilians in Gaza, yet their leaders face no consequences, no arrest warrant, no UN Security Council criticism, and no arms embargo. Why is that? Because of US political support. Any other country would have been isolated and sanctioned by now. But the US keeps defending Israel. Every time the UNSC tries to condemn them, the US vetoes. So yes, Biden does have leverage. He can force Netanyahu to stop this war. Then why doesn't he? Because of politics. Biden's criticism of Israel is always half-hearted. Even at the United Nations General Assembly, he blamed Hezbollah.
Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible.
So Biden is batting for peace and diplomacy. But guess how he's trying to achieve it? By sending tons of weapons to Israel. I have some numbers for you. The US has sent 500 plane loads of weapons to Israel since October last year. 500 full planes of weapons. Plus nearly 107 ships full of weapons. Put together, that's 50,000 tons of weapons. Is this how you stop a war? By sending more weapons? Just last month, Biden approved another arms package. It's worth around $20 billion. Israel will get fighter jets, missiles, and tank rounds from the US. The only restraint we saw was in the month of March. That's when Biden paused one arms shipment to Israel, just one. You cannot call that a policy change. That was a symbolic move, one that Netanyahu brushed aside, which brings us back to the same question. Why isn't the US doing more? The simple answer is vote bank politics. The United States has nearly 7.5 million Jews, and they could decide who ends up in the White House. The Jewish voters. How? Just look at Pennsylvania. It's a key swing state in the US electoral map. Joe Biden won this state in 2020 by just 80,000 votes. And how many Jewish voters does Pennsylvania have? 300,000. Now, traditionally, American Jews prefer the Democrats. Polls suggest that 69% lean Democrat, only 29% of the Jewish voters lean Republican. But what happens if some of them defect? If they vote for Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris? She could lose important swing states. Which is why Joe Biden is not doing anything to rein in Israel. His hypocrisy is clear for all to see. At the UNGA, he dropped a supposed pearl of wisdom. He said people are more important than staying in power.
My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most.
He forgot to add a caveat. People in Gaza do not fall under this bracket, nor do civilians in Lebanon. When it comes to them, I guess staying in power is more important. But forget the people of Gaza or Lebanon. Why doesn't Joe Biden listen to his own people? They are protesting across US cities. They're asking Israel to end the war.
Free, free Palestine! Israel wants! USA pays! How many kids did you kill today? Not another penny, not another dollar!
So our fellow democracies, India has called for a ceasefire. All of Europe has called for a ceasefire. Countries in Africa and Latin America have done the same, yet the US is unwilling to do the needful. We know Washington thinks of itself as a global policeman. Well, now we know what kind, a corrupt and duplicitous one.
We're stuck in that war unless I'm president. I'll get it done. I'll get it negotiated. I'll get out. We got to get out.
You would think enabling one war is tough, but the US is enabling two, Gaza and Ukraine. Kiev did not really have to lobby for US support. Joe Biden offered it voluntarily. But pretty soon that could change. President Zelenskyy is visiting the US right now, and he's about to face a challenge bigger than Russia: American domestic politics. He will meet Biden, Trump, and Harris on Thursday. He will share his victory plan with all of them. We've told you about this before. Zelensky's plan involves multiple stages and strategies like military packages, diplomatic summits, and security guarantees. He wants to end the war on his terms. Today, Zelenskyy spoke at the United Nations General Assembly. He criticized what he called half-hearted peace plans.
When some propose alternatives, half-hearted settlement plans, so-called sets of principles, it not only ignores the interests and suffering of Ukrainians, who are affected by the war the most, it not only ignores reality, but also gives Putin the political space to continue the war and pressure the world to bring more nations under control.
Maybe Biden and Harris will support Zelensky's plan, but the question is, will Donald Trump do it? He's campaigning on an anti-war platform, and he's not keen on supporting Ukraine. This week, he made that pretty clear. Trump called Zelenskyy the greatest salesman ever. He also promised to get the US out of Ukraine.
Zelenskyy comes to the United States. He walks away with $100 billion. I think he's the greatest salesman on earth. But we're stuck in that war unless I'm president. I'll get it done. I'll get it negotiated. I'll get out. We got to get out.
Trump isn't famous for clarity, but that's as clear as they come. He wants to stop military assistance to Ukraine. Now, let's assume that he actually does that. How would it shape the war? The US is the biggest military donor to Ukraine. They've given weapons worth $56 billion so far. Germany is second, and they have given just $11 billion. 56 versus 11. Britain is third with $10 billion. So the US leads by a long way. If that support ends, Kiev may lose the war against Russia. It's as simple as that. Yes, Europe could try to plug the gap, but Europe itself is dependent on American weapons. Around 55% of their arms imports, European arms imports, come from the US, which makes one thing obvious. A Trump presidency is bad news for Zelenskyy. So what's he doing about it? For starters, he's meeting US lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans, and the idea is pretty simple. If Donald Trump won't give him weapons, maybe the US Congress will. Secondly, he's wooing the global south, basically developing and underdeveloped countries. They've mostly stayed neutral in this war, but Zelenskyy is hoping to win them over. How? He plans to hold the next peace summit in the global south. If they back him, it would put pressure on Russia. After all, the global south is made up of more than 120 countries, which brings us to the third part of his plan, milking the Biden presidency. Joe Biden still has around 4 months left in office. In this time, he could send more weapons. In fact, a new shipment is set to be announced soon. It's worth $375 million. And what does it include? Cluster bombs, different types of rockets and armored vehicles. Now, the cluster bombs stand out because these are banned by 124 countries, and it's exactly what it sounds like. A single projectile contains smaller bomblets. When released, they scatter and explode. So the damage is often widespread and indiscriminate, which is why 124 nations have banned them, but not the US, Russia, or Ukraine. And talk about the hypocrisy. In 2022, some reports claim that Russia was dropping cluster bombs on Ukraine. See how the White House criticized it.
There are reports of illegal cluster bombs and vacuum bombs being used by the Russians. If that's true, what is the next step of this administration, and is there a red line for how much violence will be tolerated against civilians in this manner that's illegal and potentially a war crime?
It would be. I don't have any confirmation of that. We have seen the reports. If that were true, it would potentially be a war crime.
When Russia does it, it's a potential war crime. But when the US does it, it's totally fine. And that sums up America's attitude. And honestly, we feel for Ukraine. One US president is sending them illegal weapons. That's how supportive he is. But the next one may end up sending them nothing. It's the definition of volatility, of unreliability. We get that different leaders have different policies, but surely there must be some continuity. If not, how are partners and allies supposed to function? How are they supposed to count on you? Well, perhaps they shouldn't. Perhaps that is the bigger lesson here. Don't depend on the US for your protection or safety. Sort it out yourself. Our next story involves Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. Over the last few days, Islamabad has ramped up praise for Riyadh. Saudi Arabia celebrated its National Day on Monday, and like a bunch of distant, freeloading relatives, Pakistan's politicians were ready to party. Their president, Asif Ali Zardari, went to the Saudi embassy along with a bunch of ministers, diplomats, and of course, military officers. Zardari was soon singing praises, lauding the vision of the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and promising to further strengthen Saudi-Pakistan bilateral ties. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif could not be there in person, but he sent a video message. And he waxed eloquent about Saudi's global leadership role. Sharif also thanked Riyadh for all the financial help. Pakistan is due to get another tranche of pocket money from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and it wouldn't have been possible without Saudi assistance. We don't know the details yet, but Islamabad was hoping for over $1 billion from Riyadh recently, so the kingdom probably opened its checkbook again, which explains the fresh bout of Pakistani sycophancy. But there's also another reason for Pakistan to flatter Saudi Arabia. The kingdom has been annoyed lately because of a problem that just refuses to go away. The issue of Pakistani beggars. For years now, some Pakistani people have been making their way to Saudi Arabia purportedly to make a pilgrimage to the Islamic holy sites of Mecca and Medina. But some Pakistani people get a pilgrimage visa, land in Saudi Arabia, and proceed to beg, sometimes right outside the holy sites. And this has been a problem for years. Some shocking details had emerged last September. Apparently, 90% of the beggars arrested in foreign countries were Pakistani, 90%. This is in countries like Iran, Iraq, and the UAE, and of course, Saudi Arabia. And it's not just the beggars. There are Pakistani pickpockets too, sometimes right outside the Grand Mosque in Mecca. There has been some misreporting around this issue too. Some publications said that begging remittances amounted to $42 billion or 12% of Pakistan's GDP. That number is absurd and it's not true. But a lot of people believed it because the problem of Pakistani beggars is so widespread. Saudi Arabia has raised this issue time and again, as recently as last month in fact. The Saudi ambassador met with Pakistan's Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi, and Naqvi promised to take, and I'm quoting, robust action. He said all the right things about how Pakistan's Federal Investigation Agency was on the case, that they would target Pakistan's beggar trafficking mafia. And what was the result of all that talk? Pakistan managed to arrest 11 people. Their investigation agency picked up 11 suspicious-looking pilgrims at the Karachi airport, and this was days after the meeting with the Saudi ambassador. The arrest was splashed all over the news, and it seems Islamabad thought that was that, job done. But it wasn't. It did not make much of a dent because Riyadh is raising the same issue again. This time they've sent a letter to Pakistan's Ministry of Religious Affairs, warning of dire consequences. Riyadh said that it could be forced to take action and restrict pilgrimage visas for people from Pakistan. That could lead to collateral damage affecting the genuine pilgrims as well. But it seems that Riyadh is running out of patience and won't tolerate it much longer, no matter how much Zardari and Sharif fawn over the kingdom. Now let's tell you about Pakistan's iron brother China. It's making trouble again, this time in the Pacific. China has launched an intercontinental ballistic missile. It was carrying a dummy warhead and it landed in the Pacific. Not many details are available except the fact that this is very rare. The last time China did something like this was way back in 1980. So this is being seen as a significant move. And it's left other countries alarmed. Japan, for instance, says it received no warning, and Australia wants an explanation. So why did China conduct this launch? And what message is it trying to send? Our next report tells you.
On Wednesday, China launched an intercontinental ballistic missile. It was armed with a dummy warhead and fell into the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The exact flight path remains unclear, but this is how the missile likely went from China to the waters. Beijing is calling it a routine test.
China's People's Liberation Army Rocket Force launched an intercontinental ballistic missile carrying a dummy warhead to the high seas in the Pacific Ocean at 8:44 on September 25th, and the missile fell into expected sea areas. This test launch is a routine arrangement in our annual training plan. It is in line with international law and international practice, and is not directed against any country or target.
But this launch is anything but ordinary. In fact, it's extremely rare. China tests its nuclear weapons domestically. It has tested ICBMs before, but they were test-fired in the Xinjiang region. This is the first time since 1980 that China is testing an ICBM in international waters. And of course, it's left the region alarmed. China says it warned relevant countries beforehand, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Japan says it received no such notice. New Zealand calls it an unwelcome development. Australia is seeking an explanation for this launch. Now, this isn't the first time Beijing has done this. It first test-fired an ICBM into the South Pacific in the 1980s. But since then, it has conducted such tests in its own airspace. There are no details about the missile either, but it's likely a DF-41. It was displayed in 2019 during China's 70th anniversary parade. It's a road and mobile intercontinental ballistic missile. It can probably carry up to 3 nuclear warheads. More importantly, it has a range of 12 to 15,000 kilometers. So that means it can hit the entire continental United States. Which brings us to the main question. Why conduct this test now? Well, it has to do with the changing dynamics. China conducted its first nuclear test in 1964. It has since maintained a policy of no first use. Its arsenal was comparatively small, but that has changed now. Beijing is on a massive military modernization drive, and that includes upgrading and expanding its nuclear arsenal. By 2023, China had over 500 operational warheads. That's the world's third largest stockpile of nuclear warheads, surpassed only by Russia and the United States. But last October, Washington came out with a report. It said Beijing was developing nukes more quickly than anticipated. At this rate, it would have over 1,000 warheads by 2030. Which brings us to intercontinental ballistic missiles. These missiles can hit anywhere in the world. But who was this launch aimed at? Right now, China is at odds in the Pacific with a lot of nations. This includes Japan and the Philippines and self-ruled Taiwan. Then there's the United States. Their relationship may have improved, but tensions remain. So while it's hard to say whether the launch was aimed at just one country, the purpose remains the same: posturing. Through this launch, China is yet again trying to flex its muscles in the region.
Now let's talk about the Indian markets. What draws an investor to the share market? The hope of outsized returns, of a stock that will double, triple, even quadruple their returns. Investors call these stocks multi-baggers. They're like unicorns for investors, very hard to find. Do you know which is the best time to grab these investments? When a company goes public for the first time, when it opens its IPO, initial public offering, it's the first time a company sells its shares to the public. Indian markets are buzzing with IPOs. Many big ones are lined up in the coming months. Car maker Hyundai is among them. Hyundai's India unit is gearing up for its IPO. It could be launched next month. Reports say Hyundai India could be worth $20 billion. The company wants to raise some $3 billion in this IPO. This could be India's biggest ever IPO. Right now, the record is held by LIC, that's Life Insurance Corporation of India. LIC is a state-owned entity. It is India's biggest insurer. It went public in the year 2022 and raised some $2.7 billion. If Hyundai raises $3 billion, it will beat LIC's record. Hyundai is one of India's top car sellers. It is also India's largest passenger car exporter. Hyundai's India arm exports cars to more than 80 countries. And of course, there is a brand name. Hyundai is one of the most recognizable car brands in the world, as well as on Indian roads. So when Hyundai makes the announcement, expect investors to make a beeline for this stock. In fact, that's been the case with most IPOs this year. More than 150 companies went public in the last 9 months. Together, they have raised close to $5 billion through IPOs. There is great investor appetite for new listings. And the reason remains the same: the possibility of outsized returns. That's the mindset of most investors. You see, when a company goes public, when it offers its shares to outsiders for the first time, a lot of investors see it as a money-making opportunity. They want to invest early in the hope that they'll get the shares for cheap, since the stock is just entering the market. And once the company goes public, when its value starts to grow, the investors will make an outsized profit. That is the hope, that is the approach. Now, SEBI recently did a study about this trend. SEBI is the Securities and Exchange Board of India. It's India's market regulator. It found that around 50% of investors sell their shares within a week. Within a week of buying an IPO, they sell it. And which investors are these? Retail investors. They engage in what experts call flipping. That is not illegal, but it doesn't always work. It doesn't always make money for you. For instance, you buy shares in an IPO, and then when the company lists, the share price tanks. And this has happened with many recent listings in India. So there's no guarantee that investing in an IPO will make you a quick buck. But retail investors remain vulnerable to speculation, and SEBI is worried about this. It is scrutinizing some recent IPOs, and this is according to a Reuters report. It says SEBI is probing 6 investment banks. These banks helped some small businesses go public. What is SEBI investigating them for? Apparently, these banks charged a higher fee during the listings. What does that do? It leads to oversubscription of an IPO. It creates artificial demand. Apparently, fake bids were made for the shares of these companies to drive up the demand and to attract more investors. We'll have to wait for the final outcome of this investigation, but SEBI is already tweaking the rules. It is introducing more checks and balances for IPOs. So the next time you think about applying for one, look through the listing carefully and think twice before you invest. Not everything that glitters in the stock market is gold. Let's bring you the latest from the United Nations General Assembly. World leaders are speaking in New York, and yesterday it was the turn of Turkish President Erdogan. He took the stage, he spoke about a lot of issues from Gaza to the Paris Olympics, but surprisingly, his speech did not include Kashmir. And this is for the first time in many years that he hasn't brought up Kashmir at the UNGA, the first time since 2019. What explains this change of heart? Is he finally mending his ways? Does he want closer ties with India? Or has he found a bigger cause in Gaza? Our next report tells you.
The UN General Assembly is underway in New York. It's the 79th session, and by now, some things are tradition. Brazil always speaks first. Speakers never abide by the time limit. And the Turkish president talks about Kashmir. It's almost like a ritual. Erdogan's been doing it since 2019.
One of the problems to which the international community fails to devote enough attention is the Kashmiri conflict, awaiting a solution for 72 years. Kashmir is still besieged, and 8 million people are still stuck in Kashmir.
The Kashmir conflict, which is also key to the stability and peace of South Asia, is still a burning issue.
We maintain our stance in favor of solving the ongoing problem in Kashmir for 74 years through dialogue between the parties. We hope and pray that a fair and a permanent peace and prosperity will be established in Kashmir. Another development that will pave the way for regional peace, stability and prosperity in South Asia will be the establishment of a just and lasting peace in Kashmir.
But this time, he did something different. He didn't mention Kashmir. Instead, the Turkish president spoke about Gaza, compared Netanyahu to Hitler, talked about dying Western values, slammed the Paris Olympics opening ceremony, promoted family values. A wide range of points, truly, but no mention of Kashmir. Now, only 2 countries talk about Kashmir at the UNGA, Pakistan and Turkey. In 2019, Article 370 was revoked. 370 is what gave a special status to Jammu and Kashmir. It was scrapped in 2019. Kashmir lost its special status, and Erdogan found a new cause. He emerged as a vocal critic. He brought up Kashmir again and again at the United Nations. Every year he speaks about it at the UNGA. India rejects it, and life goes on. In 2019, he said Kashmiris are under blockade. In 2020, he called it a burning issue. But since then, he has dialed it down a notch. In 2021, he called for dialogue. In 2022, he called for permanent peace. And in 2023, Erdogan called for India and Pakistan to engage for lasting peace. You can see a trend here. He started out strong, but his tone has been shifting. And this year, he didn't even bring it up. There could be 2 reasons behind this. The first is the cause. For a while, Erdogan has wanted to lead the Islamic world. For that, he needed a cause. He found that in Kashmir. He didn't really care about Muslims in Kashmir. He just cared about the optics. But now, he's found a bigger cause. Gaza. Palestinians are dying every day. The world is focusing on the war. So Erdogan likely shifted tack, seemingly forgetting about his original crusade. The second reason could be rapprochement. In 2023, Erdogan visited India for the G20 summit. He held talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He also backed India's UNSC membership bid. Of course, there's no trusting Erdogan. He can say one thing today and do a complete U-turn tomorrow. But his softening stance could be an indication of wanting closer relations with India. Plus, Turkey wants to join the BRICS, a group where India is a key member. Also, there's the economic aspect as well. Turkey's economy has been reeling for some time now. So Erdogan had to give up on his Islamic world dreams and find common cause with countries. He did that with Saudi Arabia, he did that with Israel, and he's likely trying to do it with India too.
There's a new debate in India, one that involves transparency and trust. Should court proceedings be live streamed or not? That's the question. Today, the Supreme Court of India weighed in and they said yes, proceedings must be live streamed. But why did the debate emerge in the first place, and what's the point of live streaming? First, the history. In 2018, the Supreme Court of India delivered an important verdict. It said cases of national importance must be live streamed. The idea was to promote transparency. Since then, a lot of courts have started doing it, like the Karnataka High Court, the Gujarat High Court, the Jharkhand High Court, and of course, the Supreme Court of India. All of them have YouTube channels now. You can log on and watch the proceedings live. Not all trials are streamed, though, only the ones of national importance. Which brings us to this controversy. Recently, clips from the Karnataka High Court went viral. They involved Justice V. Srishananda. He was heard making some objectionable remarks. In one clip, he called a place in Bengaluru, Pakistan. In another, he mocked a female lawyer. Both these clips began making the rounds on social media, so the judge was widely panned. That's when a lawyers' association stepped in. They asked the court to stop the live streaming. They said it was being misused by the public. Now, the court did not stop the live streaming, but they barred people from sharing the clips. Later, the Supreme Court waded in. They accepted an apology from the Karnataka judge, so no further action was taken. But the Chief Justice did make some strong observations.
But should I tell you, the answer to sunlight is more sunlight.
That's true.
Not to suppress what happens in the courts, because I think this is a very important reminder to everyone. And the answer is not to close doors and shut everything down, but to say that, look, please, now our reach extends beyond these four walls.
Certainly, I'm not suggesting that. I know.
Let me recap that. A, shutting the door is not an option, so live streaming will continue. And B, judges must be more careful. They've been asked to refrain from casual remarks. And frankly, it's solid advice. Some courtroom remarks really make you sit up and you wonder whether a judge actually said it or not. And the strange part, most of these remarks don't make it to the official document or judgment. They're just observations. So who are they meant for? Social media, newspapers? It's hard to say. But for now, let's focus on live streaming. The Chief Justice has defended the practice. But it doesn't end the debate. Some top lawyers have also joined the chorus, like Kapil Sibal. He's the president of the Supreme Court Bar Association, and he says, stop the live streaming, especially of the recent Kolkata rape trial. Now, Sibal is representing the state of West Bengal in this case, and he says he's getting threats because of the live streaming and that his reputation is being tarnished. He's got a point. How would you feel if someone had a camera at your workstation, if your work was constantly streamed on YouTube? It can be uncomfortable. But I'm afraid national interest trumps this concern. These cases are of public importance. People deserve to see what the judges are saying, what the state is saying. If not, we'll have to rely on second-hand reports, and that's never ideal. It can lead to misinformation or fake news. Every country has a different way of handling this issue. In Germany and France, there is no streaming. There is no recording of any kind. In the US, the Supreme Court releases only the audio, and that too only the next day or the next week. It's not live streamed like here in India. In Australia too, there is a delay. But in Canada and Britain, it is live streamed. So the big picture is clear. Most big democracies record their court proceedings. It's important for transparency and trust. There's no reason why India should not do the same. And yes, there are downsides to it. Some judges may get trolled. Lawyers may get embarrassed and trials may become a public spectacle. We saw that in the United States. Actors Johnny Depp and Amber Heard had a bitter legal battle. Netflix made a whole show out of the live stream. Even the lawyers became social media stars. But that's not really the idea behind live streaming. It's not about the lawyers or the judges at all. It's about the ordinary citizens. Now let's look at what Russia is up to. Moscow has been ostracized by much of the world, but it's not isolated. On the contrary, it is making new friends and strengthening existing partnerships. Let's take the example of West Africa, of 3 countries in the Sahel. Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso, these 3 countries are run by military juntas, and the juntas have chosen to cut ties with their traditional Western partners, like their former colonial overlord, France. Instead, the 3 Sahel states have turned to Russia for security support and development projects. The latest example of this is a satellite deal. Russia will help these 3 Sahel states develop satellites for security and communication purposes. It's a long-term project, and it shows how Russia has stolen a march on the West in Africa. Here's our report.
A new deal has been signed in West Africa. A satellite deal between Russia and 3 West African nations, Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso. These African nations are part of a confederation called the Alliance of Sahel States. The 3 allies are former French colonies and are currently governed by military juntas who took control in the last few years. The juntas came to power to fight a major regional issue, terrorism. All 3 nations are fighting terror insurgencies. A number of groups are active in the Sahel region. You have Al-Qaeda, multiple branches of the Islamic State, and smaller regional players like the JNIM and Boko Haram. All these terror groups have been waging a war in the Sahel region, and Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso have borne the brunt of their attacks. The countries used to fight the terrorists together with the West, but that changed after the military took over. The juntas cut ties with the Western forces, which were led by their former colonial overlord, France. Instead, they chose another player, a country they reportedly have a more sincere and more reactive relationship with, Russia. When the juntas ousted French and Western troops, Russian mercenaries stepped in. The infamous Wagner Group sent its forces to help the 3 Sahel states, and the Kremlin itself has been backing the efforts of the alliance. The most recent show of support is the new satellite deal. It will be a joint project between the Sahel Alliance and Russia's space agency Roscosmos. The satellites will be developed and launched by a subsidiary of Roscosmos called Glavkosmos. There will initially be 2 satellites, one for remote sensing and another for communications. The sensing satellite will provide the Sahel Alliance with high-resolution satellite imagery to track terrorist insurgents who carry out attacks and cross the borders between the 3 countries. The alliance hopes that better tracking will help them prevent terror attacks like the one that took place in Mali's capital Bamako last week. But the satellites won't just be used for military purposes, they will also help the 3 African nations monitor natural disasters like floods, fires and droughts. Then there's the communication satellite. It will reportedly provide television and radio signals across the 3 Sahel states and bring internet and phone services to remote corners of the countries. So that's the plan. But all this won't happen overnight. This is a long-term deal. The initial phase itself will reportedly last 5 years. It will involve setting up the satellite infrastructure and training personnel in the 3 Sahel countries. So the satellite deal won't eradicate terrorism in the Sahel anytime soon. However, it highlights Russia's long-term ambitions. Moscow has made a place for itself in West Africa. It plans to extend its presence there in the years to come and effectively supplant Western influence in the region for good. By the looks of it, Russia is well on its way to doing so, and the satellite deal is just a taste of things to come.
A fiery debate has stirred India. I'm sure you've heard or read about it. This debate is about overwork. It all started with the tragic death, the death of 26-year-old Anna Perail. We told you all about it. Anna was working in Maharashtra at EY, that's Ernst & Young. It's a leading accounting firm. After 4 months of joining EY, she died. And Anna's parents have blamed the company for her death. The quote-unquote overwhelming work pressure. EY has refuted the allegation, but the incident has sparked widespread anger along with an investigation. The Union Labour Ministry is probing the matter. This week, officials inspected the EY office where Anna was working, and new details have emerged. The office has operated since the year 2007, but without a state permit. And this is a key labour permit. It regulates work hours of employees. But the EY office was functioning without it. So while the investigation into the death is still on, this development has added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, in northern India, a similar case has emerged. A woman has died in the city of Lucknow, 45-year-old Sadaf Fatima. She was working at HDFC Bank. This is India's largest private sector bank. Fatima was at work when she allegedly suffered a heart attack. She collapsed and died. The police have launched an investigation. Fatima's colleagues say that she was under work stress. Again, this is a matter of investigation, whether work pressure led to her death. But social media has already reached the conclusion the two deaths have resonated deeply. Workers everywhere are blaming the so-called hustle culture. They're talking about how companies prioritize work, often at the expense of employee well-being. They're sharing personal stories. One user talks about working 20 hours a day without overtime pay. Another talks about being guilt-shamed at work, being mocked for leaving on time. These examples are everywhere, and these concerns are serious. But I'll also say what's politically incorrect. There's another side of the story. Some users say that this culture promotes innovation, that working long hours drives growth, and many workers choose the extra hours out of passion. They want to work more. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has weighed in too. She argued that young workers are unable to cope with stress and that people should learn to handle pressure and build inner strength. Frankly, this is a complicated issue, and both the arguments have merit. On the one hand, India does have a problem of overwork, among the worst in the world, in fact. Look at the data from ILO, International Labour Organization. Half the workforce in India works at least 49 hours a week, making us the country with the second longest working hours after Bhutan. And yes, workers are burnt out. On that list too, India is among the highest globally. It stands at 59%, meaning 59% of Indian workers are burnt out. The global average is 20%. Plus, workers are getting sicker. Cardiovascular diseases and stress are on the rise, especially among the younger population. It's a grim picture, but it's not the whole picture. Work alone is not contributing to poor health and burnout. People are not sleeping enough, not exercising enough. Junk food consumption is on the rise. There is a loneliness epidemic. No wonder we are burnt out. Plus, India is not an isolated case here. The world over, an average worker puts in 9.2 hours of unpaid overtime work every week. So it's not limited to India or to some companies. It's a wider cultural issue. It's a global problem. We live in a digital era. We carry our work with us everywhere we go, on our laptops and on our phones. It's always a call or a text or an email away. And if not, it's on our minds. So regulating working hours may be an unrealistic expectation in today's world. Instead, we should change our mindsets. We are still confusing overwork with hard work or with productive work. These are not the same things. So let me say what I've said before. Work hard, work as much as you want, as long as you want to, as long as you can. But also try to find a balance. Companies will always want you to work more. You have to learn how and where to draw the line. Keir Starmer has such an easy job. He's following Boris Johnson, Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak, so the bar is pretty low. All he has to do is be normal. But maybe that's asking for too much. On Tuesday, Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, gave a very important speech. He spoke to the Labour Party conference, the first one since his party returned to power. Again, his brief was quite simple. Be normal, don't slip up. And the first few minutes went fine. But then Starmer turned to the war in Gaza. He demanded the return of hostages captured by Hamas. Just one problem though. Instead of hostages, he said sausages, and cue the meme fest. If you see the video, you can spot the moment he realizes his mistake. It's a train wreck in slow motion.
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the return of the sausages, the hostages, the return of the sausages. The return of the sausages.
And now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. A stadium in Malaysia with 80,000 seats was demolished in seconds using controlled explosives. British and Croatian soldiers take part in joint NATO military drills, and people use buckets of water to fight wildfires in Ecuador. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1926, the Slavery Convention was signed by 20 countries at the League of Nations. All signatories had to eliminate slavery and slave trade in their territories. But the convention offered some exemptions. Britain used these exemptions for its colonies in Myanmar and India. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Any water tankers either. We don't have any solution but to pray so that the wildfire stops, because we can't do anything else than throw buckets of water.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Eric Ham, coming to you live from Washington, D.C. Vice President Kamala Harris gets a boost and Donald Trump gets targeted. More on that in a moment, but first, a look at the latest headlines. Police officials investigate multiple gunshots fired at the campaign office of Vice President Kamala Harris in Arizona for the second time in 2 weeks. The Democratic presidential candidate is expected to campaign in the key battleground state this week. Donald Trump says the United States needs to get out of the war in Ukraine, and that will only be possible if he wins re-election. His remarks come as the Pentagon is set to announce an additional $375 million military aid package for Kyiv. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to face a motion of no confidence against his Liberal government on Wednesday. Trudeau's government fell into the minority after the New Democratic Party backed out of their coalition earlier this month. China conducts its first public test of an intercontinental ballistic missile in more than 4 decades. The missile launch into the Pacific Ocean comes amid heightened tensions with the United States and its regional allies. And Japan could get its first woman or youngest ever prime minister this week as the ruling party holds its most crowded leadership vote ever. Among the 9 candidates are 2 women as well as a 43-year-old former environment minister. We begin in the United States. Intelligence officials have briefed former President Donald Trump about specific threats from Iran to assassinate him. According to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, these threats are very real and their motive is to sow chaos in the United States. U.S. Intel says coordinated attacks against Donald Trump have heightened in recent months and law enforcement agencies are working to ensure the former president remains safe. Intelligence officials believe Tehran is trying to interfere in the November election as it does not want the Republican presidential nominee to be reelected. During his first term in the White House, Donald Trump withdrew from Iran's nuclear deal, imposed sanctions, and ordered the killing of the Iranian military general Qasem Soleimani. Responding to the latest threats, Donald Trump said any attack on him would be a death wish for the attacker. In a social media post, he said, quote, "I am surrounded by more men, guns, and weapons than I have ever seen before. Thank you to Congress for unanimously approving far more money to Secret Service. Nice to see Republicans and Democrats get together on something," end quote. The former president has already survived 2 assassination attempts in 2 months, one in July and another in mid-September. The 2 attempts on his life have raised alarm bells with Trump's base of support.
Well, I have to be here for Trump. They just tried to assassinate him again, and I was there in Butler, and I'm having like a lot of PTSD since Butler, and I have to come out here and show that I'm strong too, because this man's out here taking bullets for us, so I have to be strong too.
I am concerned about Donald Trump's safety, but I believe God has his back. He showed it twice that he has his back, and I pray he continues to have his back. Do I think that I'm at jeopardy? Maybe, but guess what? I'll die for my country.
Authorities arrested a Pakistani man in July who had alleged ties to Iran and was charged with a murder-for-hire plot meant to target Donald Trump as well as other lawmakers. And just last week, intelligence officials revealed that Iranian hackers stole confidential information from Donald Trump's campaign and sent it to President Joe Biden's team in the month of June. Tehran has repeatedly denied these allegations, but its retort is that Washington, too, has interfered in its affairs for decades. And staying on the campaign trail in the U.S., Vice President Kamala Harris holds a significant lead over former President Donald Trump among Asian American voters. This is according to the latest survey conducted by the National Opinion Research Center, their first since Kamala Harris replaced Joe Biden back in July. The survey shows Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump by 38 points among Asian Americans. 66% of Asian Americans voters plan on voting for Kamala Harris, while 28% say they will vote for her opponent, Donald Trump. Kamala Harris expanded President Biden's lead by over 20 points as he was losing support among the Asian American community. Moreover, the poll suggests that the vice president is performing better at the top of the ticket rather than as Joe Biden's running mate.
These results reinforce what we've been hearing and seeing from the Asian American community since July. They are re-energized and poised to once again play a decisive role in the election.
The survey shows Asian Americans favor the vice president due to her South Asian background and policies on reproductive rights. However, it is her identity as a woman that is extremely powerful as a component, especially among Asian American women. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris's running mate Tim Walz is also popular among Asian Americans, with nearly 60% of them preferring him over Republican vice presidential hopeful J.D. Vance. In the last 4 years, the eligible voter population of Asian Americans has grown by an astounding 15%, making them the fastest growing electorate in the country. The growing demographic prioritizes the economy and jobs, followed by inflation and health care. And with such support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, Asian Americans could prove to be a game changer in one of the tightest U.S. presidential elections in history. And now moving to the Middle East, where the situation remains tense. Nearly 2 days after Israeli airstrikes claimed at least 570 lives and wounded more than 1,800 across Lebanon, Hezbollah has launched a ballistic missile targeting the Mossad headquarters in the suburbs of Tel Aviv. This marks the first time that the Lebanon-based group has targeted Tel Aviv, marking a significant escalation. This after an Israeli airstrike killed one of Hezbollah's top commanders, Ibrahim Mohammed Qubasseh, also known as Hezbollah's missile chief. The senior Hezbollah commander was targeted in a strike in the southern suburbs of Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Israel claimed he was responsible for an attack in the year 2000 in which 3 Israeli soldiers were kidnapped and killed. Now Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was scheduled to attend the United Nations General Assembly in New York, postponed his departure to Thursday to discuss further military action in Lebanon. Now, in an ominous sign of what's to come, Britain urged its nationals to leave Lebanon and said it was moving 700 troops to Cyprus to help with evacuations. Meanwhile, the UN Secretary General has expressed grave concern, warning that Lebanon remains at the brink of becoming a war zone like Gaza.
The message for both the special coordinator and the head of the UN peacekeeping force is the same, which is that there is no military solution that will make either side safer. With the well-being of civilians on both sides of the blue line and the stability of the region at stake, space must be given for diplomatic efforts to succeed.
Meanwhile, Iran, which openly backs Hezbollah, has accused Israel of barbarism for its recent airstrike in Lebanon.
We condemn Israeli crimes against humanity. It is imperative that the international community should immediately stop the violence and bring about a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and bring an end to the desperate barbarism of Israel. In Lebanon, before it engulfs the region and the world, Israel has been defeated in Gaza, and no amount of barbaric violence can restore its myth of invincibility.
While the situation remains critical, the UN Security Council is set to meet today to address the rising violence, and it remains to be seen if the international community that is now assembled at the United Nations headquarters can stave off a growing and wider conflict that's escalating by the hour. And in Latin America, once known as the most dangerous country in the world, El Salvador now ranks among the safest countries in the Western Hemisphere. This turnaround is the result of President Nayib Bukele's aggressive crackdown on crime by incarcerating 2% of the adult population. But critics fear this is a slide towards authoritarianism. Here's more from on the ground.
Once upon a time, a country was gripped by such violent chaos that it earned the grim title of the murder capital of the world. Streets ran with fear, gangs ruled the night, and survival was uncertain. That country is El Salvador. And now, in an almost unbelievable turn of events, the same nation has become one of the safest places in the Western Hemisphere. According to a study from last year, a staggering 88% of Salvadorians say they feel safe walking alone at night. It's a transformation that feels almost like a plot twist straight out of a movie. But how did El Salvador pull off what many believed was impossible? The answer lies in a bold, some say brutal plan. It all started in 2019 when Nayib Bukele was sworn in as El Salvador's president. The Bitcoin-loving president took it upon himself to change El Salvador's economy and crime rate. Within a few months of taking office, Bukele's government launched an all-out war on gang violence, incarcerating an astonishing 2% of the population, including gang members, affiliates, and anyone suspected of fueling the country's lawlessness.
¿Cómo puede una nación levantarse en tan poco tiempo?
The world looks at El Salvador's example and wonders how a nation can rise up in such a short time. But perhaps that is not the question they should be asking. Maybe they should be asking another question. How is it that the world is falling so fast? They say that El Salvador is swimming against the tide, because while El Salvador became more secure, the world became more insecure. While the Salvadoran people have become more optimistic, most people in the modern world have become increasingly pessimistic. And yes, they are right. The world has become divided, depressed, worried, hostile, and hopeless. And it has done so at unprecedented speed. Today, the free world is no longer free.
Streets that were once patrolled by criminal networks are now under the firm grip of law enforcement. Critics argue that the country is teetering on the edge of a police state, but the results are undeniable. El Salvador has traded fear for safety and violence for calm. The murder rate has plummeted from 18 per 100,000 people to 2.4 per 100,000 people. And the nation, which was once synonymous with danger, is now rewriting its story of security. Meanwhile, as El Salvador rises, other parts of the world are still grappling with their own battles for safety. Gallup's latest global safety survey reveals that 70% of people around the world now feel safe walking alone at night. That's a decent number, but dig deeper and you'll find regions where fear still reigns. In Ecuador, for example, once a peaceful nation, the shadow of drug trafficking has grown darker. Just 27% of Ecuadorians now feel safe, which is the lowest of any country in the world. The streets of Guayas, Ecuador's most populous province, have become a place of terror for many people, with only 11% of residents saying they feel secure at night. The disparity is stark, and the solution isn't always straightforward. While El Salvador's iron fist approach to crime may have restored a sense of peace, the data also suggests that safety isn't just about locking people away. The key, they say, lies in trust. People need to trust their local police and feel connected to their communities. It's a balance between justice and belonging. So even though El Salvador's story is a remarkable one, it's also a reminder. Safety isn't just about statistics, it's about the way people feel when they walk out their front door. When a nation like El Salvador can go from a global symbol of violence to a beacon of safety, it shows us all that even the darkest chapters can have an unexpected, powerful rewrite.
And finally, growing controversy around assisted suicide. The first case has taken place in Switzerland using what is being called a suicide pod. A 64-year-old American woman suffering from a severe immune disorder
ended her life in the machine. However, the event has led to multiple arrests on charges of aiding and abetting suicide. In Switzerland, assisted suicide is legal. However, the device that was used to end her life has not been approved by the government. Our final report has more.
When the sleek and futuristic Sarko capsule designed for assisted suicide was first unveiled, it was met with more controversy than curiosity. The company behind the 3D printed pod had its eyes set on Switzerland, one of the few places where assisted suicide is legal. But authorities refused to give it the green light. And just when it seemed like the story of Sarko might end there, things took a dramatic turn. In a chilling first, a 64-year-old American woman used the Sarko to end her life in Switzerland. This incident sparked a wave of legal consequences, resulting in the arrest of 4 individuals, including a Dutch journalist and 2 Swiss nationals, on charges of inducing, aiding and abetting suicide. The death occurred in a secluded cabal in Merichhausen, a quiet, sparsely populated area nestled near the German border. Police were tipped off by a law firm, leading them to the eerie scene where they found the body and the device. Following the incident, the company behind Sarko, named The Last Resort, released a statement. They disclosed that the woman had been battling a severely compromised immune system. Present at the scene was the company's co-president, who described her death as peaceful, fast and dignified. According to the company, the woman had also undergone a psychiatric evaluation before making her final decision. Invented in 2017 by a euthanasia campaigner, the Sarko operates in a chillingly straightforward manner. A message on the screen prompts users, "If you want to die, press this button." The pod is then filled with nitrogen gas, reducing oxygen levels and causing the user to lose consciousness. Within minutes, death follows.
So you've got a precipitous drop in the oxygen level in the capsule. The person is breathing, of course, if you're alive you're breathing, a person in the capsule is breathing. They're now breathing totally oxygen devoid air. Within 2 breaths of air of that low level of oxygen, they will start to feel disorientated, uncoordinated, slightly euphoric before losing consciousness.
For those seeking more than just a clinical death, Sarko reportedly offers a customizable experience. Users can opt for either a dark or transparent view, allowing them to gaze upon a favorite landscape during their final moments. Swiss Health Minister Elisabeth Baum-Schneider has raised concerns, pointing out that the capsule does not meet product safety regulations, and its use of nitrogen violates legal standards. Still, a pro-assisted dying group promoting Sarko had predicted earlier this year that its use would become a reality soon. While assisted dying remains illegal in the UK and most of Europe, Switzerland has become a destination for those seeking to end their lives on their own terms. Thousands have made the pilgrimage to take advantage of the country's more lenient stance on assisted suicide. But with the introduction of Sarko, the debate around how and where we die has entered a new and more complicated phase.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you for being with us. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with the updates from West Africa. Russia has signed a strategic satellite deal with junta-led nations of Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso. As part of the deal, Russia will deploy telecommunications and remote sensing satellites above the three West African nations. The technology will boost border surveillance and national security in all three countries, which are facing a worsening Islamist insurgency. The agreement comes after ministers from the three countries met officials from Russia's aerospace agency Roscosmos in Mali's capital of Bamako on Monday. While the remote sensing satellite will monitor the border areas where militants are active, the telecom satellite aims to facilitate the broadcast of television and radio signals across the countries. It is also expected to provide internet and telephone services to inaccessible and underdeveloped areas. Apart from this, the ministers say that the satellites would help them to monitor and respond to floods, droughts, fires, and other emergencies. Officials have not provided a timeline for the launch of the satellites. However, as per reports, this partnership could be for an initial phase of 5 years. This partnership is the latest sign of Russia's expanding influence in the region. The military-led governments of Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso have turned their backs on the United States and other Western allies who were carrying their counter-terrorism operations in the region. The juntas have instead forged closer ties with Russia. Moscow has provided military instructors, helicopters, weapons and now satellites to the armies to help them in their fight against terrorism. However, some analysts have raised doubts over Russia's ability to combat terrorism in West Africa. The region is reeling from Islamist insurgency linked to the Al-Qaeda and Islamic State for a decade. The armies took charge in Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso with a promise to curb the violence and turned to Russia for assistance. However, West Africa remains a hotspot for terrorism despite the Russian presence. As per reports, since the start of this year, there have been 224 attacks a month on average in the region. The violence has killed tens of thousands in the three nations. Just last week, Al-Qaeda affiliates killed at least 50 armed forces personnel in Mali's capital. This while Russia's Wagner mercenaries were stationed just kilometers away. The three junta nations, which formed their own alliance after withdrawing from the regional bloc ECOWAS, have hailed the Russian satellite pact crucial for their security strategy. Will Russia's latest move keep its edge over Western rivals in West Africa? Now, for more on this, we have with us Paul Melly, Consulting Fellow of Africa Programme at Chatham House think tank. And Paul is joining us live from London. Thank you for being with us.
Well,
what are the primary objectives of this satellite deal between Russia and these three West African countries?
Well, I think you have to look at it from both sides. From the point of view of the Sahelian military regimes, who, as you've explained, they've taken the decision, if you like, to break with the partnerships that before their countries used to rely on, both with their neighbors in fellow members of ECOWAS, as they were, and the partnerships with Western governments, with France, with the US in particular. Now, in deciding to break with those, they then needed an alternative, and it's come in the form of the troops, mainly from the Wagner Company, now known as the Africa Corps, the former mercenary outfit that seems to be now more closely controlled by the Russian defense establishment, if you like. And now with this satellite deal, they're trying to replace the technology that to some extent they have lost through the ending of their partnership, particularly with the US and France, because the US had a big security drones base in the north of Niger, from which it could really get a very good intelligence analysis of what was going on in the Sahara. And that information could be passed both to the French forces, but also to the forces of the Sahelian countries when it was working with them.
Yes.
And so that's what the Sahelian countries are looking for. But on the other hand, you also have the Russians who are looking for a means to extend their influence and to deepen that. One of the criticisms of the Russian approach has been that it's what Russia really offers is a security deal. And in the case of some countries like Burkina Faso, it's really just a regime protection deal. The Russians are not particularly involved in the battle against jihadist groups there, whereas they are in Mali. And there'd been a criticism, what are the Russians offering beyond security for the regimes? And in the case of Mali, the battle supporting the Malian army. And one dimension of this satellite thing, which is very shrewd, is this idea that it's going to extend television coverage, it's going to improve internet coverage. In other words, tangible things that the populations in those countries will feel. So that's what's in it for Russia, if you like.
Yes. Right, Paul, I want to get onto that in a minute. In the context of the region's ongoing conflicts, how will the acquisition of these satellites impact the ongoing efforts to combat the Islamist insurgencies in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger?
Well, obviously, it'll provide some extra aerial intelligence, perhaps. But I think we need to remember these are groups, whether we're talking about the Tuareg separatist groups in the north of Mali, who in late July inflicted a heavy defeat on the Wagner fighters and the Malian army, or whether we're talking about the Islamist groups, the jihadist groups that are moving around in the Sahel, or whether we're talking about community groups, because some of these conflicts have become overlapped, if you like, with long-standing conflicts over land, access to water and grazing and so on. This is very much, all these groups are operating as guerrilla groups, informally, with very light touch, very mobile, with motorbikes or small vehicles. So it's not clear how much what you might call high-level surveillance by satellites that may originally have been designed, if you like, to pick out big military installations, as we see when we see the coverage of, satellite photos of the battlefronts in Ukraine and so on. How applicable that will be to this very different context in the Sahara and in the Sahel, the arid, scrubby bushland to the south of the desert, where you're talking about often small groups of people moving in the lightest and hardest to detect way, and how far that will the satellites will then be complemented with the sort of drone operations that previously the French and the Americans were offering. That remains to be clear. We know that these Sahel states have been acquiring some drones, but how they will fit with the Russian satellite coverage isn't absolutely clear.
Sure. And going back to what you touched on earlier, what are the expected economic and social benefits for the local populations in these countries from this deal?
Well, where there is no internet coverage, where there's no access to TV, but I think internet's probably more important, clearly, if the satellite systems, if the technology holds up well enough and they're able to deliver that, that will be an important plus in terms of people's day-to-day living quality. It will allow, for example, mobile banking and communication by WhatsApp and this sort of thing. But it's not as if these countries are totally without modern telecoms already. All people generally, the usage of mobile phones, but even smartphones with WhatsApp and so on, is already pretty high. So people have quite a wide degree of access to technology. So it's not absolutely clear what difference it will make. One of the things it may do, though, is bolster Russia's capacity to engage in the information war. The whole social media and media imaging battle that's going on, which is a battle for public opinion in these countries and for shaping perceptions of the outside world. That, of course, technology plays a really critical role in that. And it's an area where Russia's developed a lot of expertise. So whether the satellites will help that could be an important factor.
And how does this satellite deal align then with the broader geopolitical interest of Russia in Africa, particularly in this region?
Well, Russia had been several years, if you step back several years, in a position where it was really seemed to be trying to disrupt or cause a nuisance, if you like, to regions where there was essentially a long tradition of partnership with the West. But it's moved on beyond that now. So now with these 3 central Sahelian countries, it is trying to actually build a zone of proactive influence. And clearly, the satellite deals are just another dimension, another aspect of what Russia is trying to do in building its partnerships with these countries. We're also seeing a big push on the cultural front, and obviously in terms of weapons supplies and so on. But what we don't yet know is how effective Russia will be on the development side of things, because these are countries that have had a very long-standing, deep development partnership, both with the UN system, but also with Western donors. For example, the largest financier of the Sahel food security early warning system is the European Union. So how Russia will fit with that will be a big challenge, but it also presents a challenge to those Western governments, because they're very acutely aware that the Sahel is one of the poorest regions of the world, and they're anxious to retain relationships. They're anxious not to abandon development progress of recent years. And so at the moment, we're in a situation where a lot of the key Western donors are trying to maintain development support for the Sahelian countries to help ordinary people in rural communities and that sort of thing, while obviously having their political relations currently in the deep freeze.
Absolutely. Paul, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and for your valued insights on all the latest coming out of the Sahel region.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Bye.
India's very own Unified Payments Interface, or UPI system, which is emerging as a new global leader in digital payments, may soon see similar success in Africa. India is in talks with several countries in Africa to help them build a UPI-like digital payment system. The National Payments Corporation of India, or the NPCI, which runs UPI, is reportedly in talks with at least 20 nations in Africa and South America to build a similar system. Though the authority has not revealed the names of all of the nations, it signed a deal with Namibia in May to help it build a real-time payment system. Rwanda is another African country with which serious discussions in this regard have happened, as per the NPCI officials. India is keen on sharing its UPI expertise with the world after the system's huge success domestically. Before delving into the success story, let us first explain to you what UPI is. It is a real-time payment system that allows seamless money transfers from one bank account to another, instantly and free of charge through mobile phones. Users can make payments by simply using a virtual payment address or scanning a QR code, and this eliminates the need to share sensitive bank details. The convenience of this method has revolutionized the digital payments in India. The country now leads the world in digital transactions, with reportedly over 40% of payments being made digitally. As per the MPCI, there were nearly 15 billion UPI transactions in August. From street vendors to large shopping malls, today UPI is used by everyone and everywhere in India. Now, India's seamless digital transaction method has gained traction globally. The list of nations that have accepted the UPI system is growing. These include countries like the United Arab Emirates, Mauritius, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, to the UK and France. And now India wants to take this revolutionary digital payments technology to even more nations.
UPI is already present in many countries through QR code and through connectivity, the fast linkage of fast payment systems. Discussions are already going on with with several countries. We hope it will. We expect this to grow further in several other countries in the future.
For Africa, a UPI-like system could not just bring convenience, but it could also bring financial inclusion and economic growth. Such a system can ensure easier access to financial services for millions. It can also encourage a more robust, digitally empowered economies for these nations, particularly in Africa. Shifting focus to Nigeria now. Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has directed law enforcement agencies to intensify efforts in cracking down on individuals involved in trafficking stolen vehicles. In a statement by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onwagu, the Nigerian leader said that the country will continue to work with its international partners to ensure that organized crime groups involved in transnational car thefts are deprived of the benefits of their activities. The president acknowledged the recent handover of 53 vehicles and $180,000 to Canada. This after 2 Canadian citizens became victims of transnational car theft and cybercrimes by Nigerian nationals.
Nigeria is not a destination for stolen vehicles and a haven for illicit wealth from foreign countries.
President Tinubu said that his administration remains committed to tackling money laundering, cybercrime, and other financial crimes. President Tinubu also stressed on the importance of preserving seized assets for the benefit of the victims of organized crime, in line with legal frameworks and global conventions. The Nigerian leader also directed all of the relevant agencies, particularly the anti-corruption agencies, to protect the country's economic and financial integrity from organized crime infiltration. Now, in February of 2024, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau listed Ghana and Nigeria as destinations for stolen vehicles from the Greater Toronto area. About 105,000 cars were stolen in Canada in 2022. That is 1 car stolen every 5 minutes, resulting in about $1 billion in costs to Canadian insurance policyholders. Ottawa says that most of the stolen cars ended up either in parts of Africa or West Asia. In recent years, Canadian police have arrested several people accused of shipping stolen vehicles to Nigeria and Ghana. The scourge of car theft has prompted Canada's Insurance Bureau to declare it a national crisis. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu says that he is committed to acting against criminals involved in transnational car theft. But are these efforts enough to prevent automobile trafficking in the country? Now, it remains to be seen how Nigeria will crack down on the syndicate of transnational car theft. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from the southern African nation of Zimbabwe, where climate change-induced droughts are threatening the livelihoods of the country's farmers. But the growing demand for the baobab fruit has given them a new ray of hope. The gigantic baobab trees, also known as the upside-down trees, are native to the African continent. The United States, the European Union and China are importing the baobab fruit in large numbers due to its nutritional qualities. The rising demand has turned this into an opportunity for the farmers in Zimbabwe. Our next report gets you more.
Climate change is a global threat, but some countries face nature's fury more than others. The southern African nation of Zimbabwe is one such example. Climate change-induced droughts have deprived the citizens of Zimbabwe of their staple diet. The drying basins have decimated corn and millet crops in the country, and this has affected the farmer community the most.
We didn't harvest any crops this year. We are only able to survive because of the money from baobab fruits. We are only able to buy corn and salt only. Cooking oil is a luxury because the money is simply not enough. Sometimes I spend a month without buying a bar of soap. I can't even talk of school fees or children's clothes.
However, a native tree called baobab has come to their rescue. Much to Zimbabwe's luck, the popularity of baobab fruit is growing worldwide. The fruit is rich in vitamins and minerals. It also helps in reducing inflammation and balancing blood sugar levels. The hard-shelled fruit from the ancient trees cannot be cultivated. It can only be foraged, as it takes 20 years for a tree to start producing fruit. These fruits are collected by the baobab pickers and then sold to industrial food processors or their middlemen. Sometimes the middlemen also offer cornmeal in exchange for buckets of the fruit.
The fruit is in demand, but the trees did not produce much this year. So sometimes I return home without filling up a single sack. The prices are extremely low sometimes. Buyers offer 50 cents to $1 for a 5 kilograms bucket. I need 5 sacks to buy a 10 kilograms packet of cornmeal.
Baobab has consumers across continents. The US legalized the import of baobab powder as a food and beverage ingredient in 2009, while the European Union approved baobab imports in 2008. The EU, US and China together account for baobab powder's biggest markets. According to the Dutch government, the global market for baobab could reach $10 billion by 2027.
When you go to most countries, they've actually been able to establish a commodity exchange. I think that actually helps in terms of ensuring that there is fair valuation of those commodities, and that the ordinary farmer or the women and children who are actually collecting these baobabs don't get shortchanged at the end of the day. Because currently, it's really the people that are actually buying with greater leverage, because there is no market to determine issues of pricing of those baobabs.
The presence of gigantic baobab trees in abundance in the rural areas of Africa has turned the region into a vital supplier of the fruit. These trees are found from South Africa to Kenya to Senegal. According to government export agency Zimtrade, Zimbabwe alone has about 5 million baobab trees. Zimbabwe's food processing plant is a reflection of the growing industry. Inside the plant, the baobab pulp is bagged separately from the seeds for various uses. Meanwhile, outside the factory, the hard shells are turned into biochar. This ash is given to farmers to make organic compost, which improves soil fertility. Zimtrade is now also looking at partnering with rural women to set up more processing plants. For drought-hit Zimbabwe, baobab has found new meaning. It is a means of survival. Yet the people of Zimbabwe don't keep all the baobab fruits for themselves. They leave the smaller fruits for wild animals like baboons and elephants, continuing their age-old tradition in a fast-changing world.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Namaskar, this is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma.
Обновленной редакции. Хорошо.
Несколько секунд после взрыва диаметр пылевого столба составлял около 10.
Will Vladimir Putin go nuclear? The Russian president is making fresh threats. Today he sent another warning to the West. Putin says if Russia is attacked, it reserves the right to respond with nuclear weapons. Listen to this.
We reserve the right to use nuclear weapons in the event of aggression against Russia and Belarus as a member of the Union State. All these issues have been agreed upon with the Belarusian side, with the president of Belarus, including if the enemy, using conventional weapons, creates a critical threat to our sovereignty.
Putin has made such threats before. So what's the big deal about this one? Why is it making headlines? Because Putin is redefining Russia's red lines. He has revised the country's nuclear doctrine for the second time in 4 years, and it sends a clear message to Ukraine and its Western backers. If Russia is attacked by any conventional weapon, if it detects any incoming attack, whether it's missiles, drones or aircraft, Russia could respond with nuclear weapons. That's the message in a nutshell.
We will consider such a possibility as soon as we receive reliable information about a massive launch of aerospace attack means and their crossing of our state border, meaning strategic or tactical aircraft, cruise missiles, drones, hypersonic missiles and other aircraft.
You may have heard of the no first use policy with respect to nuclear weapons. It basically means that you won't fire nuclear weapons first. No first use. You'll only resort to nukes when you come under a nuclear attack yourself. India follows this policy. A lot of countries do, but Russia is evidently junking it. It says it will use nuclear weapons in the event of any attack, nuclear or conventional. The question is why? Why is Putin issuing this threat now? Well, he's responding to Ukraine's attacks inside Russia. The incursion in Kursk. In August, Ukrainian troops captured parts of the region, the Kursk region, and they now claim to control territory here along with some 100 Russian settlements. They're in Ukrainian control. Now, this offensive has emboldened Zelenskyy. He wants to launch a bigger offensive. He's been pushing his Western partners to support his plans. Zelenskyy wants to use Western missiles in this operation, like the British-made Storm Shadow missile and the American ATACMS system. Both are long-range missiles. They can be used to strike deep inside Russia. The West is yet to make up its mind on letting Ukraine use these weapons. But Putin seems to be preempting the threat. So if Ukraine hits Russia with a missile or any other long-range weapon, he says he might retaliate with a nuclear attack. That is the warning from Vladimir Putin. And Russian mouthpieces have been amplifying it. For the past few weeks, they've been discussing war scenarios. Where could Russia deploy its nukes? How would it showcase its capabilities? And one of the options being discussed is this. For Russia to build replicas of Western cities like London and Washington, D.C., these would feature mock-ups of famous landmarks like the Buckingham Palace, the Big Ben and the White House. Then they would be destroyed by nukes. An expert from a Russian think tank gave this idea. He made these comments on Russian TV. So the nuclear rhetoric is getting louder. And Zelenskyy is raising an alarm. He says there will be an escalation from Russia and that Putin is gearing up to strike Ukraine's energy infrastructure, specifically its 4 nuclear plants.
Now Putin does seem to be planning attacks on our nuclear power plants and their infrastructure. Any missile or drone strike, any critical incident in the energy system could lead to a nuclear disaster.
Zelenskyy, as you can see, is in the U.S. He addressed the United Nations General Assembly yesterday. He also met U.S. President Joe Biden. He's using this trip to build support for a victory plan, the details of which remain scarce, but it's basically a push for more military support and more security guarantees. Joe Biden has just a few months left in office. So Zelenskyy is perhaps hoping to extract as much as he can from the Americans. Will Biden support his victory plan? We don't know that yet. But Zelenskyy is not leaving the US empty-handed. He is getting more military aid worth $8 billion this time. This includes more weapons and military equipment. And this should be enough to sustain Ukraine at least till the end of Biden's term. But after that, after Biden's term in office, Ukraine's fate looks uncertain. If Kamala Harris wins, Zelenskyy can hope for some continuity. If Donald Trump wins, all bets are off. So Zelenskyy is trying to Trump-proof Ukraine. How? By winning more friends. And his hopes rest on India, among others. A new report came out yesterday. It said that Ukraine is counting on India's help to broker peace with Russia. The story refers to Prime Minister Modi's recent engagements with Zelenskyy. They've met at least thrice in 4 months. First at the G7 in Italy in the month of June. Then in August when Modi traveled to Kiev. And then earlier this week when they met in New York. They discussed a potential peace deal. And apparently this was Prime Minister Modi's advice to Zelenskyy. If he wants the war to end, he should be open to compromise. That's what Modi said to have told Zelenskyy. Be open to a compromise. The report does not spell out what that compromise could look like. Remember, India has refused to support any peace deal which involves Ukraine giving up its territory. And this has been Ukraine's position too, not conceding land to Russia. Perhaps that's why Ukraine sees India as one of the few reliable mediators in the conflict. But would Russia agree to this? Is it ready to negotiate on these terms? Putin's nuclear rhetoric does not inspire confidence.
Time to leave is now.
The advice has been for many months now, please leave.
Let's turn to West Asia now, where Benjamin Netanyahu faces a familiar choice: ceasefire or all-out war. He chose war last year and looks like he's choosing the same again. Israel has launched another round of strikes on Lebanon. Reports say 72 people were killed, which brings the total death toll to more than 620. This is how it started in Gaza too. First, relentless aerial bombardment and then a ground offensive. Israel's army chief has already hinted at it.
You hear the jets overhead. We have been striking all day. This is both to prepare the ground for your possible entry and to continue degrading Hezbollah. Today, Hezbollah expanded its range of fire, and later today, they will receive a very strong response. Prepare yourselves.
Hezbollah is also hitting back. They have fired dozens of rockets at Israel. They also targeted Israel's spy agency, Mossad, but the damage is limited. Only 2 injuries have been reported so far. If there is an all-out war, that would obviously change. Hezbollah claims to have 100,000 fighters, 1 lakh fighters. They also have 150,000 rockets, plus Iranian ballistic missiles. Most of this arsenal is stored underground. Hezbollah has also built a network of tunnels to move around and communicate. Basically, they've been preparing for this, for an assault from Israel. We saw that in 2006 as well. Israel and Lebanon fought a 34-day war in 2006, and Hezbollah fighters held on for a ceasefire. In other words, Israel could not win that war. But the cost of such a face-off is huge. Nearly 1 million Lebanese were displaced in 2006. The war cost them $2.8 billion. It cost Israel $1.6 billion. And this time, even Iran may join in. They already have a score to settle with Israel, and now's the perfect time. Israel is politically isolated. It is also fighting a two-front war. Tehran's foreign minister has already issued a warning.
Iran firmly upholds its inherent right to defend its vital interests. And finally, Iran will not remain indifferent in case of a full-scale war in Lebanon. We stand with the people of Lebanon with all means.
2006 was bad. 2024 could be worse. which is why the world is calling for de-escalation. The US and France are pushing a 21-day ceasefire deal, sort of like a temporary truce. The hope is to use this period to figure out something permanent, to diffuse the tensions. Around 12 countries are supporting the ceasefire.
We put out a statement for a 21-day ceasefire along the Israeli-Lebanese border. We were able to generate significant support from Europe as well as the Arab nations. It's important this war not widen.
Mes pensées fraternelles.
We must not. We cannot have a war in Lebanon. There cannot be a war in Lebanon. This is why we urge Israel to cease this escalation in Lebanon, and we urge Hezbollah to cease the missile launches to Israel.
There's one problem, though. This isn't binding on Israel. It's just a joint statement by 12 countries. If you're expecting Israel to abide by that, you clearly do not know Netanyahu. So what about a binding statement? Maybe something from the United Nations Security Council. How about that? Well, France and Britain did propose that, but the US shot it down. They had some issues with the wording of the proposal, so Washington killed it. As for this new proposal, Israel has already rejected it. Look at what their foreign minister said, and I'm quoting, "There will be no ceasefire in the north. We will continue to fight against the terrorist organization Hezbollah." It's funny how he specified the north. It's not like Israel is championing a ceasefire in the south or anywhere, in fact. They have ignored every single stakeholder in this war. The United Nations, the Arab states, their own allies and partners, everyone is asking Israel to stop now, yet Netanyahu is doing the opposite. So a lot of countries are preparing for the worst. They're asking citizens to leave Lebanon. The US and Britain have deployed troops to the region. They say it's to help with evacuations. Turkey is preparing to do the same. So are India and Australia. The Indian embassy in Beirut has issued 3 advisories in 48 hours. 3 advisories in 48 hours. The latest one is asking Indians to leave Lebanon immediately. China too has done the same. So none of the signs are good for the world. But for Netanyahu, they're great. This is exactly what he wants. His war in Gaza is not popular among Israelis, but a war with Hezbollah would be popular. You see, 70,000 Israelis have been displaced from the northern parts of Israel, from northern Israel, and they can only return if Hezbollah is quiet. So most Israelis support a war in the north. We'll have more clarity in the coming days. Netanyahu has arrived in New York. He is expected to address the UN General Assembly on Friday. Even in peacetime, his speeches are dramatic, so expect something over the top. But today, it was Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas's turn. He is 88 years old, but at the United Nations General Assembly, he was animated and defiant. Abbas accused Israel of carrying out a genocide. He also vowed that Palestinians would never leave their land.
We will not leave. We will not leave. We will not leave. Palestine is our homeland. It is the land of our fathers, our grandfathers. It will remain ours. And if anyone were to leave, it would be the occupying usurpers.
Netanyahu is in the same city as his allies and rivals. It's a great chance for a diplomatic solution to sit down and talk things out, but frankly, there is little hope. Temperatures are running very high at the moment, so diplomacy is certainly not on Netanyahu's mind. Nonetheless, we'll be tracking these things closely for you. Now let's talk about China. It's been a big week for them on the economic front. A few days ago, China announced a major stimulus aimed at reviving the property sector and the stock market. Yesterday, they made another announcement. Beijing will provide cash handouts to the poor. And they're making a big deal out of it. Next Tuesday, the Communist Party will celebrate its 75th anniversary. And on this day, China observes a national holiday, October 1st. And this time, Beijing has issued special instructions to the local authorities. They must release the handouts before Tuesday so that the people can truly celebrate. Let me quote from the government order. It says the handout will demonstrate, and I'm quoting, the party and the government's love and care for the people in need. This will be a one-time cash handout. And who are the people who will get it? How much money will they get? China is being cagey with the specifics, and this is not new, neither the caginess nor the cash handouts. In fact, cash handouts are more common in China than you would imagine. Beijing has a large budget for it. At the beginning of this year, China had set aside some $22 billion for all kinds of financial assistance and subsidies, $22 billion. Every month, 40 million Chinese citizens get what is called a subsistence allowance. This is financial support for basic needs like food, housing, and healthcare. On average, the allowance is about 779 yuan for urban China. That's roughly 110 US dollars. And for those living in rural areas, they get 615 yuan or around 87 US dollars. Now, what's the purpose of this allowance? To guarantee what they're calling a minimum standard of living, so that these 40 million Chinese nationals can have that minimum standard of living. And this group is the ideal target group for that one-time cash handout. Some local governments are going beyond this group though, like in Shanghai. It plans to distribute coupons to locals. These can be used for dining, hotels and movies. Shanghai is printing coupons worth 522 million yuan. That's more than 70 million US dollars. But why is China giving so many subsidies? Because it wants to lift the economy out of its slumber. People are not spending enough. The demand for goods has plummeted. Beijing wants to change that.
We should be aware that the adverse impacts are rising from the changes in the external environment are increasing, effective demands remain insufficient at home, and the sustained economic recovery is still confronted with multiple difficulties and challenges.
That's why direct benefit transfers make sense. Economists have been pushing Beijing for this. One of the experts to make the suggestion was Huang Yiping. He serves as an advisor to China's central bank, that's the People's Bank of China. Huang had pitched for cash handouts too, and he made the suggestion way back in the month of May, almost 4 months back. For the longest time, China has ignored such suggestions. It has hesitated in issuing any direct support, and it has cracked down on the critics of its economic policy. In fact, recently, one economist went missing. Apparently, he'd criticized Xi Jinping and his economic policies, and it wasn't even a public statement. This economist shared his thoughts in a private message on WeChat. WeChat is a Chinese messaging app. That's where he shared his thoughts on a private message, but his message seems to have caught the eye of Chinese censors because this economist has not been seen in public since April. We hope he's safe, but we cannot be sure. People who disappear in China either do not resurface at all or do as mere shadows of their former selves. And while Beijing has been going after such critics, it has also been forced to take their suggestions because there's no other way to boost growth. Having said that, do not expect major shifts here. These stimulus measures are a one-time move, and there is no shift in policy when it comes to dealing with criticism. You shall face the wrath of the state. If you live in India, you know this. No matter what your disease, you'll be offered one solution. Pop a paracetamol. It doesn't matter what you're suffering from. A lot of Indians treat paracetamol as a magic drug, one that can cure any and all ailments. So if you're one of them, if you pop a paracetamol like there's no tomorrow, this story is for you. The CDSCO has come out with a new report. That's the Central Drug Standard Control Organization. It is India's top drug regulator. And this is what the report says. More than 50 drugs in India are not of standard quality. More than 50 types of medicines are of poor quality. This includes everyone's favorite paracetamol, Pan-D, popular antibiotics, medicines for diabetes and high blood pressure, and supplements like calcium and vitamins. Basically, most of the commonly used drugs, they're of poor quality, not safe to consume, for various reasons. There's substandard manufacturing practices, lack of quality control, or even contamination. Then there's a level of active pharmaceutical ingredients, or APIs. That's what they're commonly called, APIs. Every drug has them. But in these drugs, the substandard ones, the API levels are inconsistent. What does that mean for you? It means that the drugs can be quite dangerous. Instead of helping treat your ailment, they may be harming you. In the best case scenario, poor quality drugs are ineffective. They will not treat your condition. In the worst case scenario, they could lead to side effects that further aggravate your problem. Imagine you have a fever. You take a paracetamol of substandard quality. So it doesn't help control your fever. Instead, you develop other issues, like maybe a headache or an allergic reaction. So basically, instead of solving the problem, the medicine makes it worse, and prolonged use can damage your kidneys and liver. So who's to blame for these drugs? The regulator found this through random sampling. It was done in multiple states. So obviously, the first suspect was the manufacturers, the pharma companies who make these medicines. But they have denied any involvement. Of course, they have. Some of them have also issued clarifications. They say that they did not even manufacture the drugs. They're calling them spurious. Basically, the companies are saying that the medicines are fake. And it's not the first such instance. Last year, the drug regulator released another such report. It mentioned contamination in popular medicines, including cough syrup. In June this year, the regulator inspected 400 manufacturing units, and 36% of them had to be shut down because of quality issues. They did not meet manufacturing standards. And now there's this report. It's not helping India's pharma industry. India is known as the world's pharmacy. We supply 20% of the world's generic drugs. We are the third largest drug maker by volume. We are a leading manufacturer of vaccines. In 2023, India's pharma industry was worth over $60 billion. But poor quality and unsafe drugs threaten to taint this reputation. The need of the hour is stringent inspections, better quality management, and stricter regulation. But all of those are long-term solutions. What can you do as a customer now? Well, if you must take medicines every day, check for authenticity. Most drugs have a certification. It can be from the ISO, that's the International Organization for Standardization, or the WHO, that's the World Health Organization. Check for that. And for the others, unless your doctor prescribes it, stop popping pills like candy. It's not healthy. Every minor headache or cold does not need a medicine. It only builds up drug resistance. So you're doing yourself more harm than good. Our next story is about Canada. The country is led by Justin Trudeau. He is the Prime Minister and he's quite unpopular. He runs a minority government with outside support from other political parties. But if we were to hold elections today in Canada, he would be out. So you can imagine how relieved Trudeau was after he survived a no-confidence motion yesterday. Canada's main opposition party is gunning for him, but Justin Trudeau has managed to stay afloat, for now anyway. It's a story of desperation, defiance, and good old political opportunism. Our next report has the details.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that the House has no confidence in the Prime Minister and in the government.
Yeas pour 120 sans 20, nays contre 211 211.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
And with that, Justin Trudeau could breathe a sigh of relief. The motion to oust him was defeated. He managed to cling on to power, at least until the next no-confidence motion. That might take place in the next few hours, because Canada's Conservative Party is quite relentless. They want elections now. The Conservatives are leading in opinion polls by a massive margin. They were leading Trudeau's Liberals by 21 points a few days ago. So if the elections were held today, Trudeau would be out. Canadian citizens have had enough of him over the last 9 years. His approval rating has tanked from about 63% when he was first elected to about 28% this June. His party was polling even lower, at about 22% this month. This explains the slew of no-confidence motions lined up by Canada's Conservatives. But these motions are unlikely to succeed. The best chance for the Conservatives to win power would likely come in October. That's the official deadline for Trudeau to hold elections. And he's desperate to stay on until then. Trudeau probably knows he's losing, and he understands that his government is in a precarious position. He doesn't hold a parliamentary majority. His Liberal Party is 16 seats short of the halfway mark. He came back to power in the last election thanks to a coalition between his Liberal Party and Canada's New Democratic Party, led by Jagmeet Singh. But Singh abandoned Trudeau earlier this month. Partially. Singh ended their formal coalition, but he says he will continue to back Trudeau during no confidence motions. Why? Because Singh is unpopular too. If an election were held today, Jagmeet Singh's New Democratic Party would probably end up in the opposition. The Canadian Conservatives could come to power with a full majority. That means Singh won't be left with any political leverage. There's a third party that's backing Trudeau as well. A party based in Canada's French-speaking Quebec province, called the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc has its own agenda, like increasing pensions and getting concessions for dairy farmers in Quebec. The Bloc has issued an ultimatum to Trudeau. It says that it would pull support if the government does not back its proposals. That would leave Trudeau entirely at Singh's mercy. As you can see, Trudeau is desperate to survive. The smaller parties are keen to extract their pound of flesh, and the whole lot seem to be defying the will of the Canadian people. So, despite Conservative Party efforts, it looks like the people of Canada will have to wait for a while before they can show Trudeau the door.
India's defence industry has hit a new milestone, 1.27 lakh crores in output, which is around $15 billion. Now, this is a big deal for India because we've always been a defence importer. Fighter jets, missiles, bullets, tanks, you name it, India imported it. But the new goal is to turn away from imports, to first become self-reliant and then to export to the world. In that context, this milestone is very important. It was achieved in the last financial year. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh celebrated it on social media. He attributed the success to the Make in India program. He said India now exports to 90 countries, 90. We've told you about the big ones, like the BrahMos missile sold to the Philippines or the rocket system sold to Armenia. But that's not the full story. India's defence industry is large and complex. So tonight, let's do a deep dive. Who are the big players? What do they make? And who's buying it? Broadly speaking, there are three players. First is the government-owned producers. There are 16 DPSUs, or Defence Public Sector Undertakings. 16. You may have heard of HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, or the Mazagaon Dock Shipbuilders. These are DPSUs. They dominate India's defence industry. They also make the big toys, like fighter jets and warships. The second group is the private sector. They were allowed to produce defence goods in 2001. You need a license to make weapons in India. Today, the private players make up 20% of the output. Some 369 companies are in play. This includes the likes of Tata, Mahindra and Bharat Forge. You also have small and medium-sized companies, around 14,000 of them, plus 329 defence startups, which brings us to the final group, joint ventures, like BrahMos, which is half Russian. And where do these companies produce? Well, the government has set up two defence corridors in India. One is in Tamil Nadu, the other is in Uttar Pradesh. The UP corridor has got investments worth $3 billion and Tamil Nadu worth $1.4 billion. These companies mostly produce small items like firearms or lasers or protective gears or drones or helmets. And who buys them? Well, get ready for a surprise. The United States is the biggest export destination. Nearly 50% goes to the US. Some of it feeds the US manufacturing line. Consider Tata and Boeing. They have a joint venture in Hyderabad. It produces parts for multiple Boeing aircraft, like the Apache helicopter. While this is good, it's not enough because the real money lies in the big toys like your fighter jets and helicopters, ships and missiles. So far, only one country has bought the BrahMos and no one has bought the Tejas fighter jet. Many countries have expressed interest in both, but deals are yet to be struck. Now, to be fair, the Indian government is lobbying for it. They have appointed defence attaches to new countries, especially in the global south. These countries are looking for affordable yet lethal weapons, so India senses an opportunity here. But what about domestic demand? India is the fourth largest defence spender in the world. We spend $83 billion on defence. Why not use that money to buy Indian weapons? That's what some defence companies are asking. Recently, India placed an order for American rifles, around 73,000 SIG patrols. Now, Indian companies do make such firearms, so some of them question the move, like Bengaluru's SSS Defence, which makes you wonder, Why does this happen? If India won't buy Indian-made weapons, why would anyone else? It's a question to think about. At the same time, we must say this, that this is an issue of national security. It's not like producing laptops or smartphones. We're talking about weapons. So indigenization cannot come at the cost of security. We must adopt a bottom-up approach, encourage defense startups, attract more foreign investments, and focus on joint ventures. Basically, set a strong foundation for this industry. The US and Russian defense complexes were not built overnight. They were painstakingly created over wars and hardships. So there is time for India. The key is to do it right, not fast. Now let's turn our attention to the United States, the so-called land of the free that claims to champion freedom of expression, so much so that hate crimes get a free rein as well. I say this because another temple has been targeted in America. BAPS Swaminarayan Temple in Sacramento, the capital of California. The temple walls were covered with a disturbing message: Hindus go back. This threat was spray painted and the building's water pipes were damaged. This is the second such incident in the last 10 days. Last week, a BAPS temple was targeted in New York. This was just days ahead of India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the US. American lawmakers condemned the attack. India too sent a strong message. Yet, systemic hate persists in the US. Here's a report.
Another temple has been targeted in the United States, the BAPS Swaminarayan Temple in Sacramento, the capital of California. It happened last night. The temple was vandalized and anti-Hindu messages were spray-painted on the building's walls. The threat said, Hindus go back. Apart from this, the temple's water pipes were damaged. The water supply was cut. An investigation has been launched into this incident, which has sparked anger. There are concerns over the safety of religious minorities in the country, especially as this attack comes amidst a growing trend in the United States. Hindu temples are being vandalized in the country. This is a systematic hate crime against the Hindu community in America. In January this year, a Hindu temple was vandalized in California. It was defaced with anti-India graffiti. On September 17th, less than 10 days ago, another BAPS temple was vandalized, this time in New York. Hate messages were spray-painted on the temple's entrance. They were directed at India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was visiting the US just days later. Indian diplomats demanded strong action against the perpetrators. The vandalism was condemned by US lawmakers, more than 24 of them. Yet the vile act of hate continues. In response to the religious intolerance, this morning the Hindu community came together. They gathered for a prayer ceremony and took comfort in togetherness. They were joined by Stephanie Nguyen, a California State Assembly member, Mayor Bobby Singh Allen, and Police Chief Matthew Tamayo. The prayer meeting was a symbol of unity. But is it enough? Ahead of US elections, hate crimes in the country seem to be going from bad to worse. Congressman Ro Khanna has called these incidents appalling and morally wrong. Physician and politician Ami Bera says there is no place for religious bigotry. But the Hindu community wants to see tangible action. The US goes to polls in a couple of weeks. This is the same nation where politics is so polarizing, it's dividing people, where extremism is getting oxygen. And the back-to-back incidents continue to reignite concerns that religious minorities are clearly not as safe in the country as the US claims.
Who is America's top ally in West Asia? At number 1 is Israel, as evident from their support for the war. But Saudi Arabia is a close number 2, because the kingdom is a package. You get the Arab world, you get the Muslim world, and you get a whole lot of oil. But looks like Joe Biden is looking to diversify. This week, he hosted the president of the UAE at the White House, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, aka MBZ. He is the first UAE president to visit the White House, and Biden was all praise.
UAE is a nation of trailblazers, always looking to the future, always making big bets, and there's something our countries have in common and our people have in common.
I would like to reaffirm that the United Arab Emirates has a firm and unwavering commitment to work with the United States of America for the sake of deepening the strategic partnership between our two nations.
Joe Biden also made an announcement. He designated the UAE as a major defense partner. Now, this is a rare move. Only one other country has been given this tag, and that is India. But what does it mean? Basically, more defense cooperation, things like your joint military exercises, more defense deals, and sharing of crucial technology. Now, the simple question is why? Why has Biden done this now? Like I said, maybe to diversify. Saudi Arabia has long been America's trusted ally in West Asia. The UAE has also been an ally, but Riyadh had a special place in US policy. Under Joe Biden, that has changed. While campaigning for his presidency, he promised to turn Riyadh into a pariah. He toned down that rhetoric as president, but the relationship remains frozen. In fact, Riyadh has moved closer to China. They're welcoming Chinese technology to diversify their economy. And don't forget the human rights. The US has mostly ignored these concerns, but it becomes a bit tough when critics are killed and chopped up in embassies. Which brings us to the UAE. They've been a lot easier to deal with. Let's look at three instances. Number one, China. Beijing was reportedly investing in the Abu Dhabi port. They were also involved in the UAE's 5G setup. The US complained about these deals, so Abu Dhabi cancelled them. Instead, American companies are now investing. Microsoft is pumping $1.5 billion into the UAE's AI infrastructure. That's one example. Number two is Israel. The UAE signed the Abraham Accords in 2020. They've normalized relations with Israel. But Saudi Arabia is yet to do that. And finally, number three, oil. You may remember the inflation crisis in 2022 and 2023. Joe Biden pleaded with Saudi Arabia to increase oil output, to reduce the oil prices. He even flew down to Riyadh and met the Saudi crown prince. But the kingdom refused. Again, guess who did not? The UAE. They increased their output by 200,000 barrels per day. Even culturally, the UAE is more flexible. Their cities are largely cosmopolitan, and they're more welcoming to minorities. Certainly better than Saudi Arabia or Qatar. Is that why Biden is wooing them? Well, it's certainly possible. The UAE already hosts a US military base. Around 3,500 American soldiers are stationed there, so it's a great location to keep tabs on West Asia. But what's in it for the UAE? Well, Abu Dhabi has its own rivalry with Riyadh. It's a sort of an intra-Arab rivalry. Some of it dates back to border issues and dynastic politics, but the major ones are recent, like who will dominate the oil market, who will get more foreign investment, and who will leave the Arab world. It's a bit like a prestige battle. We saw that in Yemen. Saudi Arabia and the UAE had deployed troops together, but in 2019, the UAE pulled out. Reports say the Saudi crown prince was not happy about this. He apparently accused MBZ of backstabbing him. So the rivalry is very much there. It's just not open hostility. And that's where the US comes in. America has modern technology and cutting-edge weapons. The UAE needs those to challenge Riyadh. We're talking things like 5G and AI. Saudi Arabia is getting them from China, so the UAE is getting them from the US. We could be looking at a major realignment in West Asia. Let's see how it unfolds. As we speak, the United Nations General Assembly is in session. Leaders from all over the world have made their way to New York to represent their countries, take part in debates and discussions, and address some of the most challenging issues that the world faces today. One of these issues is the fate of Afghan women. Ever since the Taliban took over Afghanistan in 2021, women have had their voices silenced, quite literally. The issue was highlighted by the American actor Meryl Streep, and her speech is going viral. Take a look at this first.
Today, in Kabul, a female cat has more freedoms than a woman. A cat may go sit on her front stoop and feel the sun on her face. She may chase a squirrel into the park. A squirrel has more rights than a girl in Afghanistan today because the public parks have been closed to women and girls by the Taliban. A bird may sing in Kabul, but a girl may not, and a woman may not in public.
She's right. Afghan women cannot show their faces in public. They're not allowed to talk out loud anymore. And the Taliban say no singing. These restrictions are over and above the earlier ones, which prevented Afghan women from receiving an education beyond the 6th grade. It's a revolting situation. So raising awareness is necessary. Meryl Streep has put her weight behind the Afghan women's cause. And that is definitely the need of the hour to ensure that their plight is not forgotten. That alone would have been one good thing to come out of this UN session. But then something else happened. It seems 4 Western nations got inspired and decided to sue the Taliban at the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. These 4 Western champions of justice are Canada, Australia, Germany, and the Netherlands. Yes, all 4 of them are countries that sent troops to Afghanistan during the so-called war on terror. It seems they're done suing their own war crime whistleblowers, and now they want some more Afghan-linked legal action. But let's put aside that irony for a second and look at the case that these nations are pursuing. The 4 Western countries are suing the Taliban for violating a human rights treaty called the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Think about that name for a second. Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Does that sound like something the Taliban would sign? Of course not. They'd never signed this convention. But the Western-backed Afghan government did, back in the year 2003. Now here's the kicker. These 4 Western countries are suing the Taliban for violating a convention they did not sign. And these countries have not recognized the Taliban government. They don't think of it as legitimate. But they say that since the Taliban control Afghanistan, they're obliged to uphold old treaties. Again, think about that for a second. According to these 4 Western nations, if a criminal gang overruns a police station, the criminals will automatically become cops and they can be sued for not patrolling the neighborhood. That's basically what their case is. Look at the foreign ministers from these 4 nations, so pleased with the mental gymnastics they've just pulled off, denying the Taliban legitimacy but demanding that they do the job of a legitimate government. And this is not even the best part. These 4 Western countries are suing the Taliban at the ICJ, really, the ICJ, a so-called world court, with no enforcement powers. Let's look at how that will go. First, the Taliban has 6 months for arbitration to come to a settlement with these 4 Western nations, which basically means 6 months wasted. After that, the ICJ will take up the case. The court spends about 4 years on a case on average. So 4 years of talk while Afghan women remain silent. Then there will be an ICJ verdict. Let's assume that the court finds the Taliban guilty. What will the judges do? Will they intensify their hand-wringing? Send a strongly worded letter, perhaps? What else can they do? Remember, they have no enforcement powers. The whole premise is ridiculous. The ICJ is not even a paper tiger. It's a paper sheep to be shepherded by the UN Security Council. In theory, the Security Council can try and enforce the ICJ's rulings. But who's on that council? Countries like China. Beijing wants minerals from Kabul. So, of course, they will veto anything that the ICJ says. All the Taliban has to do is bribe China with a mine or 2, and they can continue to oppress Afghan women for generations to come. The thing is, Afghanistan needs real action, not Western nations trying to role play as the 4 horsemen of women empowerment, and definitely not another farce at the ICJ. Afghan women deserve better. For our last story tonight, let's talk about the land where time seems to stand still, the land with a relentless sun and rippling sand. I'm talking about the Sahara Desert. It spans across North Africa. It's the largest hot desert in the world, one of the driest regions on Earth, but maybe not so much anymore. The Sahara is blooming with life. NASA has released satellite images. They capture the desert's green shift, with plant life popping up everywhere, adding color to the typically arid land. Why is this happening? Is it a cause for celebration or a sign of devastation? Our next report tells you.
This is the Sahara Desert. It spans across North Africa with an area of more than 9 million square kilometers. It is the largest hot desert in the world, But for scientists, the Sahara is like a large open-air museum, where the shifting sands and the weathering bring up ancient landscapes from a bygone era. Did you know that thousands of years ago, the Sahara was nothing like it is today? It was home to lush greenery, packed with lakes and rivers, even forests. So the Sahara is an immense data bank. It can tell us what climate change can do to a region, how it can affect landscapes and civilizations, how it can turn a savanna brimming with life into one of the hottest and driest places on Earth. Because today, we are witnessing this shift once again. But this time, climate change is taking the Sahara back to its roots. NASA has released satellite images of the desert. They show a dramatic transformation. The Sahara is shifting green. You can see the influx of color from space. Over the past few months, the region has witnessed heavy rainfall, so plants are growing across the desert, especially in Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya. These are generally treeless landscapes. They rarely receive any rain, but now green shoots are sprouting up across these regions. Now, considering the region's history, this is not completely unusual. The Sahara looks like a desert, but when a deluge of rain pours in, everything starts greening quickly. Plant life starts to sprout. Nature responds readily. What's unusual is the rate at which this is happening. The flora may look pretty, but this is a devastating sign of the things to come. Climate change is changing the tracks of storms. In Africa, it has moved the storm system northward, so rainfall in the region has become stronger and more frequent. Within a matter of days, North Africa received a year's worth of rainfall. So typically dry areas like Niger, Chad, Sudan, Libya and Egypt have received more than 400% of their typical rainfall since July. Now there is catastrophic flooding. About 4 million people have been severely impacted, and the Sahara Desert is about 6 times wetter than it should be. Meanwhile, because the storms have shifted, some countries that should be getting more rainfall, like Nigeria and Cameroon, are getting fewer rains. They received between 50 to 80% of their typical rainfall since July. Scientists say this is only the beginning. Climate change is disrupting seasons, making natural disasters worse and inviting major consequences. So while the Sahara looks fascinating with its newfound greenery, this is no cause for celebration.
Born in Karachi, studied at Oxford and leading a political party at 36. That's Bilaval Bhutto Zardari's resume. His mother was a prime minister and his father was president. So Bilaval had to fight his way to the top. But kudos to him, because he has never let his famous surname weigh him down. He's done that with his own speeches. You see, Bilaval's Urdu is a bit weak. He has said so himself. He's a lot more comfortable speaking English. But that has never stopped him from making complicated references. This time he was using the Urdu version of an English idiom. Give someone an inch and they'll take a mile. Safe to say, he got it wrong.
Hey y'all, come look at this.
बहुत वजन है आपकी बात पे और इस पे सोचना चाहिए कि when you आप कहते हैं ना आप उंगली देते हैं वो पूरा
बारिश आता है तो पानी आता है जब ज्यादा बारिश आता है तो ज्यादा पानी आता है कि खान साहब ने तो पूरा टोचा खाना खाली कर दिया टोचा खाना क्या है मैं समझाऊं तो कैसे समझाऊं
कि टांगे कांपने में और कांपे टांगने में फर्क क्या है हाँ
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. A new video captures the northern lights over the US state of Washington. During a visit to Luxembourg, the Pope shares an adorable moment with the country's young prince, and Hong Kong welcomes a pair of giant pandas from China with a grand ceremony. Finally, on this day in history, in 1946, the first Tintin magazine was published. It was created by a Belgian comic strip artist, popularly known as Hergé. The comics follow the adventures of fictional Belgian reporter Tintin and his canine sidekick, Snowy. Till date, it remains one of the most popular and influential comics globally. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham in Washington, D.C. Coming up, Kamala Harris tackles the economy and Donald Trump tackles Iran. More on the race for the White House in a moment, but first, here's a look at the latest headlines. Vladimir Putin threatens to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. This if NATO members allow Kyiv to use Western-made weapons to strike deep inside Russian territory. Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance has fallen far behind his Democratic rival Tim Walz in a nationwide popularity poll conducted by the Associated Press and the University of Chicago. The ratings come ahead of the vice presidential debate on October 1st. Eric Adams becomes the first sitting mayor of New York City to be indicted on federal criminal charges. The first hearing is today, where a sealed indictment detailing the charges will finally be revealed. Ecuador declares an emergency in its capital, Quito, after wildfires destroy hundreds of homes. Emergency responders rescue over 100 families and call for more evacuations across the city. And billionaire Elon Musk's SpaceX plans to invest $1.5 billion in Vietnam. This as SpaceX labels the South Asian nation a promising market for satellite internet services. In the United States, the race for the White House is getting down to the wire. Vice President Kamala Harris laid out her economic agenda on Wednesday that she hopes to adopt if elected as the president. Calling herself a capitalist, she vowed to build an economy that would be pro-middle class and pro-small business. The Democratic presidential candidate outlined $100 billion in new investments to expand manufacturing and boost job creation.
Look, I'm a capitalist. I believe in free and fair markets. I believe in consistent and transparent rules of the road to create a stable business environment. We will prioritize investments for strengthening factory towns. This is so important. For strengthening factory towns, retooling existing factories, hiring locally, and working with unions.
Speaking at the Economic Club of Pittsburgh in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, Harris promised tax hikes on giant corporations while providing tax breaks for home builders and small businesses.
And we will invest in the industries that, for example, made Pittsburgh the Steel City by offering tax credits for expanding good union jobs in steel and iron and manufacturing communities.
The vice president believes biomanufacturing, aerospace, artificial intelligence, and clean energy industries will define the future of the United States.
I will recommit the nation to global leadership in the sectors that will define the next century. We will invest in biomanufacturing and aerospace, remain dominant in AI and quantum computing, blockchain and other emerging technologies, expand our lead in clean energy innovation and manufacturing.
The nearly 40-minute speech also included concerns about China growing faster than the United States in infrastructure development.
But the simple truth is, in America, it takes too long and it costs too much to build. Whether it's a new housing development, a new factory, or a new bridge, projects take too long to go from concept to reality. It happens in blue states, it happens in red states, and it's a national problem. And I will tell you this, China is not moving slowly. They're not. And we can't afford to either. If we are to compete, we can't afford to either. As president, if things are not moving quickly, I will demand to know why, and I will act.
The vice president also took a swipe at former President Donald Trump, saying the Republican presidential hopeful has no intention of growing the middle class and wants to only benefit billionaires.
The American people face a choice between two fundamentally very different paths for our economy. I intend to chart a new way forward and grow America's middle class. Donald Trump intends to take America backward to the failed policies of the past. He has no intention to grow our middle class. He's only interested in making life better for himself and people like himself.
The speech was an attempt by the vice president to neutralize the rhetoric that Donald Trump would be better for the economy. In fact, several opinion polls have shown that the economy is a top electoral issue for Americans, with voters showing more confidence in the Republican. However, some polls show the gap between the two presidential candidates on the issue is in fact shrinking, with just over a month to go before the November 5th election. And staying on the campaign trail, former President Donald Trump verbally attacked Iran a day after he was briefed by intelligence officials about threats to his life from the Iranian agents. During a campaign rally in North Carolina, Donald Trump said Iran should be blown to smithereens if it attempts to target a U.S. presidential candidate.
As you know, there have been 2 assassination attempts on my life that we know of, and they may or may not involve, but possibly do, Iran. but we've been threatened very directly by Iran. And I think you have to let them know, because the best way to do it is through the office of the president, that you do any attacks on former presidents or candidates for president, your country gets blown to smithereens, as we say.
The ex-president also questioned why the president of Iran was being protected by American law enforcement agencies. The Iranian leader was in New York this week to attend the United Nations General Assembly and urged Washington to begin a new era of bilateral relations.
Meanwhile, we have the president of Iran in our country this week. We have large security forces guarding him, and yet they're threatening our former president and the leading candidate to become the next president of the United States. Certainly a strange set of circumstances.
Trump, who is seeking a second term in the White House, has already survived 2 assassination attempts since July. While the presidential candidate has suggested that Iran could be behind the 2 attempts, federal authorities have made no such connection. The Trump campaign is seeking to make Iran's threats a political issue nonetheless, suggesting that Tehran and Vice President Kamala Harris are spying on the former president. Now, intelligence officials have found no evidence of this claim, but have shared proof of Iran wanting to influence the November election. Reports say Iran does not want Donald Trump to win in November, as he worsened ties between the 2 countries during his term in office. So far, Washington has flagged Iran's attempts at hacking Donald Trump's campaign and allegedly sending a Pakistani national to plot assassinations of Donald Trump and other congressional lawmakers. And from the United States to the Middle East, the intensifying conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has fueled fears of a broader regional war. And to de-escalate these brimming tensions, the United States and France have urged Israel and Hezbollah to agree to a 21-day temporary ceasefire. President Joe Biden and French President Emmanuel Macron issued a joint statement after meeting on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly just yesterday. The 2 leaders called for a settlement to allow displaced civilians to return safely to their homes and warned that the cross-border attacks between the 2 began on October 7th and could expand into a much broader conflict.
As you can see, we put out a statement for a 21-day ceasefire along the Israeli-Lebanese border. We were able to generate significant support from Europe as well as the Arab nations. It's important this war not widen. I'll have more to say about it tomorrow.
A diplomatic solution is indeed possible. In recent days, we have worked with our American partners on a temporary ceasefire platform of 21 days to allow for negotiations. This platform will be made public very soon, and we are counting on both parties to accept it without delay in order to protect civilian populations and allow for diplomatic negotiations to begin.
Now, the proposed ceasefire has in fact received broad international backing, with support from the United Kingdom, the European Union, and key regional players like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. Now, it's worth noting that the ceasefire proposal applies only to the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah and not to the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. However, Hezbollah has indicated it would only halt its strikes on Israel if a ceasefire in Gaza is also reached.
We also affirm the need to end the Israeli aggression against Gaza immediately. The spillovers of what is happening in Gaza is directly affecting the situation in Lebanon and the region. And what is happening will not stop at borders of the region, but will include the whole of the Middle East if it is not addressed without further delay.
Now, on the other hand, Israel continues to blame Hezbollah for the crisis, pointing to the October 7 attacks as the trigger for the violence. The Israeli army chief has ordered his troops to prepare for a ground incursion into Lebanon against Hezbollah. Speaking in New York, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations added that if diplomacy fails, Israel will use all means in Lebanon.
Designate Hezbollah and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. And finally, stop casting blame on the side defending its citizens. Instead, find the courage to once and for all name and condemn the true aggressor responsible for igniting this cycle of violence. We welcome the initiatives from different negotiators, and I think they know exactly what we expect. And if we can achieve it with diplomacy, it will be much better for Israel, much better for Lebanon. But all of this can stop immediately. Once Hezbollah will stop firing missiles and rockets into our civilian communities, there will be no cycle of violence in the region.
Meanwhile, several embassies, including the United Kingdom, Germany, and India, have urged their citizens to avoid traveling to Lebanon and leave the country as soon as possible. Now, as the situation remains tense, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrives in New York to address the UN Assembly and is expected to clarify Israel's stance on the proposed ceasefire. The tiny Pacific island of Tuvalu is facing an urgent battle against rising seas. With tides projected to flood half of the main island by 2050, the nation's 11,000 people are watching their land disappear. But Tuvalu isn't just standing still. From building artificial land to pushing for global recognition of its borders, this small nation is fighting for its future as the waters continue to rise. Here's more on the story.
In the heart of the Pacific, there's a tiny nation fighting an omnipresent and relentless enemy, the rising sea. Tuvalu, home to just 11,000 people, is a collection of 9 fragile atolls, where the ocean is slowly swallowing the land. NASA scientists project that by 2050, daily tides will flood half of Funafuti, the main atoll where 60% of Tuvalu's population lives. Villages cling to a narrow strip of land, but that land will slowly vanish.
It's an emotional one, and it's not a fair situation from our end that we are facing the brutal impacts of this crisis that we contribute very little to. And what's endangered is our identity to our land, our identity as Tuvaluans, and the future of our children and our descendants. And that's very concerning.
Hence, in a bid to secure the future, the country has already created 17.3 acres of artificial land. They're planning more, hoping these man-made islands will stay above water until the year 2100. Still, the question of what happens when the ocean finally overtakes their islands looms large.
What we advocate for is the clear path of people to move when it comes to worst-case scenarios. And the Philippine Treaty has put us that, have shown a clear path. But it's supposed to be a plan B, not a plan A.
Tuvalu recently signed a landmark treaty with Australia. It provides a path for 280 Tuvaluans each year to migrate to Australia starting from next year. This will give many an escape, but not everyone wants to leave. Some say they will stay even as the tides rise to preserve the nation's sovereignty.
We do have a plan to move somewhere else, like another country. Maybe Australia. That's the plan.
Yeah, it's a very hard decision to make because we have to leave our country. And to leave a country, we have to leave aside the culture that we were born with.
But at the same time, Tuvalu is also fighting a bigger battle. They want to change international law to protect their maritime boundaries and statehood, even if their island is submerged. On Wednesday, Tuvalu's Prime Minister, Felete Tio, addressed the United Nations General Assembly. He sought support for a campaign that could secure Tuvalu's future, at least legally.
We expect the declaration to include the following. Firstly, to ascertain the principle of statehood continuity as a tenet of international law and international cooperation, and to affirm that statehood cannot be challenged under any circumstances of sea level rise. Our membership in the United Nations and its specialized agency is permanent, notwithstanding the impact of climate change.
The UN's International Law Commission has shown some support for Tuvalu's case, but not everyone agrees. Some nations are hesitant to change the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, leaving Tuvalu in a legal limbo.
Sea level rise is a global and a multi-dimensional phenomenon that requires global action and prompt response. No nation, no community can address it alone. For small island developing countries, sea level rise poses an existential threat to our economies, to our culture and heritage, and to the land that nourished our ancestors for centuries. The existential threat we face is not of our making, but it will remake us.
Still, they continue to fight, and they are not alone. Their Pacific neighbors, the 18 members of the Pacific Islands Forum, have already declared the region's maritime boundaries are fixed. But because not all countries are on board, foreign fishing fleets still roam the Pacific. And without wider recognition, the risk of illegal fishing remains high. So, with their islands threatened by the sea, the people of Tuvalu are standing firm, building, negotiating and seeking protection. And as the tides continue to rise, so does their call for justice, for a future where even in the face of rising waters, their identity and sovereignty remain unsinkable. Before the ocean claims their islands, Tuvalu hopes the world will hear and act before time finally runs out.
And we end today with the internet's latest sensation, Pesto the penguin. This 9-month-old king penguin is charming the world with his chubby figure and fluffy brown feathers. Nicknamed the linebacker, Pesto's massive size and adorable personality has made him a global star, with people taking special flights to Australia just to see this bird. With social media posts reaching over 5 billion impressions, even pop star Katy Perry has taken notice of Pesto's irresistible charm. Here's Pesto for his close-up.
Penguins are, without question, one of the most adorable creatures on the planet. They basically strut around like they own the ice, and somehow manage to look both regal and clumsy at the same time. But if you thought penguins couldn't get any more lovable, wait till you hear about Pesto. Pesto isn't just any penguin, he's the penguin, the one who has stolen the internet's collective heart. This 9-month-old chunky chocolate brown king penguin from Australia has the world and even Katy Perry falling head over heels. You know you've made it big when a pop icon posts about you. Some people spend their entire life chasing fame. But Pesto, he waddled into superstardom practically overnight. And it seems like the entire globe is boarding a flight to Australia just to catch a glimpse of him. Born at the Sea Life Melbourne Aquarium, Pesto is a standout in his colony of black and white penguins because he is rocking an excessively fluffy chocolate brown coat. And he happens to be the only king penguin born there this year.
We only have one baby king penguin this year. It's just really random on how many penguins we actually do get. This year we only had one baby king. Last year, unfortunately, we did have none, but the year before we actually had 6. So it's just kind of luck of the draw for us here at Sea Life, and we were lucky enough to get Pesto this year.
He's affectionately nicknamed Fatty because he started life as a teeny 200-gram hatchling but now weighs in at a whopping 22 kilograms, more than both his parents combined. He's officially the largest penguin chick the aquarium has ever seen. From the UK and the US, from TV shows to TikTok clips, Pesto is everywhere. He's got 115,000 posts dedicated to him on TikTok alone and has raked up a cool 5 billion online impressions. For those wondering if this fluffy little guy's size is normal, the aquarium keepers are quick to defend him. Baby penguins are supposed to pack on the pounds, but even they did not expect Pesto to turn into an absolute unit. The guy's been pounding down about 30 fish a day, which is less than what an adult penguin eats, and he's inherited the big boned genes from his parents. His dad is the biggest penguin at the aquarium. It's not like he's sneaking midnight snacks from the fish freezer, he's just living the best penguin life. However, Pesto's days as a chubby little fluff ball are numbered. He's already starting to lose that brown baby fluff as he grows his adult feathers, which means he'll soon slim down and transform into the sleek black and white king penguin.
Pesto is about to go through his fledging period. What this means is he's going to start losing that really adorable baby fluff. It might take him 1 to 2 months to really get rid of it. Then he'll be nice and sleek and streamlined, just like his dad you can see here, Hudson, with that yellow and orange on the side of their head, on their chest, and his lovely black feet as well.
This penguin's appeal goes beyond his plump figure. Pesto is an absolute social butterfly, always chattering away in the cutest whistle, and just like any toddler, he loves irritating the older penguins. He doesn't wait for the keepers to say hello, Pesto waddles right over to greet them first. Even the aquarium staff can't get enough of him. They threw him a gender reveal party, complete with a blue cake which is often associated with the male gender. And his social media presence is just as massive as his waistline, with videos and photos regularly raking in thousands of likes and comments, as if the world just can't get enough of watching him waddle about. In a world obsessed with the perfect Instagram life, Pesto's taught us that sometimes just being your true, fluffy, munchies-loving self is enough to capture hearts. And apparently, the entire internet.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start in North Africa, where Egypt is set for a massive boost in its defense sector. The United States has approved the sale of 720 Stinger missiles to Egypt worth $740 million. The U.S. State Department said in a statement that the sale will help improve the security of its friend. Washington described Egypt as an important force for political stability and economic growth in the region. The move highlights the growing Egypt-US ties amid heightened tensions in the North Africa and West Asia. Now, it comes after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited Cairo last week and hailed the partnership with Egypt. Egypt is a key mediator in efforts to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Its mediation efforts have improved ties with the U.S., which earlier raised concerns over human rights under President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. However, the Stinger missiles deal is likely to add to a backlog of military supplies by the United States. The missiles are already in high demand due to their effectiveness in Ukraine against Russian air attacks. U.S. has already received orders from Taiwan and NATO allies for the missiles. Earlier this year, several NATO members reportedly placed a $700 million order for missiles, extending the production line backlog through to 2029. Egypt's new order will further add to this growing demand for the missiles. Now, the Stinger is a man-portable surface-to-air missile system. That means it can be launched by a soldier or a trained civilian who typically holds it on their shoulder. However, Egypt will put the missiles on vehicles equipped with the Avenger launcher system. The missiles are lightweight, compact, mobile, and low cost. It can hit targets flying as high as 11,500 feet and has a range of about 8 kilometers. The missiles will boost Egypt's defense capabilities and protect it against potential air threats. Egypt has the most powerful military in the Arab world. It is also considered the strongest in Africa by its fighting capabilities. As per the Global Firepower Report, Egypt holds the 15th position globally. In terms of military expenditure, Egypt holds the third largest defense budget in Africa at $9.4 billion. It trails behind Algeria with $21.6 billion and Morocco with $12.8 billion. And globally, Cairo ranks as the 35th country with the highest defense budget. Egypt has also recently provided weapons to its ally Somalia amid the tensions in the Horn of Africa. Now, this reflects Egypt's growing military strength and presence regionally and also globally. For more on this, we have with us Dr. Samuel Alewale, who is a security expert and research fellow at the University of Pretoria. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, Doctor, how will the acquisition of the 720 Stinger missiles enhance Egypt's defense capabilities, particularly in context of the regional security dynamics and its role as a mediator in the Gaza crisis?
Okay, if we look at the recent or the proposed acquisition by Egypt, it has the potential to boost the military capability of Egypt, especially when we consider it in the light of the emerging dynamics in the region. Most of what we have seen in that region in recent time are mostly related to air-related attack, missile attack from the Houthis against Israel, the Hezbollah against Israel, as well as Israel against some of these hostile forces. So the role of air defense system is critical for countries around this region at this point in time, for them to defend against incoming drone attack, as well as aircraft and missile. So acquisition of surface-to-air missile is critical at this point in time, and as well as if we look at the current capability of Egypt. Egypt, according to the recent or the latest report of IISS, we noticed that Egypt have about 700 surface-to-air missiles currently under the control of its Air Defense Command. So this additional order is likely to add or boost the capability of Egypt, especially in the near future, because considering the fact that there's a backlog of order of this particular weapon from the US already, that the likelihood of getting this weapon as soon as possible is not too certain, meaning that the supply of such weapon may not be this year. It may start from maybe the next 2-3 years, possibly. So these are some of the concerns. Despite the fact that it's going to boost the capability, it may not be in the immediate time. It may be in the next 2-3 years in addition. Again, it may offer Egypt the opportunity to also retire some of the old inventory as well, as a replacement and as a addition to the existing capability in terms of air defense system.
Right. And how does this arms deal reflect the current state of US-Egypt relations, especially considering the recent waiver of human rights conditions on military aid? What are the potential diplomatic repercussions in the Middle East?
Okay, I think in terms of US-Egypt relation, it shows improvement in US-Egypt relation. A few months ago, the report that shows that Egypt requested for certain military equipment from the US that was declined. And after that, there was there are other reports recently, especially in around August, September, this September, that shows that Egypt is also placing order on a number of J-10 from China. So these are evidence that shows that in recent time, the relationship in terms of procurement may not be as perfect as we have seen recently. And this particular order and approval from the US State Department shows that is a significant indicator of improving relationship in terms of procurement, defense procurement from the US. So if we look at the relationship in the holistic context of the security and the ongoing armed conflict and the role of Egypt in negotiation in this in negotiating peace deal in the region, we notice that at this point, US cannot also avoid to lose Egypt as a major ally in the region because despite the fact that US have the interest to boost the military capability and support Israel to respond and defend itself against current and potential future attack, they also have interest to settle the ongoing conflict in the region. And Egypt play a major role in this area. So because of that, the US cannot avoid to lose Egypt as a major ally, while Egypt also have a long-time relation with the US. We can say recently, US have revised its position in terms of cutting the aid designed for Egypt. So I think for the first time this year, US will be paying the full design or budgeted aid for Egypt in terms of military support, due to the fact that the country has become a critical player in the region and in advancing US interest in the region.
Yeah. And Doctor, the deal is valued at $740 million. What are the economic implications for Egypt's defense budget and the broader economic stability? How might this expenditure affect other areas of public spending?
Okay, Egypt has a history of huge defense procurement. Egypt is always known for huge defense procurement running into billions. So this is not the first time that Egypt will be making such huge procurement. Again, the available evidence does not show whether this particular procurement, that the payments will be at a go or spread over a period of time. So we are, I'm not privileged to have access to that kind of data, or we don't have details about how the payments will be made. And again, we can't totally say in terms of, beside the fact that we are not too sure of when the period that the payment will be spread, we are not too sure whether US will also be supporting Egypt one way or the other through foreign aid, given the fact that there is now a clear cost in terms of full payment of foreign aid designed for Egypt. In addition to that, there's no way, one way or the other, the amount spent on military budget will reduce what is available for other areas of the economy. But if we look at Egypt's defense budget over the years, it has revolved around 4% of government spending and about 1.something% of the GDP. So, if not sometimes around 2%. So that shows that Egypt have a significant history of defense spending and is not new in terms of food defense procurement. However, there's no way it will not affect other side of the economy, education, health sector, and infrastructural development. And we can see recently that Egypt is incurring heavy debt to fund some of its infrastructural projects, especially the new capital city and some other projects that the country is committed to. And again, when we consider the dynamics, the defense dynamics in the region, we cannot ignore the need for this particular capability as well.
Right. Doctor, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you very much for your valued insights.
Thank you for having me.
Shifting focus to the Horn of Africa, where Ethiopia-Somalia tensions continue to intensify. In the latest, Somalia has accused its neighbor Ethiopia of smuggling weapons into its territory. Somalia says Ethiopia is supplying weapons to its northeastern Puntland region. It has called it a grave violation of its sovereignty and a move that poses serious implications for national and regional security. Somali Foreign Ministry said that it has documented evidence confirming the arrival of 2 lorries transporting weapons from Ethiopia to Puntland. It says the shipment was executed without any diplomatic engagement or clearance. As per media reports, some locals in the Puntland region have also seen a convoy arriving in the area that was escorted by the Puntland security forces. Now, Puntland in northeast Somalia declared itself an autonomous state in August of 1998. It has not sought independence. However, earlier this year, it announced that it would operate as a functionally independent state amid a dispute over Somali constitutional changes. So it means that Somali ties with Ethiopia are worsening over 2 of its autonomous regions. Now, tensions between the 2 neighbours are already worsening due to Ethiopia's port deal with Somaliland. Somaliland is Somalia's breakaway region, which, unlike Puntland, has demanded independence since 1991. Landlocked Ethiopia agreed to officially recognise Somaliland in exchange for its port and part of its coastline to build a naval base, and Somalia has called this deal illegal. The situation worsened after Egypt, which has its own issues with Ethiopia, sent weapons to Somalia. Cairo has sent 2 shipments of crucial weapons to Mogadishu. Now, Cairo is at odds with Addis Ababa over its construction of a giant dam on the River Nile. Egypt has also offered its troops to be deployed in Somalia to fight the Islamist terrorists. This deployment of troops can potentially replace some 3,000 Ethiopian troops in Somalia that Mogadishu has warned to expel if the deal with Somaliland is not cancelled. Addis Ababa has not responded to Somalia's latest accusation of weapon smuggling, but it is expected to deepen the ongoing conflict. Turkey has mediated 2 rounds of talks to solve the issue, which failed to achieve a breakthrough. Can the Horn of Africa neighbours work to resolve the rivalry? And moving on to southern Africa, the main opposition party of Eswatini said its leader was poisoned in neighbouring South Africa in an alleged assassination attempt. The People's United Democratic Movement Party, or the Podemo, has said that its president, Mlungisi Makhanya, was hospitalized after being poisoned in Pretoria, where he has been living in exile since 2022. The party said that while Makhanya's condition is currently stable, he remains critical. The alleged attempt on Makhanya's life comes days after he announced fresh protests for multi-party elections in Eswatini. Now, Eswatini, previously called Swaziland, is a landlocked nation of 1.2 million people between South Africa and Mozambique. It is the last remaining absolute monarchy in Africa. The country allows independent candidates to stand for parliament, but does not allow political parties to participate. Now, King Mswati III, who has been on the throne since 1986, has been accused of quashing pro-democracy movements and targeting pro-democracy figures in recent years. Podemo Deputy President Wandile Dlodlo has claimed that on the 24th of September, Eswatini's government offered 200,000 rand, or over $11,000 reward to anyone who might succeed in killing or abducting Makhanya. Shortly after the announcement, the Podemo president was hospitalized after alleged poisoning in Pretoria. Now, the Podemo deputy leader also said that the substance used to poison Makhanya is scarce and cannot be easily accessed by ordinary citizens. Eswatini's government has denied state involvement in the case.
Government, through the law enforcement agencies that adheres to a strict code of ethics and professionalism, only apprehend suspects and bring them to justice, and they are brought to justice alive, not dead.
Eswatini's government, led by its monarch, has repeatedly been accused of attempting to eliminate the country's pro-democracy figures. In September of 2022, Makhanya's home in Eswatini was set alight in an alleged firebomb attack by state agents. After the attack, Makanya fled to South Africa's capital of Pretoria with his family. In 2021, student-led protests in Eswatini over alleged police brutality morphed into calls for political change and emerged as the most serious challenge to the country's monarchy. At least 46 people were killed in a series of clashes between protesters and security forces. Even more shocking case of targeted killing came last year, when a prolific human rights lawyer and Podemo member, Thulani Maseko, was shot in his home in front of his wife and children. Makanya at the time had described the killing as a political assassination. Eswatini's government denied any role in the case, but no one has been held accountable for Maseko's killing. In Eswatini, the king appoints the prime minister, as well as the majority of the members of the upper house of parliament. The king also has the power of veto over parliament's decisions and can make laws by decree. Now, King Mswati III has more than a dozen spouses and lives a lavish lifestyle, while ordinary citizens of the country struggle with high levels of poverty. As Eswatini's monarchy remains mired in accusations of targeting pro-democracy figures and suppressing freedoms, the question that remains is, how long could the monarchy resist people's will for pro-democracy reforms? And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is about Uganda's finest jesters, the Bizonto. They have turned poking fun at the government into an art form. Founded in Kampala in 2020, this troupe has no problem ruffling political feathers with their sharp satire. They were thrown in jail as the people in power couldn't digest their satire, but later Bizonto walked free and carried on the wings of a digital movement. Our last report gets you all the details.
Locked up like criminals, every move watched, always in the crosshairs of those in power. Such is the fate of anyone daring to criticize the government. Yet, the courage of these voices of dissent is unbreakable. Meet Uganda's singing jesters, Bizonto, a comedy troupe with a sharp tongue and a knack for political satire. Bizonto, born in Kampala in 2020, is anything but subtle. The group's name literally means mentally unstable, and their brand of humor hits at the heart of Uganda's political landscape. Through satire, they expose the chaos of the country's governance. They don't just poke fun, they shine a glaring spotlight on what the majority of Ugandans are already thinking.
Specifically, we wanted to talk about the government. We wanted to criticize the government. And, by the way, we thought that when we used the name Bizonto, they will not arrest us at any single moment, because they was thinking that we are not normal.
One of their most memorable acts, a skit that brilliantly mirrored the real-life follies of a certain long-standing leader of a fictional village. An 80-year-old patriarch who had ruled for almost 4 decades. The village was in shambles. No basic services, crumbling infrastructure, and absurdly high taxes. It was a direct swipe at President Yoweri Museveni, who has clung to power since the early 80s. But, as with all good satire, it doesn't always land with those holding the reins. In 2020, Bizonto put out a video asking Ugandans to pray for their leaders, casually including names like Museveni, the police chief, and the head of prisons. It didn't sit well with the powers that be. Before they knew it, helicopters were swarming, guns drawn, as a heavily armed squad stormed the radio station where Bizonto was performing. Their crime, promoting sectarianism. Their punishment, facing up to 5 years in prison. And just like that, the comedy troupe found themselves behind bars. Many thought this would be the end of Uganda's satirical rebels, but not quite. Thanks to the magical powers of social media, #FreeBizonto quickly became the rallying cry across the country. While they were counting days in jail through tally marks on the walls, outside, their fan base doubled overnight. The public pressure mounted, and eventually Bizonto walked free. Their skits resonate across generations, from 20-somethings to septuagenarians, all eagerly tuning in to watch these mentally unstable clowns speak truth to power. One audience member remarked that Bizonto captures the struggles of ordinary Ugandans, from corruption to potholed roads and hospitals devoid of medicine. The laughter, cheers and hoots from the crowd make it clear that Bizonto is onto something.
The show generally it has been massive and interesting. Otherwise, I may say it has been more educative to the youth side also. Basically, there is a certain script that Bizonto comedy tried to pull out.
As for the troupe, they admit that their time in jail was a rude awakening, but it hasn't dulled their determination. We never gave up, one member said, because we knew we were on the right side of history. And for Uganda's rulers, that's the punchline they never saw coming.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Are India and China close to a reset? This sort of stuff is usually front page news, but not this time because only one side is talking about it, and that's China. Their military spokesperson has made some significant claims. He says there's been progress at the border, that differences have been reduced and consensus has been expanded. Listen to this.
The border affairs consultation and coordination working mechanism between China and India in core commander level meetings. China and India have had in-depth exchanges about relevant issues in border regions and further reduced differences and expanded consensus.
The face-off dates back to 2020. That's when India and China clashed in the Himalayas in Ladakh's Galwan Valley. Since then, things have been tense. Both sides have built up a military presence. India has around 50 to 60,000 soldiers in the region. China has a similar number on their side. And diplomacy? We've had a number of meetings so far. Foreign ministers have met, national security advisors have met, and so have the military commanders. Put together, some 50 rounds of talks have happened between India and China. And what have they achieved? Well, both sides have pulled back from some friction points like Galwan Valley and Pangong So. But a couple of stress points still remain in places like Depsang and Demchok. These issues are older than the 2020 clashes. The question is, have they been resolved now? Or has some sort of consensus been reached? China did not specify that, but they did say that differences have narrowed. And India? The government has not said anything officially, but we've seen some interesting reports. Take a look at this one. It says, and I'm quoting, significant progress has been made along the border. It also hints at a possible deal, one that could factor in India's concerns. You see, Indian soldiers used to patrol a lot of these parts, but after the Galwan clash, they pulled back. The idea was to create a buffer zone to diffuse tensions. So New Delhi will want that old status quo back. They will want to resume those patrols. And this report says it could happen. But like I said, none of this is official. Foreign Minister Jaishankar has been getting a lot of questions on China. First, he said 75% of the issues had been resolved. Then he said the relationship is significantly disturbed.
Those negotiations are going on. We made some progress. I would say roughly, you can say about 75% of the disengagement problems are sorted out.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue. Then there is the next step is really how do you deal with the rest of the relationship, because right now the relationship is very significantly disturbed.
So what do we make of it? What explains the sudden push for consensus? Well, the timing is interesting. Russia is hosting the BRICS summit next month. Both Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping of China are expected to attend. So maybe it's a symbolic push, an attempt to de-escalate before the summit. We saw that in 2017 as well. India and China were facing off in Doklam then. But ahead of the BRICS summit, they struck a deal. They decided to de-escalate. Maybe that's the strategy again. But even otherwise, we have seen a push from China. They have been urging India to normalize ties, whether it's asking for direct flights or faster visa approvals or easier investments. Listen to the Chinese ambassador's pitch for closer ties.
I also appreciated the similarities between our two neighbors through Indian people's desire for national rejuvenation, aspiration for a better life, adherence to traditional values, and pursuit for modernization.
Now, this raises two questions. One, why is China so desperate? And two, why is India so hesitant? Well, Beijing is in a tough place right now. They face a stronger US-led alliance in the Pacific. Just look at what is happening with the Philippines. They're clashing regularly at sea. So maybe Xi Jinping doesn't want two active borders. If he had to choose, the Pacific is more pressing than the Himalayas, especially in the middle of an economic crisis. Perhaps that explains Xi Jinping's desperation. And what about India? Well, New Delhi has been clear about one thing. You cannot decouple from China. The finance ministry has called for more Chinese investments, in fact. China is also India's top trading partner. Yet, New Delhi sounds less enthusiastic about a reset. You see, it's always a question of who needs it more. And right now, that's not India. The Indian economy is better placed. The leadership is being courted by the West and the global South. So why should India take a bad deal? They can easily hold out for a better one. Secondly, trust is an issue. Many leaders, including Prime Minister Modi, engaged with China in good faith, and each time they were betrayed. So why would 2024 be any different? Just consider the latest controversy over Arunachal Pradesh. A team linked to the Indian military scaled a new mountain there. They decided to name it after the Dalai Lama, but China lashed out at them. They called it illegal, null and void. Why? Because Beijing claims Arunachal Pradesh as their own, and the Dalai Lama is a sore point for them. How can you trust a country like this? Which is why it makes sense for India to wait for a good deal to capitalize on Beijing's desperation, because for China, a consensus is a band-aid, but for India, it is a lasting solution. Unless that gap is bridged, the issues will remain. So China appears keen to settle the border. There are multiple reasons behind this shift: their internal turmoil, their external threats, and the weak economy. But there's something else too. The capacity of the Chinese military. It's under scrutiny. Do they have the military muscle for a long-term standoff with India? This question is being asked again because the PLA has suffered a big blow this year. The PLA is the People's Liberation Army. That's what the Chinese army is called. A few months back, it lost a submarine, most likely in the month of May or June. The submarine sank, and it wasn't even finished yet. China was building the sub in Wuhan, and before the PLA could start using it, it went underwater. And this wasn't just another submarine. This was China's latest cutting-edge nuclear sub. The new Zhou-class line of vessels, known for their distinctive X-shaped stern. That's the back of the submarine, the stern. This is where you find parts like the propeller and the rudder. They help the submarine move underwater. This X shape, in fact, had generated a lot of hype. Apparently, the shape improves the vessel's maneuverability. But as it turned out, the Chinese submarine had a more pressing issue. staying afloat. It failed. So Beijing tried to sink the story with the sub. They tried their best to hide this incident. Reports say the government ordered a cover-up, but they were exposed by satellites. Take a look at these pictures. This is the shipyard in Wuhan. The images were captured in May and June. In the month of May, you can clearly spot a submarine-like vessel here, but by June, the vessel is gone. In its place, there are a bunch of cranes. An American researcher, in fact, shared these images. His name is Thomas Shugart, and he found this activity unusual. Where did the submarine go? And why were there so many cranes needed at the shipyard? The conclusion was this: the submarine had sunk and the cranes were there to pull it out. In fact, let me quote from what Shugart said. Listen to this. Can you imagine a US nuclear submarine sinking in San Diego and the government hushes it up and doesn't tell anybody about it? I mean, holy cow. Well, the US agrees with this assessment, and as you can imagine, they're happy to share the news of China's failure. But this incident has also sparked some concerns, like what was on the submarine? Was it just an empty vessel? Were there personnel on board? And worse, did this vessel have nuclear fuel? Because this was not a traditional sub. Nuclear submarines have a small reactor on them. And this reactor is what powers the submarine. So the question is, did China install a reactor on this submarine? Was it carrying nuclear fuel? Did it suffer any damage? So far, there are no reports of a radiation leak, but China could have loaded nuclear fuel on this submarine. Experts say it is quite possible, but it's hard to confirm. Next question. Did China manage to retrieve the submarine? The reports say that it was, in fact, eventually salvaged. But this whole incident, the sinking of a high-tech submarine, is an embarrassment for Beijing. It has the world's biggest navy. These submarines were supposed to project China's naval prowess. Instead, they have become underwater paperweights. And that's what is raising questions about China's military capability. Is it truly war-ready? Can Chinese soldiers fight a real war? And how effective are Chinese weapons? You see, to win a war, you broadly need two things: trained soldiers and reliable weapons. And on both fronts, China appears to be falling short. Its soldiers lack real combat experience. The PLA's last war was way back in 1979 when China invaded Vietnam. Deng Xiaoping was in power at the time, 1979. He wanted to, and I'm quoting, teach Vietnam a lesson. Instead, it was the Chinese who learned a lesson. They lost the war. It's been 44 years since. In all this time, China has not fought any war. So its soldiers do not have real combat skills. There are only a few Chinese generals today who can say that they've seen any real action. And what about the weapons? Well, they don't inspire any confidence either. We've already told you about the submarine that sank. Now look at this. This story came out in January. Instead of fuel, Chinese missiles had water. At least a dozen defense officials faced action over this. They were accused of corruption. And corruption is quite rampant in the PLA. Xi Jinping has personally led the cleanup operation. Since coming to power in 2013, he has purged thousands of officials over graft, including two former defense ministers, Li Shangfu and Wei Fenghe. Before taking the top job, both Li and Wei had important posts. Li handled the PLA's Equipment Development Department, and Wei was the first general of China's rocket force. Both leaders now face corruption charges. They're accused of taking bribes during weapons procurement. Now let's connect these dots. China has submarines that sink, missiles that are filled with water, soldiers with no combat experience, and a corrupt top brass. So while Xi Jinping may like to project an image of strength, the cracks in his armor are showing. The PLA may have great numbers, but it is crippled by corruption and incompetence.
I didn't intend to come here this year. My country is at war, fighting for its life. We will fight until we achieve victory, total victory. There is no substitute for it. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach, and that's true of the entire Middle East.
In West Asia, Israel is opening another war front. It is bombing Lebanon. The target is Hezbollah, but paying the price again are ordinary people. Since Monday, 700 people have been killed. 30,000 have crossed over to Syria. They're trying to escape another war. And where is Benjamin Netanyahu? The Israeli Prime Minister is thousands of kilometers away. He is in New York addressing the United Nations General Assembly.
I didn't intend to come here this year. My country is at war, fighting for its life. But after I heard the lies and slanders leveled at my country by many of the speakers at this podium, I decided to come here and set the record straight.
Netanyahu is trying to set the record straight. After all, it's his first speech at the UNGA since the war began last October. So he came armed with evidence, maps. They are a Netanyahu staple at the United Nations General Assembly, but this time he had two of them, a map of blessing and a map of curse. The blessing map is the one that he showed last year. It shows the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. The curse map is the new one, and it's linked to Iran. It shows Iranian proxies in the region. And of course, it came with a warning.
I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach. And that's true of the entire Middle East.
The Israeli Prime Minister did not stop there. He stressed on his war goals, bringing all hostages back, ending Hamas, and demilitarizing Gaza.
The reason is simple. Because if Hamas stays in power, it will regroup, rearm, and attack Israel again and again and again, as it is vowed to do. So Hamas has got to go.
Netanyahu remains confident that Israel is winning this war. While the speech got some cheers, not everyone was pleased. Several delegations walked out right before he took the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please.
That's never bothered Netanyahu, though. And he made it clear again with his speech today that this war will continue. Ceasefire is not on Israel's mind. It has been striking Lebanon since Monday. The world called for restraint, but the appeals fell on deaf ears. So on Wednesday, the US and France came up with a proposal, a 21-day ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel. Basically, a temporary pause in fighting. 12 countries backed this proposal, and Washington seemed truly excited. It was like they finally had made a breakthrough. The popular assumption was that Israel had agreed to it, else why would America announce it? Reports say behind the scenes, things were looking positive. Israel and Hezbollah had seen this proposal. In fact, Israel was on board. There was a sort of an understanding. America was apparently led to believe that both parties would sign it, which is why they went public with it. Sounds like good diplomacy behind the scenes, but there was one problem. Netanyahu did not get the memo, or maybe he did, and he chose to ignore it, because hours after the ceasefire announcement, the Israeli Prime Minister denounced it. He called ceasefire reports incorrect. He said Israel will continue to fight with full force.
My policy, our policy is clear. We are continuing to hit Hezbollah with full force, and we will not stop until we achieve all our goals. First and foremost, returning the residents of the North safely to their homes.
Of course, Washington is not happy with this. America is Israel's biggest ally. They're sending them weapons. They're vetoing UN resolutions. They're going all out for Israel. So they expected Israel to return the favor. They had brought allies on board. They'd pitched for peace. The indication was that Israel would agree.
That statement we worked on last night wasn't just drawn up in a vacuum.
It was done after careful consultation, not only with the countries that signed on to it, but Israel itself. And we had every reason to believe that in the drafting of it and in the delivery of it, that the Israelis were fully informed and fully aware of every word in it.
Basically, Netanyahu did a U-turn, and he may have a reason for it. Since October 7th last year, Netanyahu's approval ratings have been falling. He's not popular at all at home. But that changed this week. The pager blast, followed by the attacks in Lebanon, have boosted his ratings. If elections were to be held today in Israel, his Likud party would lead. So Netanyahu is suddenly popular again, and his far-right government wants this war. I guess the Israeli Prime Minister chose domestic support over international praise. But what does this mean for West Asia? As we speak, the attacks on Lebanon continue. Multiple explosions were heard in Beirut. Israel says the strikes will intensify. It is sending troops to the northern border. They will be stationed there, possibly for a ground invasion. So right now, peace is on the back burner. All signs point to more escalation and an all-out war. It's the last thing West Asia needs.
The President of Ukraine.
I think it was a very terrible development, and it strains the relations between the two nations at a time that's very unfortunate for Ukraine.
How times change. In 2022, Zelenskyy was America's favorite hero, the champion of freedom, the Superman to Putin's Lex Luthor. But you know what they say about heroes? If you live long enough, you become the villain. And that is Zelenskyy's story arc. He's at the center of a political row in the United States. First, the latest updates. Yesterday, Zelenskyy was in Washington. Joe Biden hosted him at the White House. He also unveiled a new military package for Ukraine. It's worth around $2.4 billion.
Let me be clear. Russia will not prevail in war. Russia will not prevail. Ukraine will prevail, and we'll continue to stand by you every step of the way.
We deeply appreciate that Ukraine and America have stood side by side from the very first moments of this terrible Russian invasion. Your determination is incredibly important for us to prevail.
Zelenskyy also pitched his victory plan. Though the content is not clear, reports say it includes more military support and peace summits, basically more of the same. After meeting Biden, Zelenskyy also met Kamala Harris, and this is where things turned political. Harris used the meeting to take a potshot at Trump. She did not name the former president, but the implication was quite clear.
Candor. I share with you, Mr. President, there are some in my country who would instead force Ukraine to give up large parts of its sovereign territory, who would demand that Ukraine accept neutrality and would require Ukraine to forego security relationships with other nations. These proposals are the same of those of Putin.
A bit of a cheap shot there, and frankly, it adds to Zelenskyy's problems. He needs US support to continue this war. Not just Democratic support, he also needs the Republicans. But his actions have been counterproductive. This week, Zelenskyy visited Pennsylvania. He toured a weapons-making factory in the state. Take a look at this. I know the pictures are great, but Pennsylvania is a swing state in the US election. It can go Democrat or Republican. So the Trump camp is up in arms. They're calling it a partisan event. The House Speaker has also written a letter to Zelenskyy. He wants him to fire Ukraine's envoy to the US.
I think it was a very terrible development, and it strains the relations between the two nations at a time that's very unfortunate for Ukraine. So I regret that.
It's a fair point. The Pennsylvania governor regularly campaigns for Harris, plus the speaker says no Republican was invited. If true, it doesn't seem appropriate, which is why Trump is enraged. He's locked in a tight race with Harris, so by next year he could be president. And Donald Trump is not keen on military support. Zelenskyy had sought a meeting with him. At first, Trump snubbed him, but today the meeting did happen in New York, and it got off to an interesting start. Trump said that he's got a very good relationship with Vladimir Putin, that too while standing next to Zelenskyy.
We have a very good relationship, and I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. And I think if we win, I think we're going to get it resolved very quickly. I really think we're going to get it resolved.
I hope we have more good relations.
We're going to have. Oh, I see. Yeah, but you know, it takes two to tango.
Tells you why Zelenskyy is worried. But let's assume that Kamala Harris wins. Even then, Zelenskyy needs Republicans because military packages must be approved by the US Congress. If Republicans oppose, the packages may get stalled. And we saw an example of that last year. Republicans withheld military aid for weeks before releasing it. So Zelenskyy should have been more careful, especially about the optics. The fact is, this war could be settled on November 5th. That's voting day in America. If Kamala Harris wins, the policy will remain unchanged. Zelenskyy can count on more support. But if Trump wins, all bets are off. He has talked about forcing Putin to end the war, but he hasn't explained how. Recently, Trump's running mate was asked about his strategy. Listen to the response.
Can you detail how a Trump-Vance administration would end the war in Ukraine?
Well, look, the details for how Donald Trump is going to end the war in Ukraine is by not being weak and not being dumb, which is unfortunately something you can't say for the current administration.
Not encouraging, is it? Vance says the strategy is not to be weak or dumb. I'm afraid that is not a strategy, that's bluster. A large section of Trump supporters do not support this war. They ask, why should Americans pay to defend Ukraine? Which is a fair question, a question that Zelenskyy has not answered yet. So it's going to be a lonely and long flight back home for Volodymyr Zelenskyy. He came to the US with hope and vigor. He leaves with more confusion than clarity. Staying on the topic of diplomacy, let's look at what India has been up to at the UN. India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is in New York, and yesterday he met with the foreign ministers of Brazil and South Africa. They came together to discuss global issues like security, the wars in Ukraine and West Asia, and terrorism. And that last point is what we want to focus on for now. Brazil, South Africa and India have issued a joint statement urging the international community to act against all UN-listed terrorists. The statement named 4 terror groups in particular: Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Now, the entire world knows about the first 2 groups, Al-Qaeda and ISIS. But the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed sometimes get overlooked, perhaps because they only target India. The LET and JEM, as they're called, have one purpose: to try and capture Kashmir and merge it with Pakistan. Obviously, the 2 groups are based in Pakistan as well, using the country as a base from which to conduct terror operations. And they've been doing this for decades. And yet, they often fly under the radar. Hopefully, the latest statement will reverse this trend, put the focus back on these terror outfits and on their patron, Pakistan. Pakistan is known as a state sponsor of terror. It is a known sponsor of terrorism. It harbors terror groups like the Lashkar and Jaish. The Pakistani military arms and trains them and sets them loose upon innocent people in India. Having Pakistan as a neighbor is like living next to a mosquito farmer whose sole purpose in life is to release a blood-sucking swarm into your backyard. But in recent years, Pakistan's global image has almost been rehabilitated. It's off terror funding watch lists. It's getting pocket money from Western institutions again, and it's even trying to enter BRICS to give sage advice on successful economic development, no doubt. How has this happened? How has the world forgotten what Pakistan really is? Well, maybe because there are other priorities now. 2022 saw the war in Ukraine. 2023 brought the Israel-Hamas war. Before the wars, we had the Wuhan virus pandemic. It's been a chaotic few years. Everyone has been dealing with their own problems. So maybe Pakistan was not on top of their minds. It was the perfect opportunity for Islamabad to try and wipe the slate clean, to repackage itself as just a broke nation, instead of a nation that went broke while funding terrorists. Whatever its current public image, the facts remain the same as always. Pakistan is a military puppet state where the army breeds both horses and terrorists. Pakistan continues to give Lashkar and Jaish a safe haven. It continues to finance and facilitate terrorists in the hopes of one day capturing and then promptly beggaring Kashmir. So this statement is important to remind the world about Islamabad's true colors by highlighting the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. It shines the spotlight on Pakistan's explosive hobbies. It reminds the world that behind Pakistan's broke facade, there lies a regime which wants to promote violence and terror. With Brazil and South Africa extending their support, this should be seen as a victory for Indian diplomacy. What does a day look like when you are the world's richest man? Ask Elon Musk, because he has quite the exciting schedule, from picking fights with one country, making concessions to another, and fending off dating rumors. Musk's life is like a soap opera. Except this one is playing out on the social media platform X. From engaging in a diplomatic spat with the UK to denying dating Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, our next report tells you what the Tesla CEO has been up to.
Welcome to a day in the life of Elon Musk. He's the world's richest man, but his daily life is no less than a soap opera. It starts with a cup of picking fights, continues with a side of knowing when to back down, and finally ends with a drink of rumor slaying. The first act of the day, obviously, is picking a fight. Normal humans prefer coffee. Elon Musk prefers a diplomatic dispute. So he picked a fight with the UK. The country is holding an investment summit. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has invited hundreds of investors. The goal is simple: secure funding and boosting the economy. But Elon Musk did not get an invite for this. The reason? His controversial posts about the UK riots. Now, most of us would just be mildly annoyed and move on, but not Musk. His philosophy is simple: why simmer when you can roast? So he put up this post on his social media platform X. Clearly, Musk can bid goodbye to any further invites in the UK after this. But while Musk's fights happen in the public, his reconciliations are often private. Like this one with Brazil. The country has banned X. This after the social media platform did not comply with the country's rules. Musk was quite vocal about this standoff. He sparred with the Supreme Court justice, even called him Darth Vader. But nothing stopped X from going black. Elon Musk lost a market of 21 million users. It wasn't good for business. Even a space emperor has his limits. So in an uncharacteristic move, Musk blinked first. X has asked to be reinstated in Brazil. It has already complied with all demands, including blocking certain accounts, naming an official legal representative in Brazil, and paying some hefty fines. But you won't see a tweet about it. Concessions are not his strong suit. But here's something that is: controversy. It's his middle name, and it followed him to an awards ceremony in New York. He was there to present an award to Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy. Musk presented that award and gushed profusely about the Italian premier. Obviously, the internet caught it, and soon rumors swirled. Forget Brangelina, it's time for Eloni. Headlines asked if the two were dating, and Musk, being Musk, decided to humor them. He commented on such posts and denied any such relationships. But when has that ever stopped the internet? Elon Musk should know that by now he owns one of the biggest social media platforms in the world. But that's just how Musk rolls. He wields power, controversy, and memes in equal measure. Guess no day is ever quiet when you're the guy who wants to send people to Mars, control the internet, and occasionally stir up international drama just for fun.
Now let's turn to Japan. The land of the rising sun will soon be waking up to a new prime minister. They will soon be led by this man, Shigeru Ishiba.
I am Shigeru Ishiba, the 28th Liberal Democratic Party's leader. Let's believe the people of Japan. With courage and faith, let's speak the truth. Let's make Japan, once again, a country where people can live and smile. Shigeru Ishiba will put all of his heart and soul into making Japan a safe and secure country. Thank you for your support.
Ishiba will take charge as Prime Minister on Tuesday, taking over from Fumio Kishida. Now, this is not exactly a regime change. Both men are part of the same party, Japan's Liberal Democratic Party. It's the same party that has led the country for most of the last century. General elections aren't due in Japan for another year, but it's still getting a new prime minister. Why? Because the LDP, the ruling party, was in crisis. The outgoing prime minister, Fumio Kishida, was unpopular. His reputation had taken multiple hits because of a number of scandals. Some LDP leaders were seen as too close to a dubious church. The scandal broke out after the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Then there was a corruption scandal, again involving LDP lawmakers. Add to this a cost of living crisis in Japan, rising inflation and economic stagnation. You can see why the ruling party was facing flack. Kishida effectively became the fall guy, and he stepped down from his role as party leader, paving the way for the rise of Shigeru Ishiba. Ishiba is 67 years old. He has been an MP since 1986. He has served as Japan's defense minister, agriculture minister, and even the minister in charge of stopping population decline. Now, you would think that the LDP would try to find someone different, a fresh face, perhaps Japan's first woman prime minister, which almost happened, by the way. Ishiba was in a runoff against Sane Takaichi, Japan's current economic security minister. The race went down to the wire, and Ishiba finally beat Takaichi with 215 votes to 194. Now, even though Ishiba does not scream anti-establishment, he was actually considered the outsider candidate. Ishiba has a number of enemies in his own party because of his outspokenness. Let me show you an example.
One might ask, what is an Asian version of the NATO military alliance? It is an obligation to help each other when it comes to collective security. In other words, while the strength of America relatively weakens, how to build a collective security mechanism becomes an issue.
You wouldn't expect a Japanese leader to publicly say that America is weakening or to suggest an Asian NATO, which is something that the US has categorically distanced itself from. But Ishiba is outspoken about both these things and other issues too. He was one of the few LDP members to criticize the current prime minister publicly. He also disagrees with his party on several issues. He wants to reduce nuclear power, allow female Japanese emperors, and let Japanese women keep their maiden names. And this sets him apart from a number of his colleagues, which is why he was considered an outsider. Apparently, he prefers reading books to making conversation with his fellow lawmakers. So you can imagine that he did not have much support from fellow MPs. He won the party leadership contest because of grassroots support. And now he wants to shake up the LDP. But that being said, Ishiba is still an old LDP hand, part of the same ruling establishment. Will his premiership really change how people see his party? Will the people of Japan really give him a chance? We'll find out in the months to come. $323 million, that's how much the Catholic Church in New York will have to pay up. Why? For sexually abusing 530 children. This is a historic settlement, and it is casting a shadow over the Pope's rare visit to Europe. Pope Francis is in Belgium, another country rattled by the clergy's sex abuse scandals. Their Prime Minister is demanding justice. He says the Church has been involved in cover-ups. So no matter where the Pope goes, no matter how much he tries to rally support amid Christianity's declining numbers, he cannot escape the Church's dark past and its stories of sexual abuse, often involving children. The question is, will he do something about it? Here's a report.
A Catholic diocese in New York is going bankrupt. A diocese is a group of churches under the control of a bishop. And this bankruptcy will be the largest for any US diocese. Why? Because they'll have to pay more than $323 million to about 530 survivors who were sexually abused by priests when they were children. While this is a historic win for the survivors, despite the big payout, the church is in hot water over its dark history of sex abuse. This case is casting a shadow over the Pope's latest tour. The 87-year-old Pope Francis is on a rare tour of Europe. Yesterday he was in Luxembourg, and today he's in Belgium. While he has arrived to spread a message of peace amid ongoing wars and encourage the dwindling Catholic flock, his visit to Belgium has witnessed a blistering start. Just as the King and Prime Minister welcomed the Pope, they blasted the Church's legacy of sex abuse.
Terrible suffering was inflicted on children, which they will carry for the rest of their lives. It has taken far too long for their cries for help to be heard or recognized.
Het heeft zo lang geduurd voor hun noodkreten werden gehoord.
Maar wanneer er iets misgaat, dan kunnen...
There should be justice, but when something goes wrong, we cannot accept a cover-up. Today, therefore, words are not enough. Concrete steps must be taken.
Niet alleen woorden.
What's behind this anger? A documentary. Last year, a TV documentary was released, and it laid bare the historical sex abuse by Catholic clergy in Belgium. People shared traumatic experiences of being assaulted. The church's cover-ups were exposed, and this sparked widespread public outrage. Now, a year after the documentary aired, the Pope himself is in Belgium. He has arrived for a mega mass, and he's meeting with 15 victims of clerical abuse. It's his first visit in 30 years, and it's being received as too little too late damage control. Some people are excited about the Pope's arrival, but many are not. Several parliamentary leaders have boycotted a meeting with the Pope, and the Prime Minister is demanding action. But so far, this is what the Pope has been able to offer.
Brothers and sisters, in this regard, this is a shame that we have to take in our hands, ask for forgiveness, and solve the problem. The shame of abuse, of child abuse.
The forgiveness won't come easily. Over the past few months, the Pope has visited one continent after another. Earlier this month, he was on a rare visit to the Asia-Pacific region. Among many countries, he visited Timor-Leste, where his mass was attended by more than 600,000 people. All while previous child sex abuse scandals of the clergy hung over his visit. The Pope is touring the world to rally support. But wherever he goes, the shadow of sex abuse across nations follows him, and he can't escape it until his words are followed by accountability and action.
It's been a dramatic week for Intel. Takeover speculations, rejected offers, plunging sales. We've seen it all this week. If you've been tracking Intel, you know why. If not, you will be confused. After all, this is supposed to be the semiconductor age. Chip companies are beating market expectations, and Intel is the OG chip company. So why are they in trouble? Let's look at the market buzz first. US media reports say that Qualcomm is trying to buy Intel. Now, Qualcomm is also an American company. They work mostly in the wireless technology space. I'm talking about things like 5G. And how did Intel respond? Well, that part is not clear yet. The company is keeping its strategy hidden. Then today, a new report came out. It said ARM Holdings tried to buy Intel's product division. ARM is a British chip company, but its majority stake is held by Japan's SoftBank. They want Intel's product division. You see, Intel has two divisions. One sells chips for gadgets. The other operates the factories and foundries. ARM did not want the factories. It only wanted the product division. And what did Intel say? Apparently, they said no. Now, both these takeover bids are quite interesting because the numbers barely match up. Listen to this carefully. Intel is worth around $102 billion. Qualcomm is worth around $190 billion and ARM is worth $156 billion. They would struggle to complete this takeover. Maybe that's why Intel has said no. But let's come back to the first question. Why is Intel struggling? Technically, they should be leading the pack. Intel fueled the computer boom in the 1990s. They created the x86 Central Processing Units, or CPUs. It was almost like a monopoly. Intel soon became the biggest chip company in the world, and you can see that legacy even today. Around 63% of all personal computers use Intel chips, the i3, the i5, and so on. Yet, the company is struggling. Intel shares are 50% down this year. Meanwhile, other chip companies are on a roll. Nvidia is up 157%. And AMD is up 21%. So clearly, something has gone wrong. Experts mainly talk about three issues. Number one, Intel missed the smartphone boom. Apple had approached them to power the iPhones, but Intel was not interested. They wanted to focus on computers. They did release a mobile chip in 2012, but by then it was too late. Nearly every smartphone used an ARM-based chip. So that was one miss. Issue number two, they fell behind in the fabrication race. You see, Intel did not just design the chips, they also manufactured them. Rivals like Nvidia and AMD ditched that strategy early on. They decided to focus on designing alone. And manufacturing? They outsourced that to East Asia, mostly Taiwan and South Korea. These companies were churning out chips to meet the global demand, but Intel could not keep up. In 2020, their 7-nanometer chip was delayed. Meanwhile, the likes of TSMC and Samsung surged ahead. That year, 2020, Intel also lost a big customer, and that was Apple. Intel may not have made chips for the iPhone, but they did power Apple's laptop and Mac, that is the MacBook. And in 2020, they ended that contract. Apple decided to design their own chip. And now to the final issue. Intel missed the artificial intelligence race. Their rivals focused on GPUs. What's a GPU? That's a graphics processing unit. Meanwhile, Intel stuck with CPUs. And what's the difference? GPUs are used in operations related to videos, special effects, and images. They're useful in building AI models. Nvidia and AMD designed advanced GPUs, but Intel did not. So once again, they fell behind, which brings us to present day. Does Intel have a plan of action? In 2021, they brought back a former executive as CEO. His name is Pat Gelsinger. And he's betting on the US government to help them. You see, the chip supply chain is scattered outside the United States. Some of it is in Taiwan, some in China, and some in Europe. But Joe Biden wants to bring it back home. He has unveiled a special chips program. The plan is to hand out $53 billion in incentives, and Intel stands to gain. They could get $8.5 billion by the end of this year. To do what? Mostly set up new chip foundries in the US. But experts are not convinced. Chip foundries need billions in investments. They also take 3 to 4 years to set up. And this is time and money that Intel does not have, hence all this buzz of a possible takeover. But even if Intel agrees, it won't be smooth. Both Qualcomm and ARM are involved in the chip business. If they buy Intel, it would trigger antitrust concerns. I guess it's a lesson for all companies out there. No matter how big you are, innovation is key. You must plan and prepare for the future. If not, others will displace you. Our next story tonight is about the new A-listers on the internet, Mu Deng and Pesto. Mu Deng is a tiny, adorable pygmy hippo in Thailand, and Pesto is an unusually large penguin in Australia. Over the past few weeks, both have managed to win hearts the world over. They have millions of social media followers. They have spurred makeup trends, memes, and even merchandise. But they aren't alone. From Grumpy Cat to Doug the Pug, Why is the internet obsessed with animals? Here's a report.
That's Her Highness throwing a fit. Then that's her nipping the kneecaps of her caretakers and casually frolicking her way to A-list status. That is Moo Deng, Thailand's viral sensation. She's a pygmy hippo, the world's smallest species of hippo, known for their tiny stature and cuteness. So, blessed with good genetics and a quirky personality, the 2-month-old hippo has attracted international attention. Over the last few weeks, tens of thousands of people have visited the zoo where Moo Deng is being raised.
I left home in Bangkok from 6:30 a.m. this morning specifically to come and see Moo Deng. I'm here just to see her.
I knew her from TikTok, and I wanted to come to see her today because she is so cute.
Moo Deng has won the heart of social media. She has about 4 million followers on TikTok. There are Moo Deng-inspired makeup tutorials as well. The rosier the cheeks, the better. And what's more, those who can't visit Her Highness personally can watch her eat and play on a live stream. But most fans try to pay her a visit, which is good news for the zoo.
Well, I expected that she would gain some fame, but I didn't expect she'd be this famous. But this is so great because we've been gaining a lot of visitors and the zoo has been generating more income, including more earnings for everyone in the zoo as well.
Normally, this is a low season due to the rains. Around 800 people visit each day, but about 20,000 people have visited in the past 2 days. This phenomenon is beyond our expectations.
But Moo Deng is not alone. People are wild about other animal celebrities as well. Meet Pesto. This chonky baby penguin is the latest internet sensation. Pesto, the king penguin, lives in an Australian aquarium. But he's caught the eye of animal lovers globally. Because he's unusually large. At just 9 months, he's roughly 3 feet tall and weighs about 23 kilograms.
Pesto's parents, Tango and Hudson, are seasoned professionals when it comes to raising king penguin chicks. They're really good at taking turns and putting lots of focus and attention onto baby Pesto. Now, to give you some reference, both Tango and Hudson weigh only about 11 kilos.
So whether it's their main character energy or their odd size, all kinds of animals are taking over the internet. From Grumpy Cat to Doug the Pug, social media has launched one too many animals, and we humans are obsessed with their cuteness. Cat videos are practically a comfort watch. And let's face it, amid all the doom and gloom, a little meow or quack certainly can't hurt.
As always, it's time for today's joke. We're looking at a New York stand-up comedy club today, also called the United Nations General Assembly. It is supposed to be a place for serious speeches and discussions, but it's been reduced to theatre. A moment from Thursday is going viral. Haiti's president was speaking to the General Assembly. During his speech, he reached out for some water. You would think a glass would be handy, but for some reason it wasn't. Instead, the Haitian president had to drink from a jug. You can imagine how that went. Now, this was at least an innocent moment. It could happen to anyone, but some of the past incidents have not been so innocent. Take a look.
Rocket Man is on a suicide mission for himself and for his regime.
A few moments later.
Brought a diagram for you. Here's the diagram.
In less than 2 years, my administration has accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of our country. America's so true. Didn't expect that reaction, but that's okay.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In China, newly installed sewage pipes rupture, drenching cars and pedestrians. Storm Helen, which is one of the most powerful storms to hit the US, leaves behind a trail of destruction. And the world's first 3D printed hotel takes shape in Texas. Finally, we're taking you back in history on this day. In 1996, the Taliban captured the Afghan capital of Kabul, establishing the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. The Taliban's first stint in power came with strict rules like head-to-toe coverings for women and ban on music and TV. Their second stint right now is no different. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired!
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Welcome to the program. You're watching Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in a rainy Washington, D.C. Coming up on the program, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris clash over guns, and Hurricane Helene makes landfall. We'll bring you all the latest on those stories and more, but first, a look at the latest headlines. Yemen-based Houthis fire a ballistic missile at Israel as sirens sound across Tel Aviv. Israel says the missile was intercepted with no injuries reported. U.S. defense officials say China covered up the sinking of its nuclear-powered submarine. Reports of the incident first emerged earlier this year in June. New York City Mayor Eric Adams faces 5 counts of criminal offenses, including bribery and soliciting illegal foreign donations. He denies any wrongdoings as calls for his resignation continues to grow. The West African nation of Benin arrests former sports minister and a military commander for plotting a coup against President Patrice Talon. The suspects allegedly paid $2.5 million to the president's security detail to overthrow the leader. And a gold mine collapse kills at least 15 in Indonesia's West Sumatra province. Officials say heavy rain and landslides caused the roof of the mine to sink and collapse. We began in the United States, where President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris have announced an executive order to crack down on new technologies that make guns easier to obtain and fire. This comes at a time when Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have been clashing over the issue of gun ownership on the campaign trail.
I need your help in fighting and standing up to the gun lobby, gun manufacturers, the politicians who oppose common sense gun legislation. Because whether you're a Democrat or Republican or Independent, we all want our families to be safe. We drop families off at the house of worship or a child at a mall or a movie theater or a school. We don't have to worry about whether that's the last time we'll see them. I mean, think about it. Think about it.
The new legislation will clamp down on emerging firearm threats, including unserialized 3D printed guns and machine gun conversion devices. The order also directs federal agencies to improve school-based active shooter drills to save lives of children.
I believe the right to be safe is a civil right. And that the people of America have a right, then, to live, work, worship, and learn without fear of violence, including gun violence. And yet, our nation is experiencing an epidemic of gun violence.
The vice president has noted several times that she is, in fact, a gun owner and doesn't want to take away guns from responsible firearm owners.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun. I did not know that. If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
But
my staff will deal with that later.
But you have been a gun owner for a while.
Yes, I have.
The Democratic presidential candidate has even expressed her support for the Second Amendment, which protects the gun rights of citizens. Still, Harris backs restrictions on assault weapons, as well as supports universal background checks and safe storage laws.
Let us all agree, it does not have to be this way. We know we have in our possession, we know how to stop these tragedies, and it is a false choice to suggest you are either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. I am in favor of the Second Amendment, and I believe we need to reinstate the assault weapons ban.
However, Donald Trump has repeatedly accused Kamala Harris of lying about her stance on gun control, claiming without evidence that she wants to take away guns.
You know, she's always said, we will confiscate all guns. Now she's saying, oh, no, guns, I think they're wonderful, right? Doesn't work that way. They're going to confiscate your guns. I'm the one that's protecting it. We got the total endorsement of every gun group, including the NRA.
Now, gun control remains one of the most controversial issues in American politics. Already, the U.S. has seen 50 school shootings this year, including the most recent attack at a school in Georgia, which took the lives of 2 students and 2 teachers and left 9 others wounded. According to the Gun Violence Archive, more than 400 mass shootings have already taken place in the United States so far this year. That's an average of nearly 2 mass shootings every single day. Staying in the United States, the United Kingdom's Prime Minister Keir Starmer met former President Donald Trump in New York on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly on Thursday. The 2 leaders were joined by Britain's Foreign Secretary David Lammy in a meeting that lasted more than 2 hours and included a private dinner. The British Prime Minister said the meeting was meant to establish good relations between him and Donald Trump, stating that they had never met before. Addressing the media, Donald Trump said he congratulated Prime Minister Starmer on his win, but then talked about Britain's controversial far-right leader, Nigel Farage.
But I actually think he's very nice. I think he ran a great race. He did very well. Well, I think Nigel is great. I mean, I've known him for a long time. He had a great election, too. He picked up a lot of seats, more seats than he was allowed to have, actually. They acknowledge that he won, but for some reason you have a very strange system over there.
Now, it's worth noting that Secretary Lamy was also present throughout the dinner. The British secretary has previously called Donald Trump a racist, a neo-Nazi, and a sympathizing sociopath. Addressing his former comments, Secretary Lamy said he would work with Donald Trump and his administration if they win the election in November. Now, despite meeting the Republican presidential candidate, Prime Minister Starmer and Secretary Lamy were unable to meet Vice President Kamala Harris due to conflicting schedules. The Democratic presidential candidate was unable to travel to New York as she met Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy at the White House. Drawing a stark contrast from her rival Donald Trump, Vice President Harris reaffirmed more support for Ukraine. She also called out Donald Trump for parroting Vladimir Putin's talking points, demanding Ukraine cede a sovereign territory to Russia in order to achieve a ceasefire.
As I have made clear on our 6 previous meetings and throughout Putin's brutal aggression and war against Ukraine, my support for the people of Ukraine is unwavering. I've been proud to stand with Ukraine. Nothing about the end of this war can be decided without Ukraine. However, in candor, I share with you, Mr. President, there are some in my country who would instead force Ukraine to give up large parts of its sovereign territory, who would demand that Ukraine accept neutrality and would require Ukraine to forego security relationships with other nations. These proposals are the same of those of Putin. And let us be clear, they are not proposals for peace. Instead, they are proposals for surrender, which is dangerous and unacceptable.
With the U.S. election just around the corner, world leaders are eager to meet both the Democratic and Republican presidential candidates in a bid to cement ties early, as America braces for what could be the most consequential U.S. presidential election this century. And staying with U.S. presidential politics, former First Lady Melania Trump appeared in a rare television interview after more than 2 years. Ending separation rumors, she called her husband a family man and described their relationship as nice and beautiful. The former First Lady also said that Donald Trump surviving the 2 assassination attempts was a miracle. She also slammed Vice President Kamala Harris for calling her husband a threat to American democracy. Here's more from the former First Lady's interview.
And it wasn't her fault.
Former First Lady Melania Trump has largely remained absent from her husband, Donald Trump's campaign trail. Whether it's being MIA from rallies, skipping his primary night victory parties, or his provocative social media posts, the ex-fashion model is never seen or mentioned anywhere near the ex-president. However, with just 38 days left for one of history's tightest presidential elections, the intensely private public personality has finally made an appearance on television after more than 2 years. Melania Trump recently sat down for an interview to promote her deeply personal self-titled memoir. Though all she talked about was her relationship with Donald Trump, their family life, and how Vice President Kamala Harris's win would be a disaster for America. Putting an end to separation rumors, Melania Trump described her husband as a family man who's very special and caring. The former lady said Donald Trump loves to be a DJ and she loves his humor, personality, and kindness. When asked about the 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump's life, Melania Trump called her husband's survival a miracle.
I think both of the events, they were really miracles if you really think about it. The July 13th, it was a miracle like that much, and he could not be with us.
The former First Lady, who mostly stays silent about American politics, slammed the media and the Democratic Party for branding her husband as a threat to democracy.
And is it really shocking that all this egregious violence goes against my husband, especially that we hear the leaders from the opposition party and mainstream media branding him as a threat to democracy, calling him vile names? They're only fueling a toxic atmosphere and giving power all of these people that want to do harm to him. This needs to stop. This needs to stop. The country needs to unite.
She also seemed to be more in tune with the ins and outs of the presidential race and criticized the Biden-Harris administration for economic, foreign, and immigration policies.
Well, how I see it is the record speaks for itself. The country is suffering. People are not able to buy usual necessities for their families. We have wars going on around the world. Soldiers are dying. They were dying under this administration because of weak leadership. The border is open and dangerous. A lot of fentanyl is coming over, killing our youth. It's very hard to see. And an economy, it's really not great.
Melania Trump's TV interview was light on the details of her book and heavy on Donald Trump's campaign. Even Donald Trump said that he doesn't know the specifics of what is written about him in the book.
Go out and get a book. She just wrote a book. I hope she said good things about it. I don't know. I didn't. So busy. She just wrote a book called Melania. Go out and buy it. It's great. And if she says bad things about me, I'll call you all up and I'll say, don't buy it. Get rid of it.
The memoir titled Melania is scheduled to release on the 8th of October, when American voters will be super close to making up their minds and choosing their next president.
And while a political storm brews across the United States, an actual storm is battering the southern part of the country. Hurricane Helene made landfall as a dangerous Category 4 storm in Florida's Big Bend area. The National Hurricane Center warned the catastrophic storm brings winds reaching 130 miles per hour, along with torrential rain. After the storm made landfall around 11 p.m. Eastern Time, more than 1.3 million customers in Florida lost power, with over 170,000 affected in Georgia. At least 3 people have already died, including 1 in Tampa and 2 in Wheeler County, Georgia. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis urged residents to seek higher ground, warning of life-threatening conditions.
So this is a big storm. It's a powerful Category 4 storm. But it's also just very large, and it's going to have impacts are being felt, have been felt, and will continue to be felt far and wide. And so when Floridians wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to a state where very likely there's been additional loss of life, and certainly there's going to be loss of property. You're going to have people that are going to lose their homes because of this storm.
Now, as Hurricane Helene barreled across Florida, airports in Tampa and Tallahassee were ordered to halt operations, and over 1,300 flights were canceled. Both President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris declared states of emergency as evacuation orders were issued in several states.
Expecting a catastrophic storm. Winds and flooding throughout the southeast, starting in Florida right now. Everyone needs to take it seriously, extremely seriously. The potential storm surge is well beyond the immediate path of the hurricane. Could be significant and deadly. You know, for you and your family's sake, I urge everyone in and near the path of the hurricane to listen to local officials and follow evacuation orders when told to do so.
Experts are warning that Helene's impact will spread beyond Florida, affecting Georgia, the Carolinas, and Virginia, where emergency declarations have also been made.
Declared a state of emergency, as you know, for all 159 counties on Tuesday, giving emergency management teams plenty of time to prepare and also deployed resources where needed ahead of this storm.
It is unprecedented, which is why I decided to come, because I know that there has been storms that have come through, but not the actual hurricane. We've had the outer bands, the water, and all that, but since you're saying the actual hurricane is going to go through, that's why I decided I need to get out there.
Hurricane Helene, which is forecast to be one of the largest storms in years to hit the region, has also affected the race for the White House. Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance canceled 2 events in Georgia that were planned for Thursday. According to the National Hurricane Center, Helene is expected to turn northwest and slow down over the Tennessee Valley on Friday and Saturday. But meteorologists warn that high sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico could fuel the hurricane's strength, meaning the storm could last for a while, wreaking havoc through large swaths of the country. And finally, in a world where love knows no bounds, grand gestures have reached new heights. A Dubai-based businessman took romance to an extreme level when he bought his wife a private island, all because she could wear a bikini in total privacy. This act has captured the world's attention and has garnered over 2.4 million views in less than a week. Here's more on this modern-day love story.
When we think of love and happy relationships, it's often the big occasions and grand gestures that come to mind. And history knows it, that when a man is in love, he will go all out to express it, even if it means building an iconic wonder like the Taj Mahal. But fast forward to the 21st century, where love stories have gotten wild, and now every couple's love expression comes with a modern twist. Meet Jamal Al Nadak, Dubai's very own modern Shah Jahan, and his grand gesture is not some marble mausoleum, but a private island, just so his wife could wear a bikini without a care in the world. Yes, you heard that right. Jamal splashed a whopping $50 million on a remote island in Asia simply to give his wife Sudhi the ultimate beach day, complete with privacy and peace. Sudhi, who originally hails from the UK and is now living in Dubai, unveiled this jaw-dropping surprise on Instagram with a video that's become a viral sensation. The reel begins with a happy couple posing, then cuts to Jamal, who looks calm and collected in his private jet, flying over to their new sun-soaked paradise. The text overlay reads, POV, you wanted to wear a bikini, so your millionaire husband bought you an island. Casual, right? But wait, this isn't the Dubai-based businessman's first grand romantic move. This guy has a track record for spoiling his wife like she's the ultimate royalty. In a previous post, Sudhi revealed that her doting husband had flown to Italy just to customize a Ferrari for her. And if that wasn't enough, he added a sparkling diamond ring worth $956,000 to the shopping spree. Luxury, check. Love, double check. But their life of indulgence doesn't stop there. The couple, married for 3 years, have been hitting the headlines even for their lavish dinner dates. A quiet evening out for them means spending $1,000 or more just on a meal. But this island for sure remains the highlight. According to Sudhi, it wasn't just a spontaneous splurge. The couple had been thinking about the investment for a while, but ultimately it came down to one simple reason. Jamal wanted her to feel safe while sunbathing in her bikini, so naturally buying an island seemed like the most logical solution. Their Instagram post has sent the internet spiraling, racking up millions of views as people debate the most luxurious reason ever to own an island is bikini privacy. And so, as Jamal joins the ranks of history's greatest romantics, he made sure his love story isn't just written in stone, but on bonded paper, guarded by sand and crystal clear waters.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you for tuning in all week. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here next week. Have a great weekend. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Let's take a look at our top story. Our top focus is on Sudan. The Sudanese army has launched its biggest offensive in months to regain control of areas lost to the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF. Smoke engulfed the skies of Khartoum as the army launched artillery and airstrikes in the capital. At least 4 people have reportedly been killed and at least 14 have been wounded. Locals said they witnessed heavy bombardments and clashes when army troops tried to cross 3 key bridges over the Nile River that separate parts of Khartoum held by the army from those under RSF control. As per reports, army forces were able to cross the bridges. However, the RSF has denied the claims. The paramilitary RSF has occupied nearly all of the Sudanese capital since the civil war erupted in April last year. Sudan's army-backed government is currently based in Port Sudan on the Red Sea coast. This is the army's first major offensive since February, when it regained much of Omdurman, the capital's twin city across the Nile and part of Greater Khartoum. The RSF, meanwhile, control nearly all of the vast western region of Darfur. It has also rampaged through the agricultural heartland of central Sudan and has further pushed into southeast. An intense battle is ongoing for the city of El Fasher, where the RSF launched a large-scale offensive after months of siege last weekend. Now, in the latest, at least 18 have reportedly been killed in the RSF attack on a local market in the city. El Fasher is the capital of the North Darfur state and is the only one of 5 state capitals in Darfur not yet in the hands of the RSF. Now, the Sudanese army offensive in Khartoum came just ahead of an address by its commander, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, at the United Nations General Assembly in New York. In his address, the army chief demanded for the rebel RSF to be designated as a terrorist group. He accused the RSF of obstructing peace efforts. Al-Burhan also accused unnamed countries in the region of providing the RSF with financial support, weapons, and political cover.
Countless crimes have been committed: ethnic cleansing, forced displacement, and genocide. All of this has been committed by the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, which should be considered a terrorist group. This militia is continuing to perpetrate crimes, and it is most unfortunate that it is receiving the support of some countries in the region, countries which are providing funding and mercenaries for their own political and economic benefit, in flagrant violation of law and international will.
The Sudanese army has repeatedly accused the United Arab Emirates of backing the RSF, allegations that the Arab nation denies. The army also rejected to participate in the US-led peace talks in Geneva last month due to the UAE's presence and the format of the talks. As per the World Health Organization, at least 20,000 people have been killed in the Sudan civil war. However, some estimates put the death toll up to 150,000. It has also created the world's largest displacement crisis, with more than 10 million people uprooted from their homes. How will the latest escalation impact the possibility of a ceasefire? Now, for more on this, we have with us Musa Mdunge, an international affairs expert who is joining us from Dundee in the UK. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Musa, what are the primary objectives of the Sudanese army's latest offensive against the RSF in Khartoum?
Well, as you've so wonderfully put it, in that visual of the map, the army, the military in Sudan, unfortunately, does not hold much control over the regional capitals, including Khartoum as the national capital of Sudan. And this latest offensive is a bid for the military under Al-Burhan to reclaim a certain level of legitimacy, strategic legitimacy, as it enters into these multiple sort of negotiating spaces. We know, for example, that the United States is holding on the sideline of the United Nations negotiation talks in order to reach a ceasefire. And it is my view that Al-Burhan seeks in this offensive to really improve, the military's negotiation position and power and bargaining power as it enters these talks. It is clear that the RSF is in the dominating position in terms of the conflict currently, and in many ways, the military, which sees itself as the legitimate voice of the Sudanese government, is trying to re-establish a certain level of legitimacy. The problem with this, Alison, is indeed the same one we find when we think of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where both sides seek to one-up the other militarily as a way of improving their diplomatic negotiated positions. And in this case, I believe we are seeing the very same thing unfold, because it's unsurprising that in that very same UN address, he then goes on to speak about a road towards a peaceful settlement of conflict and a move towards negotiations, while moving on this offensive. To many, it may seem like a contradiction, but to me, it really is in line with that grander diplomatic strategy.
Right. And how has the international community responded to the escalation of conflict between the Sudanese army and the RSF?
Well, this is where it really gets interesting, right, Alison, is that the international community is quite fragmented in terms of its view of this particular conflict and in terms of its support for both sides. We know, for example, that the UAE has been accused of supporting the RSF, both with logistical and material support, including supporting the exports of gold, which UAE is a key market for that. And the money produced from those exports has been said to be used in terms of buying military armaments, rearming the RSF, and therefore escalating the conflict. Both the United States and the United Nations broadly have condemned the conflict, have called for a cessation of conflict and a move towards a negotiated settlement. But unfortunately, given that, different sides have vested interests in this particular conflict, this is coming to bear in the way the international community has really tried to coordinate a negotiated settlement. You have, for example, the United States and the UN, and as well as the AU on one side pursuing some sort of a negotiated settlement, but at the same time you have Egypt, for example, that is a major player in that particular conflict, of course. Understandably, because you've had about 500,000 Sudanese refugees crossing over the border between Sudan as well as Egypt. And from a grander regional perspective, players like Ethiopia, for example, have also entered the fray, because this conflict is really just but a silo in a bigger sort of vacuum of regional conflict that is facing that particular area of Africa.
Absolutely, Musa. So you have touched on the impact of the conflict on the civilian population in the surrounding areas and, of course, in Khartoum. What are the potential long-term implications of this offensive for the stability and the future of Sudan and the region?
Well, I mean, to start off in Sudan, of course, we know that there's been this growing humanitarian crisis, thousands of people who have been killed, more than 14 million misplaced around that particular region. And the challenge for the region is that a country like Sudan, where there's no stable government, becomes a hotbed for different militias to rise, for terrorist networks to develop. And we know that that region has really seen a lot of conflict and huge machinations of different types of militias rising up. But also from an economic perspective, it poses long-term challenges to the stability of the region. When one considers, for example, this grand Renaissance dam that is being developed by Ethiopia, which both Sudan and Egypt see as a threat to their own sort of food security and access to the Nile. And so this war poses a logistical and very practical threat, both to Sudan's security, food security, humanitarian security, but as well as Egypt. And let's not forget the strategic importance that Egypt has as a transcontinental country, and one which controls, for example, the one which controls major trading routes between Europe as well as the rest of Asia. And so conflict in Sudan is quite problematic for global trade as well. And so unless the global community sort of comes together and really sees this conflict for what it is, as a major, major conflict that has the potential to really interrupt global trade flows, perhaps we'll then start to see this particular conflict being given a greater focus in the same way, for example, the Israel-Hamas conflict has been given focus.
Absolutely. Musa, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Moving on to West Africa, where Benin appears to have dodged a coup bullet. 3 men were arrested in Benin for allegedly plotting a coup to overthrow President Patrice Talon. Now, among the arrested men were former sports minister Oswald Hamaki and businessman Olivier Boko, a close friend of President Talon, who is also reported to be the alleged mastermind of the entire coup plot. Now, according to state prosecutor Elon Mario, the former business and sports minister Oswald Hamaki was caught red-handed while handing over 6 bags of money to the head of the country's Republican Guard, which is the branch of the country's armed forces responsible for the security of leaders, including the president. Now, Hamaki was caught bribing a senior colonel with over $2.5 million to not resist the coup while being in charge of the president's security on the 27th of September, the supposed date of the coup operation.
It appears the Republican Guard commander in charge of the president's security was engaged by the minister, Oswald Hamaki and Olivier Boko, in order to carry out a coup by force on September 27th, 2024.
The coup plot was allegedly orchestrated at the behest of Olivier Boko, a wealthy businessman and a close ally of President Patrice Talon. Now, Boko had recently suggested that he would make a run for the presidency in 2026, when President Talon's second term in office is set to end. Now, President Talon had recently said that he would not seek a third term in office in the 2026 elections. Meanwhile, Olivier Boko's lawyers have described his detention as abduction and have demanded his immediate release. Authorities are now investigating if there are more people involved in the alleged coup plot. President Talon, who has led Benin since 2016, is accused of eroding democratic standards in the country during his tenure. Despite Benin being a multi-party democracy, most opposition parties were excluded from the 2021 elections in which President Talon returned to power. Now, the voter turnout declined from 65% in 2016 to just 27% in 2021. Presidential elections reflecting the decline in public trust in the country's electoral process. Since 2020, there have been 7 military takeovers and several other coup attempts in the West and Central Africa. In Benin's immediate neighborhood, Burkina Faso and Niger are ruled by military juntas. As coup attempts become a regular affair, only a few democratically elected governments remain in the region. The question that remains is, can Benin hold on to the semblance of democracy? On to North Africa now, where tensions are escalating between neighbours Algeria and Morocco. In the latest, Algeria has accused Morocco of being involved with an Israeli spy operation. The Algerian government accused Rabat of sending Israeli intelligence agents, reportedly using Moroccan passports. In response, Algiers has again slapped visa requirements for all Moroccan passport holders. The two Arab nations have a long history of dispute. They had lifted visa entry requirements about 20 years ago, but Algiers has now reinstated these requirements, accusing Rabat of exploiting them to engage in activities that threaten its stability and national security. Apart from conducting Zionist espionage, Algeria's foreign ministry has accused Moroccan passport holders of a slew of other crimes. These include drug and human trafficking, smuggling, and illegal migration. Earlier this month, authorities in the Algerian city of Tlemcen has said that they had arrested 7 people, including 4 Moroccans, accused of belonging to a spy ring. Now, neighbours Algeria and Morocco do not share cordial ties. The borders between the two nations have been closed for the last 3 decades. Things worsened in 2021 when Algiers broke diplomatic ties with Rabat, months after the kingdom normalized relations with Israel. Algeria then accused Morocco of hostile acts. Morocco's recognition of Israel came at the end of 2020 when it signed the Abraham Accords, a series of historic agreements negotiated by then US President Donald Trump. The agreements saw Arab countries like the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco normalize relations with Israel in return for various concessions. Morocco had received crucial US backing in its dispute over Western Sahara with Algeria. The US recognized Morocco's claim over the disputed region. Morocco considers Western Sahara, also known as the Shawari Republic, as an integral part of its territory. It has maintained de facto control over most of the region for decades. However, most countries and the United Nations have refused to endorse Morocco's claim. Meanwhile, neighbouring Algeria has lent its support to the pro-independence group in Western Sahara. Algeria has shown an unconditional support for the pro-independence movement since 1975 and has delivered them arms, financial aid and food. After Algiers announced cutting off of ties with Rabat, it also halted the flow of a gas pipeline to Spain via Morocco and banned all Moroccan aircraft from entering or crossing its airspace and boycotted Moroccan ports. Now, Morocco has said several times that Algeria was unjustified in cutting diplomatic and economic ties and has described the accusations over Israel as absurd. Rabat has not yet responded to the latest accusations. Now, how will the rivalry over Israel further complicate the situation in North Africa and West Asia? We'll keep tracking the details. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Now, a quiet revolution is happening on 2 wheels in South Africa, where cycling is now more than just a mode of transport. It is becoming a path to give communities more opportunities. With more young girls now learning to ride bicycles, freedom is slowly catching wind. The change was kick-started by one man who is now fondly known as Cape Town's bicycle mayor. Our next report gets you more on how girls are becoming more empowered, one cycle at a time.
There is a unique freedom in riding a bicycle. The wind in your face, the steady rhythm of your pedals, the world unfolding beneath your wheels. For many in Cape Town's Khayelitsha township, the simple joy seems distant. But
hi, my name is Cindy Mavundla and I'm the bicycle mayor of Cape Town.
Is changing that, especially for young girls. Mavundla grew up in Khayelitsha, a sprawling township of makeshift homes far removed from the city's affluent suburbs. He has seen how limited opportunities can be, especially for girls.
Majority of girls in the township They are not given much sport options. And we have always seen that bicycle has the potential of changing lives.
And that's when he launched the Khayelitsha Cycling Academy in 2022. The vision was to get young people, particularly girls, into cycling.
Girls cycling here in Khayelitsha is one of the best things. We're encouraging more girls to do cycling, encouraging more girls to be more involved in cycling. And I believe that we're doing history for our township, Khayelitsha. We're doing history for Cape Town, and we're doing history for South Africa.
So one afternoon, he led a group of girls through the township streets, many riding for the first time. Nervous laughter filled the air. And as one girl mounted her bike, she wobbled and fell. Mavundla was there. "You're almost there," he said gently, helping her up. "Now push hard."
You're almost there. So now push hard. Cool.
And moments later, with cheers from her friends, she was cycling proudly, hands raised in triumph.
We have seen so much difference in the community, the impact that we have made to young girls in the township, and we have an influx of other girls that want to come and ride.
For Mavundla, these small victories are what it's all about. In a place where students often walk up to 15 kilometers to school, a bike offers not just speed, but a sense of independence and pride. His academy now has 30 members, and more girls are signing up every day.
From there, the project has grown for over 5 years. I think we used to track that on the main road in Woodstock. There's about 500 cyclists that you see on a daily basis, and that number now has grown to over 1,000 cyclists that you see, and it's something that is really fascinating for us.
But Cape Town's cycling culture has a long way to go. As of now, only 1% of daily commutes are done by bike, and cycling infrastructure is sparse. Mavundla and other bike mayors like him are pushing for safer bike lanes to protect the growing number of cyclists.
Cape Town's cycling infrastructure is not safe. As you can see, a car, a very expensive car, a metal box, parking illegally but also dangerously. So as a solution, young urbaners and our partners, SDI Trust, are working with the City of Cape Town to upgrade the cycling lane through a public-private partnership.
But seems like infrastructure is not the only problem. Mavundla is working to challenge perceptions too. In South Africa, cycling is often seen as either a last resort for the poor or a sport for the rich, and he's working to break that mold.
Cycling is a means of a very affordable transportation in not just Cape Town but across the country. To give an example, one tank of petrol is one second-hand bicycle, so it's a means of transportation.
And cycling is not just about breaking barriers in South Africa. Almost 9,000 kilometers away is another such example. A cycling revolution has also empowered the school-going girls in India. Girls in rural India are ditching walking for a more comfortable ride. Over a decade, cycling levels among girls in rural areas has increased exponentially. With some schools being almost 10 to 15 kilometers away from villages, more girls in rural India are choosing to cycle to school instead of walking. And this approach is becoming a growing phenomenon. Apart from South Africa and India, the trend of more girls cycling has even picked up in Kenya, Malawi and Zimbabwe. Cycling is truly changing the lives of women and shaping the future of countries. Cape Town's bicycle mayor is a winning example of that. Because with each ride, Mavundla is helping to build a future. He knows the journey is far from over, but each day, with every young rider he teaches, Cape Town moves a little closer to a future where cycling isn't just for the privileged, it's for everyone.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.